has totaled $109 billion so far in 2023, higher than full-year issuance in any other year on record.
私たちは都市や地域のリーダーとして地域の気候行動を実現する革新的な政策を実行しております。京都市は2030年民生部門
In my city, we have successfully adopted climate actions for almost 20 years. We have switched to 100% electricity from renewable sources for all of our operations.
We don't have time to wait. Later is too late.
We are ready to support ambitious policy incentives and work in collaboration with governments on national climate action plans due in 2025.
We are calling on you, political leaders,
for courageous leadership at COP28.
We haven't had these temperatures in 120,000 years.
Millions and millions of people need help when climate emergencies arise.
We have the solutions to solve these problems, but we have to do it together.
We're fighting, dark forces.
They are trying to kill us. It is not a joke.
What do you give your child when they can't breathe? You actually have to take action.
Action, not even ambition anymore.
Out of COP28, out of this next summit, we need governments to come forward, to work with each other.
Making sure that at COP we have a declaration on the full phase out of fossil energy. Because if we continue to burn fossil energy, we will not meet our goals.
Hello and welcome to the second day of live broadcasts from COP28 at the We Don't Have Time Climate Hubs in Stockholm and Dubai. We're continuing the dialogue that we started yesterday regarding the World Climate Action Summit. And we have a variety of sessions and speakers discussing everything from fossil fuel phase-out to the We Mean Business Coalition's hopes for the ongoing summit. One of the core themes of the day is the health-centered concerns of climate change and how we need to take action, not just to cut emissions, but to safeguard the health and livelihoods of the global populations already feeling the effects of global warming. To set the stage, I have Ingmar Benstock with me here, the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. So Ingmar, let's first hear about your expectations overall for the COP this year.
Very low, so I'm already surprised. I have not been a big fan that the COP is hosted in an oil country with an oil CEO as the chair of the meeting. But I think we're up for a surprise. Of course, it's not going to be a COP that solves everything, but I think this COP can actually move us forward in the narrative. That we can't ignore the elephant in the room anymore. Because you can't ignore to have a discussion about oil when you have a COP meeting in an oil country. And I think that the big oil, they thought that, oh, we're on our home turf, we're going to control this. But I think it's the opposite. The elephant is out. The discussion on oil is out. And this is super interesting. What we have been talking on our shows is very much phasing out fossil fuel. Business leaders, NGOs, and also policymakers. We had so great discussion yesterday. And this is not just on our broadcast, it's the core discussion on the ground in Dubai. And I have very good news, and that is in the draft, the first draft of the negotiations, the fossil fuel phase out are already mentioned and discussed.
Which was not the case last year.
No, not at all. Not been a case any year, I will say. We had this big breakthrough in Glasgow where for the first time fossil fuel subsidies were mentioned in the agreement for the very first time. Now we're talking about a transition, a phase out of it. I don't think we're ending up there. We already have a resistance from Russia that are saying that phasing out will mean an attack against their economy. So every nation needs to agree on it. And we have the host, the chair of the meeting, that are so far doing a good job.
Well, they got the loss and damage fund started.
Yeah,
first day.
And he's trying to kind of, if we can't have phase out, can we have phase down? So we'll see if it's going to be phased down or watered anymore, or only focused on coal, or if it's not going to end up there at all. I do believe that COP meetings will not solve the climate crisis, but it will move the discussion forward. And I want to show you a little bit statistic because we have
what's happening on our app.
We have had this campaign, End Fossil, where we are gathering all campaigns out there, fossil fuel treaty, the Women Business, fossil to clean, etc. And we're keeping track of how many people, organizations, businesses and nation states that are supporting this. And this is interesting. Yesterday we had 8 nation states, plus the European Union Parliament. And today we have one more nation states. It's only like 191 more to go. But this number is going to grow. We had yesterday 95 cities. Today it's 100 cities. We have more organizations, but it's a little bit hard to keep track on them. But they are more than 200,000, and it's over 600,000 individuals supporting phasing out fossil fuel. You can do it yourself if you go to wecandoit.tech/endfossil. And we're also keeping track of the business community. And so far, it's over 200 global businesses calling for phasing out fossil fuel. And they represent together $1.5 trillion in a turnover. That's heavy. They are dependent on fossil fuel today, but they want out. It's like drug addicts that wants to be clean. That's what we need to do here. So this is very hopeful. And on our app, you can follow what's happening. I will especially recommend our live blogger, Professor Annie-Beth In-Yang, that are live blogging from the ground each day, where you can follow the inside conversation happening from COP, and of course, following our broadcast. So that is what we're up to today. So let's see where we're getting tomorrow.
Excellent, Ingmar. So don't forget to sign the pledge, of course, on our website and our app. We also have our own youth hub going on parallel to this, to the studio here in Dubai, and in Stockholm and Dubai. And during today, we have some live, interesting keynotes today at the youth hub, so you can take part in those sessions live. So now let's move over to Dubai with my co-host Nick. Good morning, Nick, or good afternoon or midday in Dubai.
Well, yes, Katarina, you're absolutely right. It's somewhere in that second phase. Yeah, again, a very hot day here. And a very chaotic day this morning with security. So many people trying to come through. We thought we'd lost our special guest, and I was all ready to try and pretend I was her, but now we have the real expert with us. Marina Romanello, Executive Director of the Lancet Commission Countdown. So pleased to see you. Thank God you made it through. You've got a new report out, the 2023 Global Report of the Lancet Countdown. The report underscores the need for a health-centered response to a world facing irreversible harms. Can you give us some headline findings?
Yeah, for sure. And thank you so much for having me. Our report this year is the 8th iteration of the Lancet Countdown reports, and perhaps the key finding comes as no surprise after a year of record extreme heat and record events. We're seeing that the health impacts of climate change are very rapidly growing in every part of the world. Basically, no country remains untouched.
Yeah.
And what is more concerning is that this year we have new projections that show that even if we keep temperatures at 2 degrees, that is the higher threshold set in the Paris agreements, the impacts of climate change will increase enormously across all the dimensions monitored. And just to give you a few figures, we would be seeing 370% increase in heat-related death of adults over 65 years of age already by mid-century. We would see over 500 million more people becoming food insecure and not being able to access the food they need to meet their nutritional needs by mid-century. And we would see extreme weather events, we would see spread of infectious diseases, and our health systems absolutely overwhelmed, as we're already starting to see now.
And when you're saying these numbers, of course, these are global numbers, but presumably in the developing countries, this is an even greater hit with already fragile health services, fragile food security. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. In the more underserved countries and the more underserved communities within even wealthy countries, the impacts will be disproportionate. And that comes on one side because extreme weather events are occurring more and more in so-called least developed countries, according to the UNFCCC, but also because we have not adapted, we have not allocated enough resource or given enough empowerment to some of these countries to be able to face the crisis that they have by and large not generated. So there's an enormous gap. And what we're seeing is that climate change is exacerbating global health inequities, but so is our response to climate change. And that is perhaps the most concerning finding.
What are you calling for here at this COP? What does I read an article, it said 46 million health professionals. I don't know where that number came from in the article, but it's a large number of health professionals behind your interests and your calls. What are you asking for?
Well, what we're saying is the climate crisis is a health crisis. Everything that we're negotiating and we're discussing here at the UNFCCC negotiations is about our future, our health, and oftentimes our survival. So it's in essence a health conversation that we should be having about how we're going to protect people from these soaring harms. And the other thing that we're seeing is that by tackling climate change, we could deliver a prosperous future if we do it by keeping people at the center of the conversation. And there's nothing more human than our health. So we are calling for, we will have the first health day this COP, and that is enormously
That's right, it is the first health day.
That will be tomorrow, the first ever health day at a COP. And that is great because we're putting the focus on health. But what we're saying is health is not just about health systems. Health has to be embedded in each and every one of the decisions and each and every one of the negotiations, because we have to ensure that the way we transform our energy systems not only tackles climate change and emissions, but also delivers better air quality through reduced air pollution, delivers reduced energy poverty, which is essential for good health and enables prosperous development. We have to ensure that the way that we mitigate and we tackle our agricultural sector emissions also gives way to healthy diets that people can access and can choose according to their cultural needs. And we're also seeing that if we were to take all of these actions in terms of adaptation, what we need to protect ultimately is our health, our well-being, and that of the people that we love. So putting health and the health of everyone at the center of the conversation will give way to a prosperous and more equitable future as well.
Does the Lancet Countdown Commission, is it Commission Countdown?
The Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change from the Lancet Commission is very long.
It's very long. Does it, I mean, you're aware there are some reasonably interesting things on the table at this COP for an outcome. You know, the businesses organized by We Mean Business with $1 trillion in revenue calling for a phase out of fossil fuels. You've got the same calls from many, many organizations. We're doing a lot of shows this week with the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty people, which is an added dimension to the phase-out aspects. Do you see it as health professionals that we need to phase out fossil fuels? Are you behind that campaign?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's an essential public health intervention.
Right.
We have to do it safely, and we have to do it in a way in which we enable people to access energy. Energy is fundamental for health. It powers our hospitals, it powers our ICU units, it powers everything that we need in terms of keeping our medications. And it's essential for development and for access to information, basic information systems. So while we need to ensure energy security, we know, and our data is showing, that we could do that if we were to invest in clean renewable energies, particularly access to clean renewable energies that is equitable, particularly in low-middle income countries that are today lagging in the adoption of these technologies. And that we really do not need to be investing in fossil fuels at all, and that is actually a death sentence for millions of people. So our report shows, unfortunately, that oil and gas companies are expanding their oil and gas production plans.
Yes, and the UNEP production gap report echoes to that as well.
Echoes that as well. We're seeing, since last year, February 2022, we were looking at 122% production in excess of the 1.5 degree target by 2040. This year, that has gone up to 173%. So we're moving in the completely wrong direction. While we know that we could be investing in clean renewable energies, and we're not. And we have excellent case studies that have been produced from colleagues, including the WHO, about the health benefits of powering our health systems through clean energy and what that does in terms of access to health services. Phasing out fossil fuels is essential. It could save, according to our estimates, 2 million lives a year at least from outdoor air pollution. And there was a new article that just came out that said that could even be higher at 5 million deaths every year if we were to phase out fossil fuels.
Right. And of course, when we talk about the deaths from air pollution, what is not talked about is that the air pollution also causing massive illness as well, which is often even bigger, one feels intuitively, than the simple tragedy of the deaths, right? I mean, there are lots of people being made sick by this. I mean, you know, the BBC had this report out on the flaring of gas and oil here and the health impacts in this region. And there's so many children with asthma that is really quite violent asthma because of it. What do you as health professionals get access to directly talk to the COP28 president and his team and say that you want something from this?
Well,
COP?
We had a huge opportunity this year, thanks to mostly to the WHO's advocacy for inclusion of health within the negotiations, and they have been working really closely with the COP president in terms of how we're going to embed health there. And we've had conversations about fossil fuels, the harms of fossil fuels, but there's a very real fact that is that many countries are still enormously economically leaning on fossil fuels. And oftentimes what we say is they're investing in what will become a stranded asset. So in terms of their future development, in terms of their future economy, that is an essential health determinant. We cannot forget that prosperous economy, livelihoods, income is an essential determinant of good health. That is what we call the socioeconomic determinant.
It's absolutely fascinating. We had some guests on yesterday. We were talking about this very fact, but it seems that the way our market economies are kind of set up is they kind of price in the next year, the next 2 years, next 3 years, as if that's, you know, the rest of the future doesn't really matter. So if there's making money on investing in fossil fuels and, you know, shareholders and investors are making money on the returns they get from doing that over the next 1, 2, 3, they'll kind of back it. That they don't seem to see that long-term horizon. Perhaps the pension funds do because they have a different time horizon, but this kind of short-termism, I mean, there will be stranded assets for these economies if we can just really get faster on track with phasing out fossil fuels and phasing them out and building the renewable energy systems up.
It's very short-sighted, and basically what is at stake and what we're gambling with is with people's livelihoods, people's lives.
Exactly.
So one other thing that is very important to take into account is that many governments are still subsidizing fossil fuels. We estimate that in 2020, the year that the world was on its knees and health systems absolutely obliterated by the COVID-19 pandemic, we looked at the 86 countries that contribute over 90% of all greenhouse gas emissions. And net total, taking into account all the subsidies and all their taxes, net total, they collectively allocated $305 billion that year alone in direct payments. Direct payments. The IMF suggests that indirect payments, anything having to do with the social cost of the harms of fossil fuel industry, goes to trillions.
Exactly.
So it comes at an enormous cost to our economies. And you were just talking about the burden of disease associated, for example, to air pollution. There's also all the other harms of the extractive industries of oil and gas. If we were to account for the cost of that disease in terms of loss of labor capacity, in terms of cost for our health systems, that is enormous and completely overrides any one of the costs of investing in a healthy future. So we know that it makes sense not only for human health, but also economically to transition to a healthy economy. The problem is that there's very big interest, very big powers, and as you said, short-term profits being made that is driving now the conversations. That's why we have an opportunity here in thinking about people, the future generations, about what future we want to leave behind and how prosperous that could be if we were to actually take serious action today.
But the good news is, I suppose, if there is good news, but I think there is good news, is, renewable energy is doubling every, 3.5 years. They're setting this target here, hopefully agreed that they will triple renewable energy and double energy efficiency. As somebody said to me, tripling is not an issue. Actually, we could go 5 times, because it's going so fast. I see China, there was some report the other day saying that they're almost, is it 50% of their is renewables, and next year we can start seeing the emissions going down there. So there's loads of stuff that, so it's not, we're not at ground zero, are we? We're pushing a rock up a hill, but we don't quite know where the summit is, but we might not be as far off as we think, and this would be good news.
Yeah. That is absolutely right. And we're seeing that the renewable sector is growing much faster than we could have ever thought of. Yeah. And that is a phenomenal collective achievement for an actual push to tackle this issue. The problem that we're seeing is that we're not displacing fossil fuels. So by and large, the increased production of renewable energies, which has been growing exponentially over the past few years, has not managed to displace, because we're continuing to increase our energy consumption. And that will continue to be so because so many countries are starting to develop industries and are starting to increase, as they should, their energy consumption. But that is where energy efficiency should be a top priority. Reducing our energy overconsumption, our energy waste, and having energy as a precious good, which is a determinant, as we said, of our health and our well-being moving forward.
Good. We don't have time. We're supporting all these phase-out campaigns, and we have our own little campaign called We Can Do It, so which is kind of like looking like sort of this, we can do it, And so maybe we'll write and see if you can sign up for that one as well.
Absolutely.
Okay. So glad you could make it. I'm absolutely thrilled that you could make it, and so good to have you here.
Thank you so much.
This voice is a very important voice in the discussion. I'm going to go back now to the studios in Stockholm, back to Katarina and Ingmar. Thanks very much, and see you later.
Well, thank you so much, Nick and Marina. That was a very interesting conversation, and I really, really hope that this call to action reaches the decision makers at the COP. Really.
Yeah, unbelievable. It was bang, 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 wasn't it? But it really did it. Yeah, I'm so pleased. And because we went from, not being sure if you could make it, then to no, you could make it.
So this marks the end of this session, and we're moving on to another topic.
Andrea?
Today brings together world leaders at COP, country leaders. But while countries need to take the lead, solving the climate crisis and ensuring we get to net zero emissions by 2050 globally is not up to them alone. Companies, cities, and other non-state actors play a critical role. And many have pledged to become net zero and have certain targets, but are they doing enough of the right things to achieve their pledges? Experts on these questions are now in our studio in Dubai with Andrea Lindblom, who will be hosting this session based on her extensive experience of the business perspective of climate action. So I hand it over to you, Andrea.
Thank you so much, Katarina, and a warm welcome to COP28 here from Dubai. How can we make sure that companies take real action and fast to do their bit so that we get to the global net zero that we need to see in order to still have a livable planet for all? That's what we're going to be talking about today in the session organized by the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. And joining me here on stage are Anna Åkesson of Skanska, Thomas Hale of Oxford University, we have John Lang of the Energy, Climate and Intelligence Unit, and Johan Falk, CEO of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. And coming up shortly, we should have Aruna Baghosh, CEO of the Council on Energy, Environment and water. So stay tuned for him to join this panel. Bringing integrity and accountability to net zero pledges and targets of companies, of cities, of financial institutions, of non-state actors, in short, that was the core aim of a set of recommendations that were launched last year at COP27. And that was by an expert group that the UN Secretary General had convened. Now, John, you lead a project that tracks net zero commitments, but your net zero stocktake shows pretty, well, let's say mixed results. What are the main sticking points there?
Yeah, thanks, Andrea. Yes, I've got the great privilege of running the Net Zero Tracker on behalf of the Energy and Climate Intelligence Unit, Oxford Net Zero, that Tom is a member of, and New Climate Institute in Germany, and the Data-Driven Envirolab in the US. So yes, what we did find in our June stocktake is that there's great movement on intent. So corporate intent is still moving forward really well. But what we are finding is the sticking points around integrity. And so to bring out one statistic we found, we looked at all our entities, our 2,000 biggest publicly listed companies, and only 4% met minimum procedural requirements for good net zero. And those minimum procedural requirements are pretty simple. They're taken from the Race to Zero starting line. They are pledge, have a plan to deliver on that pledge, proceed immediately with emission reductions, and to publish annually, but also to cover all Scope 3 emissions and to clarify what you're doing on offsets. And so what we found is that only 1 in 20 of these companies were actually satisfying those minimum procedural requirements.
Thank you, John. Now, Anna, you represent Skanska, a multinational construction company and a member of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and the Race to Zero campaign, for that matter. Maybe you can explain what are the challenges that you come up against to take the action, the fast, the credible action that's needed for true net zero.
I think what we can start with is, as you finished off, true net zero. What is actually true net zero? And as a company full of engineers, and I'm one of them, so I can say that we're full of them, we want to have proof before we start setting targets of where we're going and why. And I would say that for Scope 1 and 2, it's fairly straightforward. We know what to do, we have control of the emissions, and it's a straightforward way forward. But when it comes to Scope 3, it's really complex, both because what is actually Scope 3? What does it include? What do we have control of? What do we initiate or not? And I think that's where we see the biggest challenge. The standardization or lack of harmonization around Scope 3 creates difficulties and challenges in how to be able to move forward and set targets and actually measure up against something.
And Johan from the Exponential Roadmap Initiative that works with members like Skanska here to ensure that they take credible action, also hold them accountable. How does that work?
Well, as a frontline initiative, what we basically do is that before we onboard a company, and we do this regularly every year as well, is actually to bring the company through what we call the climate performance review. That review is based on the foundation of our business playbook and the 4-pillar framework. So it's about our own emissions, value chain emissions. It's about scaling solutions. It's about contributing to climate action in society. And we basically integrate the Race to Zero 3.0 requirements as part of that framework, as well as the H-leg requirements. And our idea is also to go in the front line to help influence and to actually to contribute to the next generation standards with some of the frontline companies. And then, of course, we provide advice back to the companies of the key gaps, how they can actually move even faster. And the final idea is basically, can we create some general guidelines or action guides that we can actually scale out openly to other companies, any other type of companies? So that's what we're doing.
Thanks. And just to explain, HLEC refers to this high-level expert group of for the net zero commitments of non-state actors. That was this expert group convened by the UN Secretary General that presented their report, Integrity Matters, last year at COP. Now, Tom Hale, we already heard about companies, we heard about initiatives, and your work really concerns the system that governs, or let's say controls, net zero. There's more to the system than the companies and the initiatives. How does this system work?
So I think what the system works by first drawing on this groundswell of activity we see described through initiatives like Exponential Roadmap Initiative, like companies like Skanska, through the Race to Zero campaign, and then orchestrated through initiatives to try to get them to look at what good net zero looks like. And that's really powerful because it creates innovation, it shows it's possible, and it creates support for the outcome we all want to work toward. But obviously voluntary targets only get us so far. We need them to innovate and to drive forward best practice, but they don't bring everyone on board because there's always companies that aren't going to join. And in the Net Zero Tracker, we showed that this year, 1,000 of the top 2,000 companies now have a net zero target. But that means that still in 2024, 1,000 don't have a target. And that's really a problem for climate change. So we need regulation to come in and pick up where voluntary action is taking us in the right direction. And you think about this as kind of like a conveyor belt, if you will, from best practice coming through the voluntary efforts and then getting built into regulation that brings the whole economy on board.
And we'll get to more of that in a minute, but I'd like to bring on the stage now Arunabha Ghosh, who I've introduced before as the CEO of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, and a member of this high-level expert group that's also come up before. Welcome, Arunabha. So coming back to the work that your group did, there's something going wrong here. Oh, right. Arunabha needs a microphone, so that's great. Thank you. So the aim was to bring integrity and accountability to this net zero space, and you were among the members of this expert group. If you had to cut it down to the 3 main points of this comprehensive report, what are the main points?
Make a pledge. Make sure that the pledge is backed up with near-term targets, and make sure your actions are verified independently. I mean, those are really the main recommendations coming out of Integrity Matters. But of course, there's a lot more underlying each of those.
Thank you so much for that. We want to go back to Tom here to look at this governance system that you explain and set out as being sort of like a conveyor belt where things move from ideas to voluntary initiatives to then these campaigns like the Race to Zero that we already have, to then maybe standards and regulation. You touched on this a little bit already, but what is missing from the system to make net zero better?
Well, I think it's really missing speed, which is the most important thing we have to do now. And that's why it's so important to see things like Exponential Roadmap Initiative and others really leading this charge, because we need to go faster. If you look at, for example, at the rules around disclosing climate-related information, so companies began to do that on a voluntary basis 20 years ago or so. And over time, it became more and more official. Standards came forward, like the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, or more recently, the ISSB standards, which is the International Sustainability Standards Board. And now we're seeing governments begin to put that into requirements, right? So governments are requiring companies to disclose that information. But that whole kind of conveyor belt process, if you will, for disclosure took 20 years, and we need to go much faster. So governments will need to step up and create both the level playing field and the enabling environment that's going to permit companies to not just make these targets, but actually deliver them.
Now, Arunabha, if we go, there's another element maybe that's coming up, and that's going on in a consultation that the UNFCCC, or the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Secretariat there is doing. So there's a consultation going on net zero recognition and accountability to deliver a framework, and that work is building really on the work of the high-level expert group that you were a member of, Arunabha. What are your main expectations on that work?
I think what we have coming out of the report that we put out last year, and now this recognition accountability framework, is really a focus on, if you were a committed company or a committed financial institution, what's the checklist that you need to follow? What do you, point by point by point, what do you need to do, and make sure that you're aligned with that? But really, the broader expectation, the political expectation, is that it creates a positive reinforcing effect, right? That unlike the market failure that we have, that often the bad drives out the good, here the good crowds in the better. That should be the really important metric or benchmark against which this recognition and accountability framework will then unfold, right? So you recognize what you're doing, you hold those who are not following it to account, but then you're crowding in more and more of the positive action. That's really the biggest expectation from this.
So it's supposed to be working a little bit the carrot and stick, right? The recognition is part of the picture. And Anna, I'd like to ask you from a company perspective, what kind of recognition and for what helps you, including maybe within your company, to drive that action that we need to see?
Well, I think there are many things, but as you spoke about earlier about reporting and sharing and the data for a long time, we've done that, and no one, well, someone has been looking at them, but it's just recently that we've actually been asked about the questions. And I think that is one of the things that actually gains traction and movement. But what's also happened the last years is that investors and clients have been starting to not just ask questions, but also scrutinize the data and ask why we have reported like we have, and what do you include in Scope 3? That was not a question earlier. Why do you include what you have in Scope 3? Do you have a science-based target? And so on and so on. And I think when those questions starts to come, that's when the whole company and the business becomes dependent on the sustainability movement, I would say.
Thanks. And Johan, from the initiative standpoint then that gathers several companies, recognition and accountability, what do you think, or what is your idea how that can deliver better, more credible climate action from companies?
Well, first we need to get this level playing field. This is really essential for the front runners as well, that we actually have a basic standard and we have independent assessments to get away from, greenwashing, which basically is really destructive for climate action as far as I see it. So that is really important to get that in place. Then I think if we can achieve that sort of exponential ask from companies going to their first tire supplier, which goes to their second tire supplier, basically the same ask that you should have targets in place, such as halving by 2030, for example, net zero targets, and then you should pass on these requirements backwards in your chain. The same thing will happen now when we ask our companies, go to your banks, because you have a lot of cash in your bank, ask your bank to ensure that you also have targets in place, and also ask that to your customers. We're using our money to lend it out to other parties. That is really a grand strategy as far as we see it. So we can achieve that exponential ask across the value chains, we can move much faster, and relating to what Tom said before. So apart from setting like a basic plane, we also really need to get this race to the top going, where companies start to compete actually on going in the front line and being rewarded for that.
Now, transparency is one of the big words that comes up there a lot, together with recognition and accountability. And John, your work shows that there's even some confusion around, not so much transparency, maybe around all the different initiatives that are assessing credible climate action.
Yes,
of course. Thanks.
Yes, thanks, Andrea. So Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, actually says that net zero suffers from a deficit of credibility and a surplus of confusion. And so at the tracker, what we're trying to do is we're trying to address both of those things in tandem. So one of the initiatives that we have started on is what we call signposting. And it's actually signposting to other voluntary initiatives in this ecosystem. So for example, our partners, New Climate Institute, they issue a report every year called the Corporate Climate Responsibility Monitor. And they actually do deep dives into the biggest companies in the world. And we signpost to their ratings of whether a company has low integrity or high integrity. So that's just an example of what we're wanting to do and roll out across more of the ecosystem to make a user, make it easier for a user to actually know who's assessing what.
Thanks. I'm waiting for one more guest here, Sarah Bloom-Raskin, co-chair of the consultation on the recognition and accountability framework, who will be coming and joining us on the stage shortly. So let me just check where we are. And there's a little bit time for us to go into maybe the biggest, well, one of the biggest topics here at COP, which is fossil fuel phase out. Now, obviously, that's something that countries here are discussing, the producer, and there's very different views, obviously, and we don't know yet at the beginning of this COP where this will come out on and what language and it will maybe find its way into an agreement. But if we now look at companies specifically, Arunaba, the recommendations coming from the high-level expert group, what did they say on a fossil fuel phase-out?
The recommendations were very clear. Firstly, it referred to all fossil fuels, not just cherry-picking the ones that you don't like and hold on to the ones that you can't get rid of. It was very clear for coal, no more expansion of new mines, but in terms of shutting down coal-based power by 2030 in developed countries and by 2040 in developing countries. For oil and gas, again, no more exploration of new oil and gas, no more expansion of the existing reserves or extension of the production. Now, at the same time, I mean, those were the recommendations, but I think what has happened is that in the context of the urgency of energy insecurity, the urgent has trumped the important. And I think what we need to do now is also contextualize our actions in terms of what is it that we can do to double down or triple down, as is being discussed, on renewables, rather than just putting out a recommendation that we know is, sadly getting ignored. So it's very, very important that the phasing down or phasing out of fossil fuels coincides with a massive ramp up of renewables so that the energy access and energy security imperative is not compromised. Otherwise, it's politically untenable.
Thank you. I do believe that the net zero tracker showed that, that's not really something that companies are looking at in much detail at all yet, the fossil fuel phase out. Is that correct?
No, that's right. We actually ran a pilot in our June stocktake against all our fossil fuel companies in the database. So we had 114, and not a single one have indicated that they're going to move away from fossil fuels by 2050, let alone this century. And actually, we are releasing an analysis on Monday. We are going to host a press conference here, and we're actually rolling that pilot out across our whole database. So all those entities with net zero targets. So we'll be able to tell you more from Monday.
Thank you so much for that. Just very briefly, before we have Sarah coming and joining us on the stage here, what's the one main challenge for a company to even begin thinking about what fossil fuel phase out means?
I think it's about understanding the scope of it. We have, when we talk about our own emissions that we, like in our scope 2 then it's fairly straightforward, as I said earlier. When it comes to scope 3 in our supply chain, that's where it becomes complicated. There's no other way, it has to be done, but it's not always so easy.
Thank you for explaining that, Anna. Now, welcome. Uppsala. Something happened here with whatever installation you have on that. Thank you so much for saving me here. Let's just hear whether the microphone is working. So it might not be. Is there any indication here from Stockholm whether you're still hearing me? Thank you. Thanks so much for helping out here, everyone. So thank you so much for joining us here. Sarah Bloom-Raskin, co-chair of the consultation on the UNFCCC Net Zero Recognition and Accountability Framework, a professor at Duke University School of Law, and a former Deputy Secretary at the US Treasury. Welcome here, Sarah.
Very happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Delighted that you made it through the heat and maze that we have here around us. So you've spent the past few months listening and learning, I think is what it said in your newsletter, from companies like Skanska here, also from cities, from financial institutions, basically from all these non-state actors, and also from initiatives like ours, Exponential Roadmap initiatives. What key points are emerging from this learning process, and when it comes to the key blockers really to faster and better climate action from companies?
Yes, right. And you're so right, Andrea. We've been doing a lot of listening, much listening, talking to all sorts of firms all across the world of different sizes, engaged in different things, not just the financial sector firms, but firms that are engaged in things like transportation, in housing, pharmaceuticals, manufacturing, of all different sizes. And we've been talking to them in different ways so that we can draw out good information. And the information that we are hearing about really is what is keeping them from doing even more, right, in terms of making net zero commitments and being able to show progress against those commitments, and having those commitments mean something, having them be something that's credible, that's recognized for good progress. And so it's been quite a listening session, quite a tour, and we're still in the middle of it. So we're still taking it in.
But we're still trying to tease out a little bit from you what's emerging.
Yeah.
And one of the aspects that we talked about earlier was this question of governance, right? And who's governing net zero? And your consultation also looked into that and looked at what role the UNFCCC or other UN bodies could really play in catalyzing progress. So what are you hearing?
Right. So one thing we're hearing is the decarbonization transition journey is happening. It is in the midst of quite a bit of momentum, but firms are in different stages along it, right? So some firms have actually established net zero pledges, made commitments, and are moving towards them. Others haven't even begun. And those that are either, haven't begun or really want to be more ambitious are finding different obstacles. And to get to your question, Andrea, one of the early obstacles that firms have as they begin the journey is one of information, getting the right data. Having data that is accessible, that is usable, that is relevant to helping them set a target that's going to be meaningful, right? So the idea here is to have data and information that will be useful to them.
You mentioned that your consultation is still ongoing.
Yes, it is.
And of course it is examining all these issues around recognition, accountability. It's not yet done. You have further consulting to do. But when it comes to accelerators, what are some of the key points that you're hearing there?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that we hear and continue to hear is, again, the importance of data. How data and having the right information is necessary for setting a target, for actually wanting to begin a net zero kind of transition. So data, absolutely critical. And what kind of data? Data that is interoperable, data that is, not behind a firewall. I mean, we're talking here, the entire world, and there are businesses that can't afford to actually pay for privatized data. They actually need to have data that is accessible to them. And then thinking about also technical expertise. This idea of doing something in the net zero frame isn't something that is accessible and easily found at every single firm. So having the right talent and human resources at places is also actually a critical barrier.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for joining us here and giving us a few glimpses into the work that's ongoing there in this consultation on the recognition and accountability framework of the UNFCCC. And I'd ask you to stay here on the stage while I'll just put a last question really to all our panelists. And that would be to finish just one sentence. The single most important way in which recognition and accountability can accelerate credible climate action from companies is through, you go first, Anna.
Yeah, I think it is through the right people asking the right questions.
That's simple enough. There's many of us who are asking questions. Arunaba, you go next.
I think the single biggest accelerator can be in an architecture to verify the verifiers. Once we have that at scale, then immediately the data becomes credible, and immediately the actions that the data is verifying becomes credible, and then you crowd in, as I was saying earlier, the good, and from the good you crowd in the better.
John, you want to go? Oh, yeah.
Sure. I would say closing the gaps on data and credibility. The way I think about climate change is there are 4 big gaps. One on action, one on finance, one on data, and one on credibility. And at the Net Zero Tracker, we'd try to address the last 2 gaps. So that's where my focus would be.
What about you?
I'd point toward regulation and creating a level playing field, but also the enabling environment that helps every company deliver on the targets that it's set.
Thank you. Johan.
Yeah, we need to make target setting, having credible targets and action, business as usual across basically all businesses. At the same time, we need to accelerate the race to the top between the winners. That's a twofold strategy. That would be a winning strategy.
Thank you so much, everyone. Now, I realize that we have 10 minutes left in this session, which is rather extraordinary, given that we have 6 people here, experts, which I must say I admire how concise everyone is today, which is not maybe the rule. So we could go into maybe an outlook type of question where we look at what messages need to be coming and would be helpful as the negotiations are now going on among country leaders. So what message as a company, maybe Anna, do you want to send that you feel would be helpful to an ambitious outcome here at COP28? And do feel free to take your time.
Oh, thank you. That's yeah. I'll try to keep short anyway. But I think one of the biggest challenges is what we have all mentioned already is about the data and the quality of the data and the standardization and lack of harmonization. As a company operating in many different countries and markets, it becomes obviously really quick when we're trying to gather data that the regulations, national regulations and policies, for example, how to measure energy or what emission factors to use when calculating carbon footprint or the definition of net zero. Some countries actually have, to get a building permit, you need to have a preliminary carbon calculation, and that looks really different in all of our different markets, which means that for us it's really hard to say something about our data as a group, as a company, but we can say stuff in our all different markets. But I would love, because I'm one of those architects trying to figure out how to measure and get the right quality of our data. I would love if we could have a more harmonized way of talking about the data, standard national legislation, and yeah, just trying to be able to compare and talk about the data in a way where we don't need to always take into account that there are different ways of measuring the data that we're using. So, yeah.
Is that something, Tom, sorry, may I ask you to share the mic? Is that something, Tom, that the COP, let's say, could deliver?
Well, I think the COP is going to deliver, I hope, a strong message in response to the global stocktake, which, as many will know, is the first time countries have come together under the Paris Agreement to say, how are we doing on these targets we've set for ourselves collectively, and what more needs to be done? And I think the message is already very clear that we need to do more, we need to do it much more quickly. But the message I hope will also come out of this global stocktake is that we can do a lot more. And indeed, some things are already happening, which are very exciting. And that's an important message as well, because it gives us not just sort of naive hope for the future, but actually a concrete set of steps we can take to deliver on that scaling up of speed and ambition and implementation, especially, that we need. And I think the regulation I'm talking about is one of those pieces. So, as I was saying before, disclosure is now becoming the norm in many parts of the world. If you look at the G20, for example, 9 of the G20 members have some kind of sustainability disclosure in their rules, varied in how they are, but 9 have some kind of rules. 9 more are in the process of developing those rules, talking only about the national level here, and 2 others are maybe going to hopefully start soon. But if you look across many domains, so not just data, but say transition plan requirements or procurement rules or advertising claims or trade rules, you're seeing this kind of net zero concept actually weaving through the fabric of the economy overall. And for countries here at COP, they can actually point to that trend and say, look, we've set these targets. Companies have also set their targets. We're not on track, but if we actually create this level playing field, if we actually build this enabling environment and reshape the incentives that these regulations are creating, we can make progress, and there's progress we already see is becoming apparent because of that. So I think that's, I hope, the message the global stock take will really land with countries, companies, and all of us here at COP.
Thanks, and because there's no, John, there's no point really in only companies doing net zero, right? We need to see a global net zero, and that's so you're in your net zero stocktake are assessing all actors against net zero. So what's on that interaction between company net zero and the global net zero and the country level decision makers? What's the connection here, and what can be helpful that can come out of conversations like these?
Yeah, it's precisely why we track nations, regions, cities, and companies to give a comprehensive view of the whole of the economy. You could think of it like a sandwich. You need that top down and that bottom up. So actually, one of the best things we found in the stocktake was that the net zero targets going into policy documents and into law grew over 2 years from 7% to 75%. And that shows that nations are taking this seriously. And so entrenching that in law and in policy documents shows companies the direction of travel. There's no going back on this.
Now, Sarah, there are things that you can say and that you cannot say, given the role that you're in. I would like to ask you, from your personal experience as a policymaker, what are the kind of messages emerging from the private sector that were helpful to your decision making?
Yeah, so the private sector, as we talk to businesses, they do want a sense of policy certainty, right? They do find that it's easier to invest in the future, in particular transition technologies or certain processes, if they have a stable, predictable, and enabling, and I should also add equitable, policy framework. And so what businesses look for is they look for that. They need that, okay? And of course, different jurisdictions have different policy settings that they are deploying. But whatever those settings are, the business sector needs them. They need to know that they are there and that they can be enabling. And of course, for firms that want to accelerate, and we want to see acceleration, you want to see policy settings that permit, that actually enable that acceleration. Okay, and you want that for not just the confidence that businesses get when they have it, but also allowing businesses to be recognized for what they've done, right? Because of course this is these big jumps to net zero have to be happening in little bite-sized pieces, and those pieces have to be recognized and assessed, and course has to be sort of reset now and then. So I think the policy realm is critically important here.
And thank you, Sarah, for answering that question. Arunava, we look back at what the high-level expert group delivered in terms of recommendations. We took stock of where we are now, and now looking forward, maybe even to the next COP. Where do you want to see net zero integrity from companies then, and how would that enable countries to take better decisions?
Well, one of the things that we brought out was in the recommendations was that your interim targets need to begin from 2025. So really, it's just 2 years to go to be credibly, credibly make a case that you belong inside the room. As the Secretary General, when he hosted the Climate Ambition Summit in September, made it very clear only those who are aligning with these recommendations should be coming into into the room. Now, what needs to happen between now and say next year or 2025? Number one, I would like to see more of that positive reinforcement that Sarah was also referring to, or Tom was referring to, because I think it's not about creating just a fluffy positive story, but I think seeing that there are certain companies or jurisdictions that are able to navigate this complexity and recognizing the complexity and yet being able to see I can make some progress, then lend some confidence to the others to also step up. That's one thing. The second thing that I would really want is a de-risking of investment in the emerging markets. Because without that, your scope 2, scope 3, your larger just transition just does not pan out and becomes difficult for companies that are operating across different geographies and difficult for countries to make credible claims for what they want to achieve.
Thank you, Yuan. The one thing I think that the point that I would like to hear from you is on the picking up on the race to the top between companies and countries. Can you spell that out very briefly?
I can do that. But first, I'd like to say for this particular COP, it's so incredibly important that we start the journey to phase out all fossil fuels. So to put an enormous pressure on that, and also from all companies, that we're encouraging companies actively now phasing out all the fossil fuels through their value chains, which is happening. So that's a clear signal to finance, to countries. It's time to phase out fossil fuels. But we won't be able to do that, to connect to what you said, Arunabha, unless we scale up the solutions to shift out the old economy. We need to scale up the substitutes, and we need to scale them much, much faster, maybe 2-5 times faster. Renewable energy efficiency is scaling, but we have to go much faster. We have 10 other solutions which we need to get on the same exponential Moore's law trajectory as well. So I think that will be incredibly important the next upcoming COPs to get the up curve going as well.
Thank you, everyone here, for sharing your insights on where we are, on accountability for companies in their net zero commitments, and on how recognition and accountability can accelerate credible climate action from companies. That's it from the Exponential Roadmap Initiative for today. Join us again tomorrow. And now stay tuned here for more from Stockholm. Over to you, Katarina.
Well, thank you so much, Andrea and guests. What a great session. Let's now move on to the next. The United Nations' new production gap report shows that governments and fossil fuel companies plan to emit 110% more carbon pollution than can be allowed to keep warming below 1.5 degrees. To date, climate policy has focused on reducing emissions on the demand side and has left the issue of supply unaddressed. In this session, we'll outline the data that builds a case for a fossil fuel treaty and why dealing with the supply is critical for upholding climate health and human rights. So now over to my dear co-host in Dubai, Nick Nuttall, and his very interesting panelists.
Katarina, thanks a lot. We're moving from panel to panel here with large numbers of guests, so it was a bit of a rush just to connect through to this panel, but now we're all here, so it's absolutely fantastic. Joining me here in Dubai is Ariel, I'm going to struggle with this, Deranger.
That's me, yes.
Wow, how do you pronounce your middle name?
My full name is Ariel Tsekwi Deranger.
Okay, perfect. And she's Executive Director of Indigenous Climate Action. Yes. And Ariel is a long-time advocate for indigenous rights and challenges the expansion of fossil fuel developments in home territories. With her is Dr. Amira Sawas, right, Head of Research and Policy at the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. So great to have you here. She is a feminist researcher and an advocate with almost 20 years of experience of working at the intersection of climate change, gender justice, public participation, and the social contract. And last but not least, we have Claire Fison. She's co-head of climate policy team at Climate Analytics in Berlin. That's where I live too, so I know Berlin very well. And they have contributed to the UN Environment Programme's Production Gap Report. Thank you very much indeed. Why do I have 2 iPads? Thank you so much. Okay, so thanks very much. Let's start off. Claire, give us some headline main findings from the Production Gap Report 2023. What are we doing with this production?
Yeah, thank you. So in the Production Gap Report, a whole team of analysts from several different think tanks all scrolled through the production plans for fossil fuels by a whole series of different countries, 20 different countries, major producing countries, to look at what those plans would add up to. And what we found was that by 2030, there would be over 100% more fossil fuel production than we'd need in a 1.5 compatible pathway. So that's double what we would need to see. So obviously planning to completely bust through the 1.5 degree goal if those plans are realized. The gap is particularly large for coal, which is over 400% too much in the pipeline planned, and in the case of gas, 80% too much gas. Of course, those are just plans, so it's still up to governments to decide whether they realize those plans. And as part of this analysis, we also looked at what would be actually consistent with 1.5 degrees. And for that, we would need coal to effectively be completely phased out by 2040, and oil and gas to be together cut by at least 75% by 2050. And actually probably more than that when you factor in both the risks of certain technologies such as carbon capture and storage and carbon dioxide removal, which are also relied on to some extent in these pathways, but also when you factor in the dangers of fossil fuels. 7 million people currently die each year from air pollution related to fossil fuels. So when you factor those in, you need an even faster phase out. Yeah, we just had somebody from the Lancet Commission Countdown, or is it the Lancet Countdown Commission? I always get confused which way around it is. Marina Romanello, and she was just outlining some of the figures in terms of the likely increased deaths, particularly in the over 65s, but you know, from that. What about, I mean, we all know that all the reports are saying, right, Claire, that I mean, the International Energy Agency, so many others, there are business organizations here calling for the phase out of fossil fuels, not the phase down, and people are hoping that it might come out of this COP. I mean, is that pretty consistent with your numbers in terms of if we want to deal with climate change, yeah? Yeah, so if governments really want to get real about limiting warming to 1.5, they absolutely need to agree to phase out fossil fuels. We've been sitting in this process for years, and we haven't mentioned the words so far. So it's clear that we need a commitment to be made. The IEA came out this year and said, actually, it looks like fossil fuel demand could peak this decade. So that's the first time that we're seeing that actually renewables could start to overtake energy demand growth and start pushing fossil fuels out of the system. And we recently did some analysis that showed actually with the acceleration that we're seeing in solar and wind in particular, they could already start pushing fossil fuels out as early as next year. And that would mean that greenhouse gas emissions could peak this year, which would meet a key IPCC milestone for keeping 1.5 degrees in reach. But of course, that's not guaranteed. Governments would need to stop propping up this industry and start really investing in the renewable energy system of the future. And I think what's critical is that it's not just a phase out in the very long term. We need fossil fuels to be reduced already this decade. We need 40% cuts this decade to keep 1.5 in reach. Yep. Can we get your perspective on all this? What does it all mean?
I think that some of the points that Claire has made are incredibly important right now. When we talk about states not actually living up to the commitments of meeting the decrease in emissions to meet the 1.5 goals with their continued investment in fossil fuels, we're seeing this even like where I come from Canada, I come from the Treaty 8 territories of Northern Alberta, where Alberta is dead set on getting every last drop of oil out of the ground, so much so that they are approving new projects at breakneck speed right now with massive investments into fossil fuels that are actually not just dangerous to my own community with the impacts that we're seeing from the fossil fuel industry, but we're also recognizing that this is contributing to the the global climate crisis, and we don't have any plans to reduce our emissions in the areas of northern Alberta. And this isn't just dangerous, again, for our own communities, but this is dangerous for everyone. We absolutely need to have a global demand for a phase out of fossil fuels, not just for human and Indigenous rights, but for the livelihoods of all people. And I think for me, one of the biggest challenges is we talk about needing to meet a reduction of emissions to meet our 1.5 goals, and yet we're developing things like Article 6 that are looking at carbon market mechanisms, which are actually not just creating a loophole, but are dependent on increased emissions to create an economic paradigm where they have emissions to continue to trade within these systems and structures. So if we need to phase out, not only for human and Indigenous rights in communities like my own that are seeing the impacts on the ground from fossil fuel expansion, and that's being exacerbated by the climate crisis, where we've seen out of control forest fires in our territory that are being created from a destabilization of our water table from oil and gas and exacerbated by climate change. If we do not have a phase out of fossil fuels as a global demand, this is a death sentence for communities like my own in Canada.
It's very, very interesting. And I mean, I spent some time in California when they had something called the Global Climate Action Summit in 2018.
I was there.
And there were so many people, Indigenous people, people of color, and who are living right next to oil and gas production, which had never, probably was once in the countryside. And the urban areas have moved in that direction. And the poor people are living right next to it, breathing it in every day.
Yes, absolutely.
It's absolutely shocking.
I think historically we've seen how the movement that really tried to highlight environmental racism in North America has looked at how we have historically seen these projects placed next to marginalized Black, Indigenous, people of color communities because it's out of sight, out of mind. In fact, in the early 2000s in Canada, the Minister of Environment said, we're placing these projects up north because there's no one up there, as if that we don't exist. And our community has seen the impacts. There's a community just about 200 kilometers from my community that is literally completely surrounded by oil and gas projects. The Lancet report really highlights not just those direct impacts from emissions and contamination, but that it being exacerbated by the climate crisis.
What about the gender aspect of this? Can you illuminate why we need this fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty from that perspective?
Sure. Well, if you look at the SDGs in general, we've done a study a couple of years ago which showed that all of the SDGs are actually under threat due to fossil fuel production. One of them obviously being gender equality. There's been a lot of analysis, and I reviewed a lot of the studies for the IPCC report on this, and typically you find, because of systems of patriarchy and inequality which are disproportionately experienced by women, particularly women from marginalized groups and living in poverty, those disproportionate impacts are felt, whether that's health impacts, whether that's impacts on mobilities, whether that's in disasters. You learn that, in many disasters, they disproportionately affect women because of things like the access to cash being limited or the social networks being restricted because of sort of patriarchal norms and standards. So, fossil fuels are threatening all of the SDGs. And when you do an analysis from an intersectional perspective, it's the same power dynamics playing out. It's the same. It's effectively sort of the neo-colonial power dynamics playing out in a very concentrated and intense way because of the rapid nature of the impacts of the climate crisis.
This is all quite negative stuff, isn't it, that we're saying here? Where's this glimmer of expectation and that we can turn the ship around? I mean, renewables are doubling every 3.5 years. We're not starting at ground zero. Do you want to come in on that?
Yes, but I think what we have to do is address the structure at the moment, which is facilitating the continued production and investment in extraction infrastructure. So at the moment we have subsidies globally. Last year for fossil fuels were over $7 trillion. The G20 earlier this year committed to increasing their investment into renewables, but they only committed to $4 trillion a year. So we have a major mismatch in priorities in terms of where the investment is being put. Now, there is, we're putting forward a proposal led by parties for a treaty where a fair, fast and funded phase out could be negotiated in a way which takes into account the historical factors, takes into account the power dynamics, which are impacting lots of countries' abilities to do a phase out. That's the biggest fear, I think, for many people, that we should be talking about a phase out in the COP space, but COP focuses on emissions. It doesn't focus on production. So how are we actually going to change the structural factors which are enabling this to continue at the moment?
Well, I mean, the COP focuses on emissions, but even that's not doing very well. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Because, I mean, we're talking about fossil fuels here, but we've got to think about land, and we've got to think of all the other things that add up to the emissions. And we're still way off on track on that. I mean, if governments were meeting and exceeding their Paris targets, we might be on track to handle all these multiple complex issues. Claire, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, what we have seen since Paris is there has been some progress. So we've been tracking every year, what do the targets and policies that governments have put in place take us to? And I think the policies in Paris were taking us to over 3 degrees, around 3.5 degrees. We're now more down to kind of 2.8, 2.7 degree territory. So there has been progress. And of course, if you factor in all of the net zero targets as well, you could get even steeper down. There is also increasing recognition of the importance of getting rid of fossil fuels. In Glasgow, for the first time, we did at least acknowledge that coal needs to be phased down. Of course, we need that to be a complete phase out. So there are kind of baby steps in the right direction. I think what's perhaps even criminal is that we have more than ever the information on what we need to do. We know exactly what's needed for 1.5. We need to phase out fossil fuels. We need to triple renewables. We're getting gradually on track for that. We need to double energy efficiency. We know the devastating impacts that continuing to burn fossil fuels, continuing to produce fossil fuels will have around the world. So we have all of this information available, and I think it's really up to governments to just step up and show that they are ready to respond to the science instead of coming here every year and kind of saying the same thing. So I think this is why an agreement here to phase out fossil fuels would be a really important step.
It's obviously, in the end, this is all about economy, invested interest versus, progress. And I was talking to Johan Rockström, the scientist with the planetary boundaries, and he's now at the Potsdam Climate Impact Research Institute when I was queuing up this morning. And he was saying that he talked to somebody that said that during the COVID lockdown, the price of container shipments around the world went up 1,000%, and somehow the world didn't come to an end. You know what I mean? And surely, if people were really serious and really put a high price on, the carbon from fossil fuels, and there was a very, very high carbon price or some other measures, the economy wouldn't stop tomorrow. I mean, oil and gas the price of a barrel can go from $30, can't it, to 150, and the world doesn't come to an end. So in fact, we can start pricing this thing out, but I think governments are actually scared of saying to their voters, we are going to jack up the price of fossil fuels and da-da-da-da-da, yeah? But they need to bite the bullet, because actually the future would be better and more economically prosperous without them.
I think the biggest problem, in my opinion, is that a lot of the G20 countries are oil-producing countries.
Yeah.
And this affects their personal bottom lines for us to talk about the phase out of fossil fuels. Like, I come from Canada. This is a very large oil-producing country that has no interest, at least the province where I come from, which is the province for oil production. Alberta does not want to phase out of oil and gas at all. They think it's their right. In fact, we have an entire movement in the province right now to actually try to say that it's a violation of the Constitution for the federal government to enforce rules like carbon pricing and a phase out of fossil fuel.
Yeah.
So when we have countries and states and colonial systems and structures that are continuing to push this as their right to be able to produce this and really continue to couch this crisis in an economic framework, then we end up in these debates about like how we can actually phase out of fossil fuels and usher in renewables. I think the other thing we need to be concerned about within this conversation conversation is that we continue to couch this in an economic framework, and it continues to bypass the human and indigenous rights movements. And you ask, like, where is the positive in this? One of the things that I think is really, really incredible is that since the beginning of the UNFCCC processes, we have seen civil society continue to try to push for that human rights approach to ensure that states can't continue to just only look at the economic frameworks, because if we have a reductionist framework that looks only at emissions and only at the economy as a way to address this crisis, then we're going to continue to replicate those same systems of harm, even if we usher in and transition into a renewable energy economy. So while we're talking about phasing out fossil fuels, we also have to talk about, like, what does that look like when we phase out? Is this just, Shell and Exxon and all the big multinational corporations transitioning from fossil fuels to renewable energy, which has in itself a lot of dangers and risks to replicating systems of human rights abuses across the world. So we have to look at this. And the beautiful thing that I've seen and participated in the COP system since 2009 is this increase of human rights and indigenous rights advocates and spaces. And we're not just here in the spaces, we're actually getting more voice, and we're getting more power within these structures. And particularly the Indigenous Peoples Movement is the second largest civil society group, second to oil and gas lobbyists in these spaces. And we have been able to really push the agenda forward to ensure that this conversation does not continue to be reduced to an economic and reductions of emissions conversation. And I think that's beautiful, because then it allows the conversations and the phase out of fossil fuel, gender justice, all of these things to continue to have that platform, so that as we move towards the phase out, that we're going to do it within a just framework.
Right. This fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, I mean, we're having various programs through the week, as it were, about it, and different voices on it. Just to get back to it for a second, why is it special? I mean, why do you back it? Why do you think it's a good idea?
I think it's a good idea because it's party-led, and civil society brings lots of energy and lots of solutions, and many of them drive the conversation forward, but we need political will. It's led by countries, started off with Pacific Island countries such as Tuvalu and Vanuatu, and has broadened out to producer countries, for example, Timor-Leste. We have 9 countries who've endorsed, and that's within a very short period of time. So there is political will growing, and it's set up by states that didn't necessarily drive the historical emissions trajectory. So it's an opportunity to rewrite the power, to say the global economy and the system in the way that it's structured is not serving equity interests. And so let's start something, let's set up something and determine the framework and the structure in which we do it. Now, there's 3 sort of pillars of the treaty, and one of the most important one is a just and equitable transition. The truth is, it's totally understandable in many contexts, in many low-income countries, particularly those who have experienced colonialism, that they feel the system is structured in such a way that they can't phase out immediately. And the treaty proposal is not suggesting an immediate phase out. For those countries, it's suggesting let's set up a framework where support can be given by countries who are rich, who have historical responsibility, and who are currently producing fossil fuels, who need to stop. But they need to be providing support to those countries to make that phase out in a time which is in the interests of human rights, development, and sustainable development. And until now, that hasn't been a conversation in parties. There's been a lot of, I've sat in the negotiating room all of yesterday in the global stocktake, and the biggest challenge that kept coming up was around equity. How do countries like Brazil and India and many other countries who are producing coal, oil and gas, how do they kind of think about the future while considering the sustainable development needs? Now, firstly, as I said, fossil fuel production affects and threatens all of the SDGs, but we also need to provide support and structure and a framework to move things forward, and that's something that's being proposed.
Tell me something from the production gap report. I mean, this is not the first. There's been previous ones as well. I used to be the director of comms of UNEP, and I remember working on the original gap reports and publicizing those. Is there, when you look at these numbers that you're crunching, do you ever see any parts of the world or any countries in the world or anybody that's not, I mean, I'm not talking about the small islands here because they're not polluting at all, right? But any countries where you see, but they're not going up they're actually, you know, going down. They're not contributing to this 100% increase in production.
Yeah, so this year at the global level, I think what's quite disappointing is that the gap is still the same as the last report that we did a couple of years ago. So even though we've come forward with more and more NDC targets under this process, we've come forward with net zero targets, we still have the same gap, which shows that governments aren't putting those targets into action when it comes to their production plans. There are countries that have already peaked their emissions. Over 50 countries had done so by 2015, representing about a quarter of emissions today. There are a lot of countries who are kind of getting closer to that point. And yeah, I think that there are some really promising signs. For example, countries like Uruguay and Namibia have shown incredibly rapid uptake in renewables. Their renewables have grown actually at least at the pace that we would need to grow globally to limit warming to 1.5. So it's not just, a lot of people know that the developed world has so far managed more to reduce emissions, partly due to the export of emissions to other countries, but actually even in terms of their consumption emissions, those are starting to fall because of energy efficiency improvements, because of the transition to renewables. But it's also a phenomenon that we're seeing in the developing world as more and more governments realize that actually this does have benefits for sustainable development in our countries. There's benefits for energy access, for energy security. I mean, you mentioned the world kind of survived these increases in prices over the last few years, but of course there are a lot of vulnerable people who've been hit hard by energy prices going up. Pakistan could no longer afford to import liquefied natural gas, for example, and a lot of people have been hit hard by the energy crisis in countries like the UK. And so I think we've seen our vulnerability to this volatility in fossil fuel price fluctuations, and that's yet another reason to make this transition.
Yeah. What happens from here? I mean, I don't mean particularly from this conversation here, but from this day, how do you plan to deploy your talents and skills and experience in the halls and the corridors to try and get what you want, or at least something a bit close to what you want from this UN climate conference?
I mean, I can start. I think that part of this work is I think this panel is a really great representation of the type of work that we need to do, is working within coalitions, understanding like that analysis, the science, the data, and taking it, having strategies that we can replicate at the global level that really focuses on the responsibilities of nation states, and then working at the sort of community level to ensure that we're upholding systems of human rights and indigenous people's rights within the models that we are all advocating for, because we're all in the same team, and the work that we're doing also exists within its own different silos of work. And for me, like, I'm going to continue to work with indigenous peoples movements globally and locally back home, but knowing that we are a part of advocating for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, that we absolutely need to demand our states participate in this, and that we absolutely need to be informed with good science and good data to advocate for the changes that we need for that just and equitable transition that we are asking for. And we have to absolutely look at those root causes of this, looking at the colonial structures and imperialism that have locked us into this crisis now, and how we can collectively work together with all of our skill sets to really combat not just the climate crisis, but the crisis that we're having within these negotiation systems of trying to separate us all and ensure that we're not working together in that collective movement.
I couldn't have said it better, if I'm honest.
Okay, we can just finish there now.
I know, yeah, we're done. Let's go.
You wrapped it up, you know. Unfortunately, we have a few more minutes.
Oh, okay. I think for us at the Treaty Initiative, we are supporting parties who are interested in endorsing. We're talking to parties who want to know more about it, and we're building the evidence base. So particularly on issues like just transition, what are the principles of just transition? Obviously, this must be led by parties and their key stakeholders in civil society and science, but we want to facilitate and support that. So a lot of what we're doing really is building motivation and also a sense of agency around this, that it is possible and we can do something different and feel like there's something we can take out of this space and move the conversation forward in a very practical, action-oriented way.
And the production gap report, what are you doing with that here?
Yeah, I mean, just maybe on the point of agency. So this recent analysis that we did that showed actually we could peak emissions this year, I think is a remarkable finding, actually. I didn't expect to find that. Yeah. There are a lot of ifs, attached to that. Like, governments have to act. They have to continue pushing behind renewables. But I think we really want to get that kind of science-based messaging out, that we're kind of always looking to 2030 and 2050, but actually we can take actions this year and next that could already bend the curve downwards so that we would be heading on track to our targets, or at least in the right direction, if not yet on track. So yeah, I think we'll really be here listening to what kinds of analysis are useful and trying to make sure as many people understand as possible what's needed for 1.5 and that it's still very much possible to do if we take the right decisions here.
One quick response to one thing. Some of the large private oil companies, of course, since the Ukraine war, have been running around the world telling everybody, you're lucky you've got fossil fuels because, energy insecurity. And even the extent of selling the idea to Africa that somehow fossil fuels are really good for overcoming poverty, right? Yeah. Quick answer to this, because we've got 2 minutes. Is this really stupid or not?
It's incredibly stupid. I've seen it play out in my own community, that they've tried to push this into our community. It actually leads to a decreased quality of life for the people that are in those impact zones for the oil and gas. It creates inflation in localized economies, and it actually can create economic disparities as opposed to a solution to poverty. Yeah.
And also, I mean, climate impacts push 100 million extra people into poverty per year at the moment. That's, the difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees outcome will be that. Right. So more people are being pushed into poverty all the time. Right. And 1 in 5 people die due to, prematurely due to fossil fuel driven pollution.
We say to people out there, don't believe the propaganda.
Don't believe it.
Okay.
Believe us.
All right. Thank you very much indeed for your time. We're going to have to whip you off the stage right now because we've got another fantastic panel coming. I've got a very temperamental iPad here that keeps wanting to turn itself off. So then I have to find the password and come back on. Katerina, maybe just some quick reflections on what the host said.
Well, thank you so much, Nick. That was a truly inspiring session. I'd say this really showcases the power of collaboration. So thank you so much for that. The We Mean Business Coalition is a global nonprofit network working with the world's most influential businesses to take collective action against climate change. And their goal is to bridge the gap between climate-positive policy and climate-positive businesses in order to halve global emissions by 2030, in line with the Paris Agreement's 1.5-degree pathway. And ahead of COP28, 131 companies, collectively representing 1 trillion in global annual revenue, have signed the We Mean Business Coalition open letter, which is urging governments to phase out fossil fuels. The undersigned included some well-known industry leaders from Nestle to Ericsson to BT. And in this session, we're going to be hearing from different business leaders across agriculture, transport, and industry who have signed the letter to hear their thoughts on where business and policy can meet in order to expedite climate action. So now I hand it back over to you, Nick.
Well, Katerina, thanks very much indeed.
To start, we'll have a panel discussion with specific industry leaders to discuss their ambitions for net zero and the role that collaborative organizations such as WMBC play in helping them drastically cut emissions. And this is really, really exciting work that we're doing here. So joining us here in Dubai is Maria Mendilucci. She's CEO for the Women Business Coalition. Maria is an expert in sustainable development, energy and climate action, and with 25 years of experience. And as the CEO of the Women Business Coalition, she works with nonprofit and corporate partners to provide the lodestar to guide companies to net zero. To date, We Mean Business has mobilized 13,000 companies that have committed to Paris-aligned emissions reductions and has brought the business voice from the G7, the G20 and UNFCCC. And we're with us Laura Clark, CEO of Client Earth. And Laura is a determined optimist, driven by the need for positive change in the world, and is committed to addressing the greatest challenges facing our planet, the climate and environmental crisis. And Laura has worked extensively on climate, environmental and sustainability issues throughout her career, and brings a deep understanding of global policy issues and international relations, alongside extensive senior leadership and partnership building experience, all of which are critical, of course, to expand the Client Earth's impact globally. So I'll hand it back over to you, Nick. We had some technical problems there, but I see that you are ready to go and to host this panel. So take it away, Nick.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go with this all-female panel. And we actually have another special guest. We call it last minute. She's definitely not last minute. That's Sally Capp. She's the first female elected Lord Mayor of Melbourne in Australia, and she's been in office since 2018. And in 2019, under her leadership, they declared a climate and biodiversity emergency. And I could go on, but we're going to talk about Melbourne as part of this session. Maria, okay, why did you come up with this idea, this new initiative, which is all focused on getting rid of fossil fuels with some scale and pace?
Well, thank you, Nick. Well, it is clear that we're doing great in scaling renewables, scaling energy efficiency. Fantastic. But emissions continue to rise because we keep burning fossil fuels. So last year at COP, there was a group of 80 countries that say we need to phase out all fossil fuels. As you know, in Glasgow, we managed to have phased down coal. And I think that has been internalized in many companies and countries' plans. But actually, some countries were saying, well, we need to do it all. And it makes a lot of sense, obviously, right? Because we need to stop the very cause of climate change. So that was the start of our thinking. And like I always say, how can we bring the most progressive business, the ones that are at the forefront, to express their views in this matter? And so we have worked with many companies through our partners, and we have 200 companies that have said, yes, we need to triple renewables, we need to double energy efficiency, and we need to phase out fossil fuels. And we need to do that. We need to send a very clear signal that the demand of fossil fuel is on decline. The IEA is saying, business are saying it, the market is saying that. And it's not only that, I mean, it is a reflection of what is happening in the market, but the issue is that regulations are done for the fossil fuel industry. So we need to have a very clear statement from policymakers here, part of the cover decisions, that we need to phase down and phase out fossil fuels, and that needs to be translated to the NDCs of the countries and the regulations that I'm sure we will hear later on this panel.
Laura, great to see you here. And Client Earth, a super organization, and doing fantastic work. In fact, I think we had one of your colleagues on a show at New York Climate Week who was trying to sue on behalf of somebody, KLM Airlines, for coming up with some really extraordinary things that I think the air's cleaner when you fly in KLM than something like that. Tell us about the legal aspect of this.
And I'll focus on our work on the corporate sector, because it's so brilliant to see this corporate leadership from the We Mean Business Coalition. And there is a huge amount of that leadership coming from the corporate sector. And what we do at Client Earth is we really set out, what does good look like in legal terms? You know, what are the responsibilities of companies? What does a really good net zero transition plan look like? The legal duties of directors. So that's a huge amount in terms of supporting people, because none of this stuff is easy. How you transition your company, how you reach net zero. On the other hand, of course, we need to shine a light on those that are not doing the right thing, the laggards. And that is, there's a huge inertia of what I call the vested interests of the status quo. And so we work to tackle those organizations that are trying to delay or stop climate action, whether they're using greenwashing or they're lobbying in ways that are not aligned with their their public net zero commitments. And I think that's critically important, because you need to have the carrot of this is what good looks like, and then you need to be shining a light on those that are doing the wrong thing. So absolutely, as you say, we've involved in tackling KLM over their greenwashing claims of sustainable aviation. We tackled BP for its advertising campaign, and there's a next generation, if you like, of greenwashing claims coming out. It's looking at things like advertising and PR companies. What are their advertised emissions, and how can they be held accounted for that? What about the consultancy firms and their advised emissions? So there's a huge amount going on in that space. And at the same time, as well as that litigation, we try and make sure that we get the right laws and regulations in place, so that the progressive businesses have that incentive, and they have that clarity and predictability in terms of the legal and regulatory framework. And we make sure that also, we want to make sure that there are bans on greenwashing, and that there are the right incentives for companies doing the right thing. So law is that critical tool to go with that ambition from business.
I was going to say it's very critical. And if you worked in the UN, as I did for many years, everyone said all these treaties are soft law and you can't really hold anybody accountable. And then suddenly we're seeing the Grantham Institute in London brought out just recently, didn't they, the level of legislation that's now going on in terms of countries, but also companies, holding them accountable or trying to for what they aren't doing. And I think that this legal side is becoming very interesting indeed. Sally, let's go to you in Melbourne. Why have you joined this fantastic initiative that We Mean Business are doing?
Well, we are really focused on how companies can literally show action to demonstrate that they mean business. Of course, every organisation is looking at its own credentials, and at the City of Melbourne as an organisation, we're doing the same. We've cut our emissions by 76%. We're now focused on our last 24. We know exactly what we need to do, but as a city leader, we also understand we've set targets for our municipality across millions of people and tens of thousands of organisations. So to achieve those city targets, which is 100% renewable energy by 2030, zero net emissions by 2040, we have to be mobilising and partnering with businesses for them to demonstrate not just their commitment as an organisation, but to be able to use their expertise and their investment, their experience to accelerate our progress as a city and as a community. We've seen some fantastic projects so far where we've partnered with the private sector, and from our perspective, working with them on projects that are replicable and scalable also means that we can accelerate, as we heard earlier, that progress towards zero net emissions, because we are working with the private sector on projects that can then be used in other cities or other situations. So from our perspective, we mean business as a city to get to those targets, and we actually need to work with organisations that mean business by demonstrating action.
Sounds like a paradise, does Melbourne, in terms of climate action, doesn't it? I mean, it's like that we all need to move there immediately. I never really thought about that. What do you, where do you go with this campaign, Maria? How are you going to, can Sally help hook in some more cities in Australia and I don't know, others, bring in others? I mean, it's $1 trillion, is it dollars or euros of revenue that is actually backing this campaign?
Yeah.
How do you get two then?
Well, the campaign is called Fossil to Clean, which reflects the situation that the world is at. We need to transition from fossil to clean, and it is business, it is cities, it is citizens, it is ourselves as well. And so we want to build a global movement, and that's why we're partnering with C40 and the cities in that respect. And the cities obviously have such an important role, because it's not only because they are a business in themselves, but also because they are setting the regulations that will lead to many companies achieving those targets, right? And so it is important that out of COP there is a very clear political signal in the cover text that says we need to phase down fossil fuels, that is translated into the NDCs, and that is translated into the different regulatory regimes. Right. Because let's face it, investing in renewables today, it's a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity until they find the barrier. And the barrier many times is regulatory right now. There are new solutions where the barrier might be the market. But that also the regulation has a key role in incentivizing, in providing the incentives that are needed for some of the, I don't know, let's say electric trucks to be on the street, right? We shouldn't have incentives now for renewables, they're quite competitive, but can we help accelerate by reducing the permitting time for companies to be able to put those? So this is—
And the grid, Maria, and the grid. I mean, that is one of the most crazy things I ever heard about this year was it was 15 years in Britain to get a grid connection to your new wind farm. Europe, maybe 9 or 10 years. USA, somewhere in between. But the UK seems to have done something about that. But
there is also flexibility mechanism, because we need to find the storage possibilities throughout the different grid or solutions, and there is lots happening in that space. So there is still a lot of innovation, but regulation has a fundamental role to give that incentive for those technologies that are not there, and to provide the enabling frameworks that will accelerate the initiatives that are commercial, are available, are ready to be scaled.
On the legal side, I suppose two questions. One is, will some of the— I mean, the European Union seems to have been on speed recently. I mean, the number of new directives coming out in relation to the environment and climate and things like that, and corporate social responsibility, blah, 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 just huge. I mean, is that now a whole new raft of legislation that the law can hold these organizations, people, companies, governments more responsible?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And you're right, the EU has been doing a huge amount, and I'd highlight two in particular. One, the EU deforestation regulation, which essentially says that anything that is sold in the EU, the person selling it has to be confident that that product is not complicit in any way across its entire supply chain in deforestation. Now, that's critically important. Of course, its impact goes far beyond EU countries. It spreads globally because the EU is a global market. And at Client Earth, we worked incredibly hard to really make sure that was ambitious as possible, that regulation. And the other that you mentioned is corporate— that's never a very flashy title, is it?
No.
But corporate sustainability due diligence. It's all about what do corporates need to do in terms of their climate commitments, in terms of tackling environmental impact in their operations and supply chains, tackling human rights impacts. That's critically important. So I think that international legislation is very important, but we're also at Client Earth calling for national climate laws, because it's one thing to come to COP and make pledges or even do a really bright, new, shiny, nationally determined contribution for how you're going to reduce your emissions. But actually, you only turn that into action by legislating to make sure that all your sectors are captured, and also ensuring that across the entire operation of the state, decisions are made that take that climate legislation into account. So when you're looking at permitting, you're looking at regulation, you're looking at investment and infrastructure decisions, you're having in mind that requirement to reduce emissions according to that piece of climate legislation. That's critical, and that's what we're pushing for.
My second point on the legislation simply was the EU is a place where there is possibilities here, but how does Client Earth deal with countries beyond the European Union, even maybe beyond the United States and Australia, countries in Africa, Latin America, parts of Asia? Is litigation growing there, or?
So we do work. We work in Africa, we work in Asia, and we work and a bit in Latin America. And actually, what we do is we adjust our approach according to the geography. And so in Africa, for example, we're working very much in partnership with local NGOs, local communities. And so we've worked very much with local communities, indigenous people, to engage on forest governance reform so that they are able to better defend their own forests. So it's really equipping them with the legal tools and expertise that they need. In China, we've done a lot in terms of training judges and prosecutors so that when laws are set around environmental protection, those are enforced. So we're different ways of working in different places. In the Philippines, we're engaging on regulatory reform to accelerate that renewables transition, because in a way, our entire fabric that we've woven in terms of how we do things is a fossil fuel fabric, and we need to unweave our regulation, unweave all the ways that we do things, and weave it afresh for a sustainable future.
I'll never say anything bad about lawyers again. Sally, in Melbourne, so you've 76% emission reduction, right?
For our organisation, yes.
Yeah. How'd you get out the next 24? What are your projects and plans in the pipeline, or something that you're really
Well, actually, the biggest focus is something that we share with business as well, and that is on existing buildings in our city. Right. Cities really are the biggest emitters in the world, and whilst we're part of the problem, we absolutely need to lead on the solutions. And retrofitting of buildings away from gas to electricity to be able to use more of that renewable energy that we are producing in Australia is key. It's a raft of, it's a technical term here, Nick, carrots and sticks, of ways of encouraging building owners, many large organisations, particularly the institutional investors, into converting those buildings to electricity is also a big challenge for us as a building owner and service provider around town. But again, in that sense of the nuance of how to use We Mean Business, it really is looking at what are the opportunities there. And I think those carrots are more and more attractive to businesses to understand how they can weave this into not just good ESG outcomes, but into good business outcomes for them. I mean, reducing costs, of course, is one element, but for many building owners, their buildings have become less and less attractive as there's a flight to well-rated green buildings as tenants and their staff are demanding better services and credentials internally. And so that whole focus together on how we can take what is 60% of our emissions and reduce them significantly by converting buildings to gas is really important. The other thing I was going to say, though, that we find is critical is that the majority of finance around the world is going into mitigation initiatives, which is important, absolutely. But adaptation is really important as well. And from our perspective, only about 10% of that funding is going into adaptation. And I think together with business, we could be doing more to fund and execute on adaptation projects.
Yeah, that's a good point. We haven't really talked about finance here, and you know, it does seem sometimes when you look at these trillions of dollars that were promised in Paris from the finance sector, that we mentioned this before. It's great. Where is it being spent? You know. And then you look at the analysis of some of the funds, and they seem to be having it both ways, playing both ends of the market. Have any finance sectors, companies signed up for the new initiative?
So we started the initiative with the demand side, but we do have a set of principles for each of the sectors on what does it mean to phase out fossil fuels. And for the finance, for the investor, what it means is that right now they invest 1.9 per on clean energy per one in fossil fuel. Okay, which is good. We have.
It's better than the other way around.
Exactly. But it needs to go to 4 to 1.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I think the investors and banks need to start to measure those metrics because it's good for them. It's good business. It's just they need to manage the risk because the market is going clean. It's not going fossil. So they need to manage that transition. And it is part of this campaign. We're not saying that you need to transition tomorrow, but you need to start transitioning now so that it is an orderly transition. And let's not wait, for 10 years. Let's not wait and then come up with a set of stranded assets because we know, and at this COP is really clear that we're going to phase out fossil fuels, and the investors and the oil and gas and the users of those need to be prepared for that transition. The great news is that renewables are competitive, available. They're fantastic. I was in a panel and I was listening to Southeast Asia. They say, here we invest in renewables, and in renewables. And only at the end, if we don't manage to have the last bit, we invest a little bit on gas. So this is what is happening because the market is going in that direction. So let's not make regulation a barrier for that acceleration that is already happening because it makes good business sense.
The European Union here, I think, is sort of getting close to your campaign in terms of the principles.
No, the EU is doing fantastic, honestly. And they are leading the conversation, talking to others, and they have been very clear when they came here about they're doing tripling renewables, doubling energy efficiency, and fossil fuel phase out. But they are also working with the countries that do not see it as clearly to convince them. So bravo to the European Union.
Okay,
obviously.
so we could see here, and we've got the European 27. It's 27, isn't it? I mean, the UK's gone now, so I can get confused by the numbers. But it is the EU 27. So there may be some more countries that could be brought into the fold so that there might be at least a critical mass by the end of this conference in favor of this phase out.
Yes. So there's two things. So already there are 80 countries that started this conversation last year.
Yeah.
Of which includes also the small islands, etc. And I think they need to bring a critical mass. Now, the jury is out there, but Al Jaber has been very clear that phase down is inevitable. He's calling the industry to adapt. I think he's willing, to come to a compromise, and it's going to be about what is the wording use. Yeah. Because I think that no one here would say, that that's not the direction of travel.
Well, he needs a good outcome at this COP for all kinds of reasons that we could go into, but he needs a good outcome at this COP. And I have to say, to be honest, the tripling of renewable and the doubling of energy efficiency seems pretty low-hanging fruit to me, right? I think when people analyze that, looking back through the lens of history, say, well, actually, the renewables are doubling every 3.5 years. To triple them by, I mean, was it solar has doubled in capacity? No. Yeah. In the last 18 months, it's doubling capacity, or is it in the last?
But then
I don't know.
It is in which countries?
Okay.
So I agree. China is doing great. The EU is doing great. US as well, not as well. But this needs to be globally. Now, for those countries, developing countries, I think they need to be very serious. Where do they want to lock in their future? Is it into clean or fossil? Yeah. Right. And I think we know the answer, right?
I mean, you're speaking for Melbourne, but you live in Australia. How do you think things are going there as a nation?
Well, it's an ongoing conversation, Nick. We are certainly rich in all sorts of natural resources, but the conversation now is very much positioning Australia as a renewable energy superpower and really bringing that conversation alive on how many opportunities we have. We've calculated 250,000 new jobs are possible and billions of dollars in economic returns. And I think positioning this as an opportunity is really something that business responds well to. Of course, we have all of the discussions about phasing as we are heading into summer in the Southern Hemisphere, the conversations about brownouts and what's going to happen with the grid and what can it withstand. And I think we need to really keep pushing forward with all of the efforts to demonstrate how quickly we can transition sensibly. But quickly we can transition. To that end, we've got another new project called Power Melbourne, which is about battery storage and distribution, creating an independent network in Melbourne. And that's really being driven by small businesses and residents saying we can't enter big power purchasing agreements as we've done as an organisation, but we're demanding of you mechanisms by which we can be part of the demand driving transformation of our energy system. And I think they're really positive signs.
Yeah, that sounds very good indeed. We're going to have another talk about this this initiative. What would you say to people and organisations out there, Maria? What would you say to them in terms of? I mean, there's a whole audience out there watching. Do you want them to sign up? Can individuals sign up to this?
Not yet.
Okay.
Business that are watching us, I think if you want to go for the future. Be bold, be courageous, and sign the letter. We want to bring a very strong business voice in a week's time. We have 200 signatures. I want to have 300 by the end of next week, so that we can bring that voice to policymakers to help them, decide. Now, for everyone, including us, it's fossil to clean starts now, and I think we all need to think about what are the steps that we're going to do to make this transition. As individuals, I think it is easier. The solutions are available. It's not that we are on the hard to abate sectors, as they say. So let's all move together, students, employees, talk to the companies where you work or where you're going to be work, and be very clear on what is the future you want. Because it is clear that I think most of us want to move from fossil to clean.
And do you have conversations with the oil companies?
We are starting to have some conversation with those that are moving, right?
There are some moving, Maria.
Yes, there are some.
They're going to Melbourne. No, they're not allowed to go to Melbourne. They would ruin this plan.
Yeah, no, there are. For us, it's very clear, that, and we said it on the principle, so if they want to join us, they need to have a very clear statement that they are not going to invest in new exploration.
Okay.
No new investment is not needed. Demand is going to decline. And so if they are serious about climate and if they want to be coherent with, because everybody is in alignment with the Paris Agreement, that means that you need to phase down activities in the industry, and there is an incredible opportunity where they can deploy their talent to increase, investment in offshore wind, in renewable solutions, in storage, in hydrogen, etc.
Okay. Well, if you hook one of them in, because we've always said on We Don't Have Time that we would love to have an oil company on the show. If they've set a science-based target, and seeing as none of them set a science-based target, we can't have one on. But if you manage to hook one in under We Mean Business umbrella, then we will consider it.
I will.
And we will keep articulating the risks for these big industries, for the fossil fuel industry, of not managing climate risk, if you keep investing in fossil fuels, hunkering down in the status quo rather than leaning into the renewable future, you're going to end up with stranded assets. You're not actually looking after the long-term commercial viability of your company. And that brings all sorts of risks. The risks of stranded assets, increased litigation risks, and also, of course, the physical risks of increased extreme climate events.
Yes, exactly. And it's a very good point, that, because I think Carbon Tracker had a report out, didn't they, just the other day, on the fact that 2040, $7 trillion worth of revenue of the petrostates would be down because people would have shifted so much more to, and that is a development issue for some of these countries, and they really need to think about it, not just the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, but what will life be like, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think, we often talk about the negative tipping points in terms of environmental degradation, but there can be positive tipping points too. You can get to them surprisingly quickly in terms of pickup of renewable energy and also behavioral change and, the way that businesses are thinking and leading. And I think that's critically important to hold on to those positive tipping points.
So I think we're going to have to wrap up here. It's been a really super session. Sally, I'm so glad you made it, because...
Thanks for having me.
No, it was superb. And Laura, great work that you're doing too. And I hope you can sue a few people as you walk around over the next 2 weeks. Just let me know, and we'll have them on the show, and they can break down and apologize why they're killing the planet. A Damascus moment. And Maria, it's a great campaign. We're right behind it, and we've got a We Can Do It campaign, which is supporting yours with the same message. Yeah.
So I hope we can do it to the 300 companies that we need.
Exactly. We need to do that. And I think some wonderful companies might be coming on in a few minutes as well. So it's Arrivederci Roma. Thank you so much indeed. If you can place your microphones on the stools, and we'll move on to the next session.
Adios.
Adios, amigo. Also undersigned to the We Mean Business Coalition letter, but with a focus on accountability and legality. In other words, how do we shore up the legal mandates for these policies that ensures that both policymakers and businesses follow through? I've got Rasmus Falanco, Managing Director of Systems Transformation for the We Mean Business Coalition. Hi, great to see you again. Javier Varela, okay. Deputy CEO and COO, that's Chief Operating Officer of Volvo Cars, where he plays a pivotal role in steering the company's operational excellence and strategic direction. And Varela also currently serves as chairperson of the board of Novo Energy Production and is a board member of Sensiact? What's that one again? Sensiact. Okay, Sensiact. And Novo Energy R&D. You're a busy man. Okay. We're very lucky to have you then. We've got Elizabeth McKeon, okay, Program Director from Planet of IKEA Foundation. Okay. Liz oversees the climate strategy and the grant making at the IKEA Foundation as the Planet Program Director. And she joined IKEA Foundation in 2014, based in the Netherlands, and a long and distinguished career in philanthropy. Okay. I've got a few questions here. Surprise, surprise, here they come. So, to all of you, how is philanthropy supporting this We Mean Business initiative?
Perhaps I'll start.
Okay.
So We Mean Business Coalition has been essentially founded and funded by the IKEA Foundation for all of its existence, really. The IKEA Foundation was, the impetus to pull together a strong business voice in the lead up to COP28 and the Paris Agreement. We thought it was imperative to have a strong business voice that was calling for more ambition, so we get an ambitious agreement that allows us to have certainty, so the leading companies who are already investing in the solutions for tomorrow would actually have that policy environment that they needed so that they could make more investments and those investments would be profitable. And I think IKEA was incredibly insightful in understanding that there were strong business voices against climate action at the time, that we needed a counterbalance for that. And it's incredible with their support where we are today. Like, I look around today at COP28, where we're literally in a petro state with a fossil fuel focused, let's say, COP, where the companies calling for more action are far outweighing those voices who are maybe lobbying behind the scenes against that action.
Thanks. I'll jump in if I can. Thank you, Rasmus. It's really humbling to kind of hear it from the outside view, because speaking on behalf of the philanthropy, I suppose one of the things that we can say is our superpower is patience, and hopefully maybe a little bit of foresight, certainly the foresight of our board back in 2013 to say we're going to commit to help create a coalition of leading businesses. And through that patience and the kind of support that philanthropy can use, it's been able to generate its own successes. The germinator of what is now commonly accepted as science-based targets, the growing of the coalition from just a few leading companies, maybe more in the product space, to an entire range across multiple sectors and industries that have been incredibly important, not just consumer facing, but way behind the scenes as well. And if you asked me back in 2014 when I joined the foundation, would I see this moment where this coalition would be leading fossil to clean? My answer then timidly might have been, wow, that would be a dream. But look at how quickly we've gotten there. It seems long in some ways, but also it's timely and it's necessary, especially because the dynamism within the climate movement has been dictating a pace that none of us could have predicted right away. And now we are hungry with an appetite to see how we can finish this job, how we can move further. Because for us, where we sit as a philanthropy, the most important things that we hold in tension are the well-being of the planet and the well-being of people. And we have to be able to serve both of those things. And I think this is the beginnings of the way in which business can participate to do that.
Fascinating. Yeah, Javier?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with my colleagues, but I would like to highlight what is the current situation, right? We have received now the first United Nations Global Climate Stocktake. And the sobering conclusion is that we are far off track to the Paris agreements of 1.5 degrees warming. So we need to call to action. And we think that progressive companies need to join forces, raise their voice, and communicate what we think that needs to be done to accelerate the transformation and come back on track. I insist, we are absolutely off track. We need to come back on track if we want to reach the Paris agreements.
So, Javier, picking up on that a bit, I mean, you're one of the 200 companies that has actually signed this We Mean Business call to action, you might call it, this initiative, asking governments for basically a phase out of fossil fuels, right? Why Volvo cars? Why did you feel this was absolutely so necessary? You're investing in this transformation, aren't you?
Absolutely. We have a clear purpose that is providing freedom to move on a sustainable, safe, and personal way. So sustainability is one of our pillars, as strong as safety. And we are very known by safety over the years. So in sustainability, a clear ambition is to become climate neutral by 2040. And there's an intermediate step that is by 2030, producing only full electric cars. We really believe that electrification is part of the solution, but as well, it's important to solve the fossil fuel issue. And we are advocating to phase out fossil fuels, contributing both downstream in whatever vehicles are driven in the park by our customers, and upstreams, contributing to decarbonizing the supply chain, our suppliers, logistics, components, and what's more important, power generation, energy generation. Today, more than 80% of the energy global consumed is generated by burning fossil fuels. So we really think that this activity sticks with our purpose, and that's why we are engaged.
Yes.
So I just want to add to that, because one of the key things that we've been seeing when we've been engaging with many companies on this campaign, Fossil to Clean, is that each of those companies, they've already made investments. They want to make sure those investments have great returns, sure, but there's a sense of responsibility. We've got 200 companies now. I'm hoping that it's over 500 by the end of COP. We represent.
Maria had a slightly lower number. Well, but we don't mind.
I'm always the optimist in our team. They already represent 1.5 trillion in revenue, right? And that is an incredible power. So it's that aggregate power of those companies. When they come together, they're able to shift the mindsets of the policymakers that are here, some of the other stakeholders, and importantly, also their business partners, right? So they also make the investments to enable that transition. So part of this is really about creating this domino effect. The demand side companies that we've led with right now, they're going to unblock and set those dominoes to fall, in the sense that we get an ambitious declaration here from COP28 on fossil fuel phase out, with, of course, tripling of renewables and et cetera. But then also that moves into the market to also the oil and gas companies, et cetera. So they take into consideration this strong market signal in their planning, hopefully also increasing their investments and bringing us along on this journey together. Because at the end of the day, it's not just the demand side that's going to solve this. We're going to need policymakers, investors, and the supply side. This is a collective failure, but we're really taking that responsibility to get those dominoes to fall by sending that demand signal first. And philanthropy's role here is really in enabling that kind of choreography to take place.
You might give us too much credit, but I'll double down on your ambition, though, because governments everywhere are trying to make decisions in the best interest of their people. They often look to business. And when businesses signal confidence around this, when they say, we're making these investments, we need to go in this direction, governments feel more confident to then take the risk of a difficult policy choice and then to work around it with supplying the revenues that help people make that transition as well. So I think it's so important to be leading with the voice of business on this, because otherwise everyone is sort of sitting in a prisoner's dilemma game, waiting for who's going to make the first move. So this is, I mean, it's courageous. Right?
I think that's a very good point, because, I mean, the global stock take is not something that comes from nowhere. I mean, it leads directly from the Paris Climate Change Agreement of 2015. And we know that one of the inspirations behind governments being able to finally sign up to a treaty of all nations with different responsibilities, but with the commitment and the responsibility to act, came from business and at the level of CEOs before Paris, in Paris, saying, so many of them saying, we want this, right? And so you're quite right. It gave governments the cover and the backing up, or whatever you want to phrase it, to actually do the right thing. And Paris actually, went very smoothly. There was no big drama, a few little moments at the end, but nothing special. I mean, everyone knew that they wanted this to happen, and business gave it that strength, in a sense, to do it. Here we are, what is it? Let me do a math. 8 years after Paris, we just had the global stock take, and we need that kind of impulse from the private sector again. And that's why I think the We Mean Business Coalition campaign is really excellent. The only thing I was going to probably say on that point is I can see, for example, in the Nordic region, where in general things aren't going too badly in terms of the transformation. But how does a company like Volvo Cars, perhaps you sell cars in Dubai, for example, do you have a relationship with the government here? In other words, what I'm just saying is that business engaging with government, saying we want a transformation, is very healthy dialogue for business to say what they want. Do you have that outside the European Union?
We have a clear ambition transforming our industry, and we are doing it for ourselves. We are first movers, and we want to lead by example. In that leading by example, I think it's very important to have proof points. I can give you some of our proof points. We have carved out the internal combustion engine, and in terms of manufacturing, in terms of designing, our engineering teams have stopped that activity, and they have focused on electrification. We have now announced that we will stop production of diesel next year. We are supporting as well the hard-to-abate sectors like aluminium and steel. We have integrated the first movers coalition for aluminium. So then we show aggregated demand to possible investors. We have in steel taken an offtake of near zero steel. So our really focus is transforming our activity, and we have a clear direction, becoming by 2030 fully electric. We are launching more and more electric vehicles. Recently we have announced the EX30, a very nice and small car that is the lowest carbon footprint to date in our lineup. EM90, EX90, 3 cars that are coming now to the showrooms. And we are really focused on that. We will not stop, we go forward. When it comes to your specific question, we are not discussing with a specific government. I mean, we want to take this discussion more global. That's why we are here, right?
Right.
And integrating these kind of coalitions to raise our voice and make us hear is part of this plan.
Got you.
And I just, your question reminded me of the fact that, a lot of focus is, of course, right now on COP28. That's the moment we're in. This campaign, though, is a multi-year campaign. It goes beyond COP28. And so we're here to influence the negotiators who are here, who represent the parties, so the various governments across the whole world. But we want them to take this message home when they leave, go back to their capitals. And that's where a lot of the real work starts as well. What we're hoping for here is a commitment to a sense of ambition globally. But where the rubber hits the road from a policy perspective is with national policy and regulations, right? And so we work with a number of partners, over 50 partners around the world, trying to also bring together companies so that we can replicate what we're doing here at COP28, but at that national level, so that we call for example, the removal of fossil fuel subsidies in specific countries, or call for the electrification of transports, or the putting in, let's say, of EV infrastructure, which maybe is a bottleneck in a particular country. So it's going to be very important that we continue beyond COP28 with this amazing coalition of companies to target those specific geographies and sectors where we can really make a difference.
I was going to say 2 things in response as well. First is just to express appreciation for what our colleague at Volvo has described, because when you stand back and listen to it, he's talking about targets that are essentially business planning.
Yes.
governments need to make the same kind of long-term plans, as Rasmus has said as well. That planning sets targets, proof points into motion. From the philanthropy standpoint, we're also looking at the larger picture. So what you've described about this being a multi-year campaign is not just around how we bring the transition out of fossil fuels, but how we also create the momentum behind the renewables and to get clean energy, especially in energy-poor countries. So as a philanthropy, we balance both of those two things. We've launched major initiatives on that as well, and in partnership with the companies that also know that they are going to need to move into markets in some of the fastest growing regions of the world. When you can service clients in Nigeria with electric vehicles, that's going to be great, right? And there needs to be infrastructure for that. There needs to be reliable energy sources and power for that. So we have initiatives around things like that. Those are the kind of things that philanthropies will try to do to get ahead of the curve and think about the next layer of problem while also funding the current campaigns and struggles that are going forward.
Yes, I think the idea of the philanthropy doing those things is so crucial because there still are so many absurdities in the world, aren't there? There are absurdities of grid access. You know, you can build a nice solar farm somewhere, but then you can't have access to the grid, or the absurdity of the fossil fuel subsidies, of course, which are frankly mind-bogglingly crazy, right? But also in the developing countries, I mean, having worked in the United Nations for many years, I keep wondering who is going to de-risk the investments in some of these developing countries. The fact that if you're in parts of Africa and you want a loan to install a wind farm, that you're paying eye-watering rates of loan costs because people think, well, maybe there's a political risk, maybe there's this, maybe there's that, right? And I always thought it was the World Bank, but I'm not sure the World Bank's doing much of that anymore. But so somebody has to help de-risk some of these things to make them happen and take a bet on the future, right? Rather than just being so rigorous about the rules about, you know, how you get that money. It seems patently absurd.
I mean, what I've been hearing here at COP28 is really the need to put in place mechanisms to put together blended finance, right? So where you have different actors, be they banks, let's say private banks or multilateral development banks, or even individual companies who have different appetites for risk, right? And I think philanthropy plays a role in that, right? In helping to put that stack of financing together, essentially, with perhaps their money contributing to the part of the equation which has a higher risk, right? And so when it comes to getting these solutions onto the market in developing countries, I think there's a huge role for being able to blend that finance. But for that to happen, we need to have events like COP28 for the parties to find each other and to maybe hear how other groups have collaborated and use that as an example for other nations. So I mean, I've heard some really good examples while I've been here, and part of the answer is around, you know, countries being very clear about what their strategy is going to be. So we've got the NDCs, but can they be even more granular in terms of providing certainty for companies in terms of what kinds of subsidies, what kind of, let's say, investment environment are they going into? Which helps to de-risk, right? But then you also perhaps need a bank playing a slightly different role, potentially providing a larger amount of, let's say, the capital. And then you might need also a multilateral development bank to provide maybe some of the financing for the creating that context within which you're trying to operate, for example, on education and skills and security. And so I think all of these things come together, and COP28 is a great opportunity to find those partners, to collaborate and go forward. And that's certainly what we're trying to do, is trying to identify what are those excellent examples that we can copy, essentially, and bring that into more and more countries going forward.
I think those are excellent points, because the more a country's leadership can establish those boundaries of certainty through positive policy and regulation, then philanthropy can find its right place to operate. There is a risk sometimes that everyone relies on philanthropy as the donor of first and last resort to really de-risk. But we have to keep in mind that even the wealthiest philanthropies have finite resources in comparison to big financial markets and investors, and in comparison to public revenues. So what we can do is highlight and perhaps curb some of that risk, create some proof points, help lead the way but we need others to come in behind us, and they need that certainty in order to do that. That's why it's got to be a collective action solution, because it's a collective action problem.
Javier, just coming back to you as the representative of, in a sense, the private sector here. If we don't get a fossil fuel phase-out commitment, and one that's got some teeth rather than sort of false teeth, or it's loose in wording, or it's the timelines are so futuristic that we'll all be gone, right? Does that have an impact on your business model? Or in reality, is the world moving already, of course, to a clean energy future? It's just a question of how we can fast track it. So how would it impact? Does it slow things down without these strong commitments, but you go there anyway? What does it do to a company?
Look, we have already taken the direction before any proposal or support to phase out fossil fuels. We have done it when I explained just before that we carved out our internal combustion engine business. We are doing it now with diesel, and we have taken the decision to produce and design only electric cars. We really believe that is what more and more customers want. In our internal experience, when we launch a new car like the EX30, is a tremendous and very, very, very important reception from our customers. Orders come in, and really people that wants to buy a Volvo, wants a safe car, wants a sustainable car. So we continue in that direction, absolutely.
So in other words, what you're saying is that there is continuity in your decision. I mean, governments come and go, right? And sometimes one government comes in and tries to change the entire playground, move the furniture around. But the company stays, right? Because you have a plan to do this, and it goes there. But I was thinking, for example, in the UK, just recently, they announced that they were going to water down their target for the phase out of the internal combustion engine. And I also know in the UK that charging points have not been rolled out as quickly as they need to be. But then it's probably not the biggest market for you anyway. So.
No, it's an important market, but again, we have a clear direction, we have a vision, and we now we are deploying and investing and designing our products based on that. We will not stop.
Nick, in reaction to your question, I would say, yes, there's momentum, but there's no time for complacency. The evidence is quite clear. From the global stock take, it's clear that we're behind. From having 200 companies, that's a great momentum, but as you said, we need 500 by the end of this COP. We really have, the science is not going to permit us to relent. The change is happening. And so we need not only the leading companies, but we need that momentum to get even quicker.
Can I also add that, I mean, there's a dynamic that's already been going on for a few years now, but I think, we're at a new high in terms of that dynamic, and it's around which countries are going to be able to attract investment, to create jobs, well-paid jobs, to create tax revenue. And, the companies are going to make those choices based on that alignment on climate, but also that they stay on that path as well. So I think there's a huge potential right now in terms of, you could almost see it as an accountability mechanism, right, at that global scale. Companies will leave or not choose not to invest in those countries which do not stay the course. I remember just an anecdote. I happened to be in the US at a sustainability conference that a large company was organizing at the time of an election. And the election result came out during the conference in the middle of a dinner, and it wasn't, let's say, the choice that most of the people in sustainability field would have hoped for in that presidential election. And the head of sustainability stood up in front of the crowd and said, quite simply that, as you pointed out, governments come and go. We've been here for over 100 years already, and we're going to stay the course on our strategy, on our path, because this is a long-term game, and we know that it's in the interest of our employees, our customers, the societies within which we operate. This is going to create prosperity for everyone.
Good point. I mean, I think this is a very, I mean, the mayor of Melbourne, who was just on the session before, and that's a big city, right, obviously in Australia, made a similar point that they are actually setting very tough targets, reducing their emissions, and this is actually attracting business rather than the other way around. It's not repelling business. Maybe there's some businesses that have gone, but the numbers that have come in, and now the pressure is on the real estate there. Those real estate operators that don't have good energy efficient, cool, trendy solar panel, whatever fuel buildings. People say, well, I don't want to go in those buildings. I want to go in these buildings, not those buildings. So, I mean, it's really, sometimes when we have these conversations, and I totally appreciate what you're saying, because it's absolutely terrifying how close we are to some of these tipping points. But there is a lot of action going on too, to try and somehow steer us away from that. And I think that that's absolutely critical. You have the last word.
Oh.
No, because we're just right on time.
Okay. I was just going to say to applaud your point that with the action and the actions that businesses are taking, and what you recognized with the mayor of Melbourne saying, there's also efficiencies. It's not just the solar panels to create cleaner, more affordable energy. It's the air quality that gets improved as a result. It's the worker conditions that get improved as a result. A company has got to think about all of these things. Philanthropy has to think about these things from the societal as well as the governance as well as the business perspective. And there are so many triple wins and triple gains that can be gotten from this kind of action now, and taking it not just today, but for the long term.
Great. I think we're very close to the mark there. I think that I might transfer the call on the show, as it were, back to Stockholm to say hello to Katarina.
Well, thank you so much. Another fantastic panel from Dubai. And let's keep our fingers crossed that We Mean Business will have up to maybe more than 500 members at the end of this COP, as was stated. That would be fabulous, right? For our next session, we're going to be broadcasting some interviews that we've shot live from COP28 with some important high-level speakers. We will show videos from our Future Voices campaign and also some pre-recorded interviews in Dubai. So please enjoy.
This is Transmission Attempt 81.
My name is Sam, and I'm speaking to you from the year 2050. Now, climate change is accelerated, and the impact is felt daily. Rising sea levels, scorching heat waves, raging wildfires, hurricanes and droughts displacing millions. No one is safe. No one is unaffected. Everyone suffers. But this is not a distant scenario, because all of this is actually happening right now. The choices world leaders
make today will determine the kind of world we will live in tomorrow. The future is now.
Cut.
Nice. Do you think they'll listen to this?
Yeah, I look like an old man.
This is Transmission Attempt, number 48.
My name is Agustin Ocaña, and I'm transmitting from Ecuador in the year 2050. A country born by the lack of decision-making. Over the years, I have seen my hometown, my country, my land transformed. I can't believe we lost cacao as our national plant. Now it's just growing in labs. We cannot harvest it anymore. The floods and the plagues make it impossible for us. The jungle, the Amazon, is covered by acid rain, and Galapagos is drowning every year due to sea level rising. I could go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange thing is that these things are happening right now, in your time, in 2023, in your backyard. Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will affect the world we live tomorrow. The future is now.
This is transmission attempt number 57. My name is Andreas Magnusson, and I'm speaking to you from what you all know as Sweden in the year 2050. It is a country burdened by the lack of any real decision making. Over the years, I've seen my country transform. In my hometown Mockfjärd, I've seen landslide after landslide hit, caused by the heavy raining. And yet I am not the one who suffers most. I come from a great place of privilege. I come from a part of the world that is not affected by nature's fury like other parts of the world are. I could go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange thing is, these things are happening in your time, in your own time. In 2023, in your backyard.
Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of world we will live in tomorrow. The future is now.
This is transmission attempt number 47. My name is Anita Soina and I'm speaking to you from Kenya in the year 2050. It is a country burdened by lack of any real decision making. Over the years, I have seen my country transform negatively, with communities such as mine experiencing worse droughts, causing water shortage, and forcing the members of this community to strive for any kind of water, while others elsewhere in the world are striving for clean and safe water. In the northern part of Kenya and in the pastoralist communities generally, they have continued to record harsh and long droughts that continue to worsen poverty levels, and even with rain, they experience massive flooding, which leads to loss of property, loss of lives, loss of livelihoods, and even causing forced migration, which causes conflicts. I could go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange thing is, these things are happening in your time, in 2023, in your own backyard. Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of world we live in tomorrow. The future is now.
This is transmission attempt number 35. My name is Ashley Lash, and I am speaking to you from my island Barbados in the year 2050. Over the years, the occurrence of hurricanes has become more frequent, accompanied by rising sea levels that result in coastal erosion and significant flooding. Across the Caribbean, our countries are experiencing hotter and hotter temperatures, impacting our overall physical comfort. The warming seas pose a threat to our coral reefs and disrupt the availability of fish, revealing nature's fury when it is pushed to its limits. I could go on for hours, but we do not have time. The strange thing is, these things are happening in your time, in 2030, in your own backyard. Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of world we live in tomorrow. The future is now.
This is transmission attempt number 65. My name is Denzel James, and I'm speaking to you from Australia in the year 2050. It's a country burdened by the lack of any real decision making. Over the years, I've seen my hometown of Untitled, located in the heart of Australia, arid outback, transform, witnessing frequent droughts. In the early 2020s, fresh water was already a sacred resource. But climate change has made the situation almost unbearable. Today we rely on trucking to still be able to live in our hometown as we have done for generations. I could go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange thing is, these things are happening in your time, in 2023, in your own backyard. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of future we live in tomorrow. The future is now.
Transmission attempt number 8. My name is Emma and I'm speaking to you from the Netherlands in the year 2050. A country burdened by a lack of any real decision making on climate action. Over these years, I've seen my home country transform from a well-functioning democratic country into an over-polarized and populated one. Crops of farmers are on a yearly basis destroyed by lack of rainfall, seasonal droughts, and intensified storms. Meanwhile, migration to the Netherlands and European countries have intensified as people from other continents are on a search for livelihood due to changing climates in their home countries. As a result, we are yet responsible for another humanitarian crisis on the European borders due to poor migration management. Simultaneously, all these mouths have to be fed. But from what resources? I can go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange thing is, these things are happening in your time, in your own backyard. Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of future we have tomorrow. The future is now.
In the year 2050. It is a country burdened by lack of real decision making. Over the years, I have seen my country transform. In my city, I have seen so many climate migrants. In the south of Bangladesh, more and more people are currently underwater, and our grounds are full of saline water. Unveiling nature's fury when pushing to its limit. I could go on and on, but we don't have time.
The time is running out. The choice world leaders make today will determine the kind of world we will live tomorrow. The future is now.
My name is Isaiah Hernandez, and I am speaking to you from the United States in the year 2050. It's a country burdened by a lack of any real decision-making. In my hometown, I've seen wildfires burn homes, and in the East Coast, there's been massive flooding from hurricanes, unveiling nature's fury when pushed to its limits. I can go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange thing is, these things are happening in your time, in 2023, in your own backyard. Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of world we will live in tomorrow. The future is now.
This is transmission attempt number 57. My name is Joaquin,
and I'm speaking to you from Chile in the year 2015. It's a country burned by a lack of any real decision making. Over the years, I've seen how my country, with diverse and unique places, faces destruction, desertification, and contamination. In my hometown, Nancagua, I've seen extreme climate advances, flood season, and drought season. I've seen the destruction of sclerophyllus forest and the advance of monocultures, unveiling nature fury when pushed to its limit. In other parts of the country, communities live in so-called sacrifice zones. These places are zones with high levels of contamination or destruction of nature. I could go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange things, these things are happening in your time, in 2023, in your own backyard.
Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of world we will live in tomorrow. The future is now.
This is transmission attempt number 39. My name is Medina and I'm speaking to you from Tanzania in the year 2050. It's a country burdened by the lack of any real decision making. Over the past years, I've seen my country transformed. In my hometown, I've seen heat waves and the rising temperature. In the north, I've seen drought, famine, and hunger that has led to the death of animal and human life. In the south, I've seen changing rainfall patterns, sea level rise, and flooding. The damage and suffering endured by countless species and vulnerable communities fills my heart with sadness, unveiling nature's fury when pushed to its limit. I could go on for hours, but we don't have time. Time is running out. The choices the world leaders make today will determine the world that we'll have tomorrow. The future is now.
This is transmission attempt number 68. My name is Sophia Mather and I'm coming to you from Canada in the year 2050. This is a country burdened by the lack of decision making. Over the past years, I've seen my country transform. In my hometown of Sudbury, we are barely surviving the annual forest fires in the boreal forests, which has caused unimaginable loss of life, land, and property. The air quality is so bad that we have to wear masks in the summer or breathe in the snow particles. In our north, the summer Arctic ice melt happened faster than most predicted. This led to colossal flooding along our northern coastlines, obliterating the past, the present, and the future of our indigenous communities. The rise in sea level from ice melt is affecting our cities in both the east and the west coast, including Halifax and Vancouver. From coast to coast to coast, we are unveiling nature's fury when pushed to its limits. I can go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange thing is, this is happening in your time, in 2023, in your own backyard.
Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will affect the world we live in tomorrow.
This is Transmission Attack 74. I am Valeria Horton and I'm speaking to you from Mexico in the year 2050. A country burdened by a lack of any real decision making and global actions. Over the years, I've seen my country transformed. My hometown, Mexico City, has been one of the first cities to reach day zero, leaving millions of people without daily access to water. And this situation is even worse in the north of Mexico, where rising temperatures and severe droughts have exacerbated already challenging living conditions. I can go on for hours, but we don't have time. The delayed response over the last decades only amplified the social and economic losses and damages we now face, and these consequences could have been prevented in 2023. Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of world we will live in tomorrow. The future is now.
We Don't Have Time is here in the Media Center in the Blue Zone at COP28 in Dubai. And I'm thrilled to have with me in studio Dr. Martin Edlund, and that's the best pronunciation I'm going to get as a native English speaker. But please tell our audiences how to correctly pronounce your name. And you are the CEO of Minesto. And tell us a little bit about this company that you run.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. I'm responsible for an ocean renewable energy company called Minesto, based out of Sweden and the UK. And we have quite an exciting innovation that converts the energy from ocean currents and tidal currents into electricity.
That is very cool. And there's so much talk here at COP28 already about oceans and water and the role that water is playing in the energy transition. So a little bit more about that would be really interesting for the audience.
I think it's if you look at Earth from space, you will see a blue planet, 80% oceans. And most of those oceans are in movements because of the rotation of Earth, because of differences in weather systems and climates. And this means that there is a lot of kinetic energy in the oceans. And it's probably the best known innovation in the world that we sit on in how to convert this kinetic energy into electricity. And there is an abundance of this resource, and it's entirely untapped today on Earth.
What made you realize the potential for this? We hear a lot about land-based options, wind, solar. What made you look to the ocean?
I think it's, water is heavy, and that it's so much water in movement, and the fact that this resource is plannable. The established renewables, they are more stochastic. You can't plan perfectly, so you need a lot of overcapacity. But for ocean currents, you get a baseload renewable. So they actually exist. There's a lot of complaints that baseload renewables do not exist, but they do. Our technology harvests energy from a baseload source. And the tidal source is intermittent but highly plannable. So I think those aspects of it makes it a very, very good complementary asset.
It makes it very attractive. And if you're looking in the right place, and the answer's there, and you've dug it out. So what is the landscape like for where your company operates? Are there additional innovations that are happening in your sector? Are there other? Is there enough movement in pursuing this attractive option for the transition to renewable energy?
There are several actors searching solutions, basically, let's say, submerged windmills or horizontal axis turbines. The drawback there is that they're really heavy, and they tend to need rather high currents to work. So I'd say that we are looking into areas of the world where no one else is looking into them today. But this sector, it's like building a new industry, basically. Yeah. And what's really needed is more strong industrial players in marine operations, in infrastructure installations, to really speed up the transition. So the core technologies, they're in place. Right. And now we're working hard to bring larger players, larger project investments in to really move forward.
So perhaps that explains partly your reason for coming to COP28. What are you hoping to accomplish yourself for your company? And then bigger picture. We'll come to the bigger picture. But first, where do you see Monesto in this landscape here?
First, it's a great opportunity to get exposure and tell the world about those solutions. And I mean, the whole agenda here is about solution, action. So we're invited as a member of the Swedish delegation here in the Blue Zone to show that there are solutions. With a little bit of a push in the right direction, we will fix the energy systems much quicker and in a much more affordable way than I think that the general public understands.
Because this transition to renewable energy is critical generally to get to a low carbon economy, right? Let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer that the transformation of the energy system is the core or the backbone of the whole fight against climate change. We can do everything else, we go into EVs and we swap out to non-carbon steel production, but it all takes a lot more electric energy, and if the electricity isn't clean, we're getting nowhere.
Right. And where do you see the innovation in the particular clean source that you are putting forward? Where does that fit in the taxonomy of what that renewable energy portfolio is going to look like?
Well, it's going to be a base load component.
That's major.
Yeah, in so many markets where there is that ocean resource around the corner, and it's also localized energy, of course. So any economy with ocean currents and tidal currents around the coastlines will own a sustainable energy source forever. I think it's also good from other sustainability aspects that we create local jobs.
Right. And what do you need in terms of infrastructure to support further advancement? So we talked about needing additional actors in this space. You're here for exposure. You're here to meet others that could be of help. I'm talking in terms of policy, and we're talking about multilateral policy here. So what do you want to see in terms of multilateral policy at the global level that will ultimately benefit your sector and your company? And then what are you hoping in terms of more specific sort of relationships with private sector to help build that infrastructure that will help your company flourish?
Yeah, I think we need to have both policy and industry and the private sector working together in this. And it's really about pushing into uncharted territories in many ways. How do you lease seabed? How do you secure this asset, and also how do you map it? One of the most important things is to get a detailed understanding of exactly where the best locations are. And for us as a company with 60 employees, Sweden, UK, we cannot afford to do that analysis on a global scale. So we need that partnership. We also need effective environmental legislation for environmental impact assessments, so we can start building and then monitoring, not being asked to provide evidence before we have made the installations. It's like proving a negative, which is difficult.
Got it. I love that. We're going to end on that note because you just captured the whole essence of why companies come to COP28. It's to build that relationship and to get the policy support to really bring these innovations to commercial viability. So thank you for your role in all of this and what you're doing, and you're ushering in the renewable energy transition. So please keep fighting the good fight, and thank you for being a partner of We Don't Have Time. Dr. Martin Edlund, and pronounce it correctly for all the Swedes that are tuning.
Martin Edlund, my name.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The global stocktake is a stark reminder of the reality we face. A rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all.
COP28 is our chance to urgently change the direction of travel using the global stocktake as our roadmap. We need to bring the whole of society on this journey.
As first movers and leaders, we're working together to catalyze action towards the most impactful climate solutions.
But for us all to move faster, we need political leaders and policymakers to provide more policy incentives that implement zero emissions.
The future we are choosing is pollution-free and transforming all our systems that drive the real economy.
In fact, change is happening faster than we think.
We've seen exponential progress in clean energy technologies, and electric vehicles could account for 2/3 of car sales by 2030.
With over 12,500 members in the Race to Zero, businesses, investors, cities, regions, and others
are leading the way to halving emissions by 2030 and are already turning their climate pledges into plans.
We are on our way to actually deliver to the 6.5 billion euro investment goal into renewable energy.
The world will fail to achieve a just and green transition without sufficient, efficient, and fair flows of finance, particularly in developing countries.
And we must remember that in pursuit of a net zero resilient world, we should put people and nature first.
We, as business leaders, are aligning our advocacy with net zero goals.
And we're changing our business models. Of the world's largest 2,000 publicly listed companies, half have set 2050 net zero targets.
We as finance leaders are supporting governments to turbocharge the transition.
For example, sustainable bond issuance has totaled $109 billion so far in 2023, higher than full-year issuance in any other year on record.
私たちは都市や地域のリーダーとして地域の気候行動を実現する革新的な政策を実行しております。京都市は2030年陰性部門
In my city, we have successfully adopted climate actions for almost 20 years. We have switched to 100% electricity from renewable sources for all of our operations.
We don't have time to wait. Later is too late.
We are ready to support ambitious policy incentives and work in collaboration with governments on national climate action plans due in 2025.
We are calling on you, political leaders,
for courageous leadership at COP28.
Great statements, huh? A surge in voluntary climate initiatives involving over 12,500 companies, financial institutions, cities, regions, and other participants in the Race to Zero campaign shows that non-party stakeholders are ready and willing to mobilize solutions for climate action across all economies and societies. Governments and non-party stakeholders are also aligning behind collective climate milestones by 2030, and a number of international regulatory initiatives are proliferating net zero policy around the globe. And yet, despite these efforts, the Global Stocktake Synthesis Report emphasizes the need for faster progress and immediate emissions reductions. In this session, we will hear from leaders around the world on why non-state actor advocacy for policy incentives is so important and why governments need to close the implementation gap on zero emissions through stronger policy incentives. So over to you again, Dubai and Nick.
Pop along in a second. And in fact, I can see two of them approaching the stage right now. Gentlemen, would you please come and join us up here? Great to see you. Fantastic. Grab a chair. This is free seating. A bit like EasyJet, but fossil-free, this one. So come and join us. So, yeah, brilliant to see you there. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm also hoping, yeah, okay. So, you're Tom?
I am, hi.
Good, hi, Tom. This is Tom Taylor. He's head of climate finance with Aviva Investors. Right. Tom leads Aviva Investors advocacy with policymakers and regulators on climate change and finance as a member of their Sustainable Finance Center for Excellence He does a lot of other things too, but we can't cover it all. And I believe that I've got also with me here Martin Ocheng,
yes.
Group Managing Director of Sassini. What's Sassini?
It's an agribusiness.
Ah, yes, it is. Yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah.
And you're based predominantly in Africa?
In Nairobi.
In Nairobi,
Yeah.
Habari.
Salama sana.
Okay. And in a short, brief moment, we'll be looking forward to welcoming Catherine McKenna, who is indeed the former Minister of the Environment for Canada. Please join us here, Catherine. And today's CEO, Climate and Nature Solutions. Catherine McKenna, as I just mentioned, the former Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, and as well as Minister for Infrastructure. And after that, she chaired the UN Secretary General's high-level expert group on net zero, setting out criteria for net zero commitments of business, financial institutions, cities and regions. She also launched Women Leading on Climate Change. Thank you for being with us. It's a very chaotic COP out there, isn't it? Getting from A to B.
All I do is run. I ran around from one place to another, desperately trying to figure out, am I at the right place? But I am here now, so I'm
that's
delighted.
really good news. And also on Zoom, we've got Abe Shuchi. He's the governor of the Nagano Prefecture in Japan. He's joining us by the magic of Zoom with his interpreter. Hello, interpreter as well. Hello, Abe. Hi. Lovely. All right.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Yes, hello, nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you too. I couldn't help noticing that you were looking at that little blue car, Catherine. I just noticed that. This little blue car is my grandson, who's 4 years old and lives in Spain these days. And they said I could have this because it's an electric car. And he wanted everyone to know that that's the way forward. And so I promised I'd get it on TV.
I love it.
That's why it's there. It's electric. Okay. Let's go to you, Catherine, first. You were the chair of the Secretary General's expert group who released recommendations on net zero back at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. On this topic of advocacy in your recommendations, how is it, in a sense, how was this received, this report, and what were you actually trying to achieve with it? Yeah.
Well, so the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, has been very clear that we need to act on climate, but we need to act with integrity. And so the report was really focused on, if you put up your hand and you say you're net zero, which actually 95% of global GDP is covered by net zero targets, are you actually doing the work? So our report, we set out what you need to do and what you can't do. And there's only 10 recommendations, because I know people's reports often are very long. We tried to write it in non-COP language, like regular, accessible language.
Well done.
We want businesses, financial institutions, cities and regions to be clear on what they need to do. So what can't you do? What must you do? So it's not just about having a 2050 target. So this is this is an example of your grandson. My son says to me, like, at 2050, will you be alive? And I said, well, that is the plan, but 2050 is so far out. The reality is we need to reduce emissions by half by 2030. So that's got to be part of, when you make a net zero commitment, you need to have interim targets. So you also need to have clear transition plans. So you need to say, basically, it's not actually that hard. It's hard to do, but you need to say, how are your emissions going to go down now? How is your money going to go from fossil fuels to clean? And then below that, how are you going to support a just transition? And then you need to report. You need to report with transparency. So there's some accountability. But also, what can you not do? Because I think that's also important. That gets to the heart of greenwashing. You cannot say you're a climate leader and be investing in new fossil fuel infrastructure. That the International Energy Agency has said that. That's the science. You also can't lobby against climate action, and we should be creating an ambition loop, because that's very important. Governments, I was in government, it is very hard. We got a price on pollution, but part of the reason I was able to land it, because carbon pricing is hard, was having the support of businesses who said, we need this so we can actually achieve our goals. And then you can't just buy cheap credits rather than doing the work. So we tried to be very clear about what we're doing. It was well received. It's seen as tough, but I say to folks, like, hard things are hard. So nothing could be harder than tackling climate change and ensuring the clean transition. but we can do this if we do the work. And so I think that's really what it's about. And I think a lot of businesses, financial institutions have stepped up, but we also called for regulation because at the end of the day, we want it to be everyone who's doing it. And there's competitiveness issues if you don't have everyone doing the work. So there's going to be an announcement tomorrow with the Secretary General in that regard, which I think is really important. But I think in the end, it's just like, what do we all need to be doing? And let's just do it with an integrity and support each other.
Just a brief follow-up. I mean, how is it being received? Have you seen some action, as it were, stemming from this report? I mean, I was just on with We Mean Business just before this, and we were just noting that in the European Union right now, there's been like a veritable tsunami of climate and environment-related directives and corporate sustainability, responsibility, blah, 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 which another person was on the show who was with Client Earth from the legal side, was saying that, yeah, there is increasing sort of, litigation coming forward, and there will be more, in a sense, for those companies and others that don't actually, follow the rules anymore. So responsibility and also requirements are coming in some places, maybe in line with your vision.
Yeah, I mean, I think that our report was well received in the sense that it was clear. And I think businesses, financial institutions, they need clarity. And you're really seeing, folks are working really hard. Like definitely there are leaders who are seeing, one, they're going to be, the future is coming, regulation is coming, litigation is here. In fact, in Canada, our Competition Bureau used our report, referenced it when it looked into misleading advertising by the largest fossil fuel companies.
Yes.
Just because it's, are you actually, when you say you're net zero, are you net zero? The good news is you can just look at this report, and if your emissions aren't going down, you're investing in new fossil fuel infrastructure, you're lobbying against climate action, you're not net zero. That's like,
yep,
no.
Right.
But there's also, I think that there's also just a positive narrative that businesses really are getting with the program, and it's because risk is a real thing for businesses. They need to manage risk. That's physical risk to their infrastructure, but risk of regulation, right? Like not being future-proofed. And then there's the opportunity, and I think that we're really seeing it's becoming an irresistible option to actually take climate action. And it's good for business because you innovate, you're managing your risk, but it's also good because consumers are looking for folks that are doing real things. Young people are relentless. They are looking to work only with folks that are real climate champions. Pensioners want their money to go to clean sources, not be funding a fossil fuel climate crisis. So we're seeing a lot of momentum, but we need to see more, and that's why I do think in the end we're going to have to regulate.
Let me go to Abe in Japan. Prefectures like yours in Nagano can both advocate to national governments to create net zero policies. Tell us about, Abe, how you advocate for action on climate change within your area of Japan, but also in Japan as a whole.
Thank you. I'm Abe Shuichi, the governor of Nagano Prefecture. I'd like to introduce our initiative to achieve zero carbon. Could you share my slides, please?
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you. Please introduce them.
Yeah, please share my slides.
Oh, you have some slides. Okay. Yeah. Have we got those slides up, ladies and gentlemen, in Stockholm? Yes, we do. Oh, the magic of modern technology. Yes, we have your slides.
Can you see? Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present our initiatives and exchange our opinions. Next slides. Okay. Nagano is located in the heart of Japan. Next, please. Since I took office as governor, I put climate change countermeasures as a priority. During this push against climate change, there was an event that strengthened my determination. In 2019, Super Typhoon Hagibis attacked Japan. Nagano was affected by the breach of embankment of the Chikuma River, which caused flooding and landslides, as well damage to over 9,000 houses. After this typhoon, we were the first prefecture in Japan to declare a climate emergency and resolved to go zero carbon by 2050. Next slide, please. Based on this declaration, we formulated the Nagano Prefecture Zero Carbon Strategy. We set the midterm target to reduce 60% of greenhouse gases by 2030 compared to 2010. According to a survey on the 47 prefectures initiatives for decarbonization by WWF Japan, Nagano was evaluated as one of the top prefectures in the overall category. Next, please. This year, we formulated a roadmap to show specific targets for the residents, such as 100,000 electric vehicles and 220,000 rooftops with solar panel installations. It is a significant challenge, but we can achieve these targets as long as we can accomplish the roadmap. We emphasize not only voluntary efforts by the residents and businesses, but the prefectural government initiatives to create systems and business models. Next, please. Regarding the spread of renewable energy, we created the Shinshu Rooftop Solar Potential Map. The map area covered is the largest scale in the world for a municipality. Next, please. We also manage hydraulic plants by utilizing abundant water resources. The electricity is also supplied to companies in Nagano, contributing to decarbonization. Next, please. For achieving the milestones by 2030, efforts by local governments alone are difficult. Therefore, we need to share the targets with various stakeholders and work together. As one of our efforts, we set up Kurashifto Shinshu, or in English, Sustainable Nagano Cross-Creation Platform, as a base to advance the Zero Carbon Initiative and to expand our activities. To close the gap between our aims and implementation, we'd like to hear from speakers today and learn about advanced initiatives through international networks. So today's opportunity is extremely precious, and we are very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Abe. And thank you also to your colleague. The translation in English was remarkably good. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah. Thank you. Tom, let me come over to you from Aviva Investors. I mean, Aviva was featured in the Race to Zero's 5th P. That's a very unusual name, but the P stands for Persuade, which is good, and it's a handbook as well. Aviva's been playing a leading role in advocating for the reform of international financial architecture. Can you tell us a bit about what you actually are trying to achieve?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And I think linking to what Catherine was saying, the role of advocacy in delivering a high integrity commitment to net zero is really crucial, because businesses, financial institutions have a vested interest in this happening. Yeah. We all do. Mm-hmm. And we can't do it on our own. It's got to be in partnership. So Catherine mentioned the ambition loop. So the feedback between positive signs from government being implemented and innovated upon and invested upon by business, and driving this ambition loop, making it go faster and faster. So we have a role in that, in making sure that we are going to government saying, we're doing this, we'd love to do this much more ambition version of it. And if you give us an enabling environment that really pushes us to go as far as we can do so much more. Mm-hmm. And because this is such an enormous opportunity, we do need to have create that tipping point. So suddenly we see an exponential change, not just in certain sectors like your grandson's electric car sector, or the
He's called Oliver, by the way.
Oliver's electric vehicles, absolutely, or the solar panels that the governor was talking about, but in all sectors. And actually, there's a huge role in government in doing that, and that's where the persuade, the advocacy comes in, because we have in net zero commitments made across financial institutions, they pretty much all have this statement that we make this commitment on the basis that governments are going to implement Paris, basically saying we'll do our bit if you do yours. And that definitely is not some sort of get out of jail free card. In fact, as it says in the handbook, that should be a stimulus for us to go to governments, go to the governments and regulators and lobby as hard as we can for the most positive and enabling environment that we can create. And at the moment, we don't have a financial system that is set up to deliver net zero. At the moment, the financial system is setting us up to go to about 3 degrees of warming by the end of the century, which it's no coincidence that's also what the science is showing us. The two pretty much go hand in hand. Where finance goes, emissions follow, and vice versa. So we need to make sure we have a financial system that now is to work out how we do it. And one of the key things that we think, and we've been advocating for, is we do that with transition plans. So Catherine mentioned transition plans from non-party actors from the private sector. We also need them from governments. If we look at a transition plan from a government in a country in which we operate, and we can see this is how we're going to decarbonize these key sectors, that tells us where to go and put our clients' money. It says these are the opportunities that are going to drive returns, and equally these are the things that perhaps governments are going to be moving away from, and that tells us a story as well. So that feedback loop, that ambition loop, is driven by complementary signals, and we should be pushing governments, and governments should be pushing us. And hopefully, if we keep pushing each other, we get closer to where we want to end.
I think this is such a crucial topic. I mean, last year, whether it was the Economist article, whether it was some good research coming out of London from something map, or I'm getting it wrong. Influence. There we go. Yeah, really good research showing how many of these climate funds and climate and fund managers are having it both ways, right? They've got climate funds that still invest in, say, Marathon Oil in the USA. And of course, as an investor, you're putting your hard-earned money into something you think is good for climate, and you find out maybe later, because you didn't look too closely, because it's quite hard to unpack these funds, that they're actually investing in oil and gas. That was not why you wanted to invest in that fund in the first place. It's quite shocking. And you remember Paris, of course, $32.5 trillion worth of finance ready to go into the decarbonization green economy. And then when you say, where is it being spent? And go, oh, well, so this is really a very critical matter. We're going to come back to this in a second, right? I want to get on our other wonderful guests, because otherwise we may run out of time. But Martin, Sassini is part of the African Business Leaders Coalition. Can you tell us about your work and what is the coalition doing in terms of advocating to governments for climate action?
No, thank you. So first of all, very quickly, Sassini is East Africa's biggest agribusiness. We're involved in the growing, picking, packaging, marketing, and exporting of tea, coffee, avocado, and macadamia, all for export. And 72 years later, you can imagine how much work we do in the sustainability space. I guess what's happened in the past is that work has been done by default, and until a few years ago when we decided to start doing it by design. And so we're very deliberate about, being sustainable. As an agribusiness, you can't be here 72 years later if you are not doing sustainable things. So in a way, some of these things come easy for us. The African Business Leaders Coalition is a one-year-old coalition. It was formed pre-COP27, and it was aimed at bringing in the top corporate leaders on the continent that were committed to climate action, one way or another. Initially, there were 15 of us, and in that 1 year, it's grown to about 58 CEOs of 58 corporates. And in the next year, we want to see if we can double that number. And the reason we are doing this is we have a slightly different narrative, if I could say that. We are tired of waiting for finance to take climate action, and we want to do it ourselves. And so there's so much already that is being done by corporates on the continent that can be showcased in a coalition like this. And that's exactly what's happening. And I'll give you Sassini's example in a moment. When we went to COP27, we were dithering with the idea of replacing about 30% of our hydro-sourced power through renewable energy. Now, Kenya has clean energy generally because it's hydro and geothermal. Kenya is also
the biggest wind farm in sub-Saharan Africa.
In sub-Saharan Africa. And then you have the sun shining there 365 days a year. And so you got all these opportunities to just drive that subject even more. It was so convincing when we put out that climate statement in Egypt that when we went back, we invested in a 6 million solar power generation station that has replaced 30% of our requirement from the grid. Now that's important because then that water could be used for something else, and it also inspires other people who, when they look at big corporates like ourselves, say we can also do this. Now that's the goal of the business coalition, is to stop being the victim, stop looking at the global north and saying, hey, we need you guys to help us to do stuff, and start doing it ourselves.
Amazing. This COP here, of course, has a clear ask by business, the Women Business Coalition, but also others. Many researchers, scientists, a whole community of people want this COP to finally grasp the nettle on the issue of the phase out of fossil fuels. Is this critical for business, do you think? Is it critical for all our hopes and dreams of being able to deal with climate change, to halve emissions by 2030, net zero by 2050? What is your opinion, Catherine? Is this a...
Well, the science says it is.
Yeah.
I just came from an event. It was Tuvalu and Vanuatu, I think, started a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, called for that. And it's actually not, you may hear that and say, wow, that sounds groundbreaking. It is, in the sense that these are the countries that literally will be underwater if we go above 1.5 degrees, but it's saying we need to figure this out in a managed and equitable way. So, just calling for a fossil fuel phase out. I come from Canada. Obviously, we rely a lot on fossil fuels, and, we need to figure out how this works. And basically, every country wants to be the last barrel. So no matter what people say and how hard, I worked very hard as a environment minister. Even in Canada, we have the fossil fuel producers are like, well, we're going to be the last barrel. Probably not, probably too expensive anyway, because it's just the economics on these things. But we need to be serious. I think it goes back to a lot of what we've talked about. You have to have a plan. And I think that until we have a real plan, first of all, we need to say, actually just the truth, that we need to phase out fossil fuels. So we have to say that. But then we need to figure out, okay, what does that mean and how are we going to do this? I also worked in a country, one of the newest countries in the world, East Timor. And I was doing a treaty governing offshore petroleum boundaries, but it was also about how maritime boundaries, but it was also about petroleum, in particular gas that was in the Timor Sea. And so East Timor relies on it. It's one of the poorest countries in the world. And so they should not have to transition as fast as, a developed country that has relied on fossil fuels for a very long time and created a lot of wealth. So I think it's very important. These conversations are hard. But getting back to hard things are hard, we just have to figure out, we need to come together, because otherwise, this is collective suicide. Why are we doing this? We know what's going on. We know, we've seen in Canada, basically our whole country was burning this summer. And I would meet some friends in the States and they'd say, wow, your greatest export now is air pollution from the fires. And so we can do this. But everything requires some rigor and discipline. That's what our report was about. What is real net zero? Don't just go say something and put up your hands, and think that's amazing. It's like my kids. I say, you want an A, you do the homework. But I think that it's great to see, we have groups, we have countries, we have businesses that are really stepping up. And I do think it's an ambition loop. Because I've seen, after you get a few countries and get more countries, or a few businesses, more businesses start joining, it becomes irresistible. Not necessarily because everyone wants to do it, but people really don't want to be the laggards. And so we can pull each other up. We can have businesses supporting governments creating the conditions for businesses to do things. Of course, we need to make sure the money is flowing, and it is not flowing at the scale we need in the global south. And we need to create those incentives. I know Mark Carney, who's a Canadian, has been working on, figuring out the transition and the flow of money through GFANs and other groups. But look, I have no doubt we could do this. To not do it is very stupid because it's just hurting everyone, especially the most vulnerable. But you got to do the work.
Tell me about the finance then, because Catherine touched on that, the flow of finance to the developing countries. And I keep being slammed at home when I'm talking about developing and developed, but I'm kind of stuck with it having worked in the UN. Sorry about that. Kenya, for example, has managed to become something of a renewable energy superpower. Where did the money come from that?
No, I don't think it was driven by the money. It was driven by the resources that we have. And that's the one thing in the global south, and especially in Africa, that I think is interesting. And on the other hand, I totally agree with Catherine in the sense that you've got to set ambitious targets, and they've got to be interim, first of all, because you can't jump from zero to success. And you've got to measure these targets and keep measuring. That's, on the one hand, is creating some inertia, if you ask me, from what we see in the continent, because some of those targets are hard. And like you're saying, people are just thinking, gosh, man, when are we going to do this, So the philosophy we have in the continent is one of saying, okay, come measure whenever you're ready to measure, because we don't even have adequate measurement tools in Africa yet. In the meantime, we're going to take action. In the meantime, we're going to do something. Well, plant a tree, or I don't know, put a solar plant or a solar panel on your roof to power your TV or whatever it is. And what's driving that action is big corporates leading the way. And so not waiting for funding. And so the flow of funds obviously has been talked about since Paris. It's not happening. We might as well start. And so when the money eventually comes, they'll find us somewhere to go. And I think that philosophy is really helping, and it's driving the action-oriented implementation of climate action in Africa, which we're really proud of.
But we're going to have to wrap up in 2 minutes, so it's really tight. But Tom, just tell me, some of these eye-wateringly expensive loans when Africa is asking for support are clearly absurd. The rules on them are so tough. Yeah. Hasn't somebody somewhere, some organizations, some companies in the finance sector got to place a bet on Africa, right? Rather than ticking every little box that really strangles the ability to actually get hold of finance. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a variety of factors, okay? And I think one of the key things is making sure that what happens and what gets announced at COPs, at G7s, at G20, so the things that are written in leaders' statements have to be translated into policy, because at the moment markets don't believe what's written at a COP, right? And markets continue to put money into the things that they've put money into before. When you get enabling policy, that's when the economics changes and the maths changes. And when the math starts to change, then the opportunities, absolutely, the huge preponderance of assets we need for the transition are in places like Africa, in South America. And those are valuable assets that then they can say, well, you want these assets, you're going to have to pay for them, and money will start to flow. But it has to be backed with implementing policy. Just putting it in the communique in 10 days' time doesn't change the way that analysts value things. Putting it into policy changes the way that money flows.
But it's got to be affordable finance as well.
Yes.
So it can't be differential in the global north from what it's being given to the global south in terms of the terms that accompany those funds. And so until you do that, those resources are going to sit there idle. And that's the problem. Is we talk about this and there's really no action. And to me, to answer your original question, at this conference it's important, absolutely, to keep measuring and keep seeing whether we're making progress, but what's really coming out of them? And that's the question.
Well, that's an open question, which we can't answer right now, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, because we've run out of time, and I have to go back to the wonderful Katarina and Ingmar in Stockholm to go to the next show. So thank you very much indeed, guests.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One moment.
Well, thank you very much again, Dubai. Fabulous session again. And now we're moving on to the next session here in Stockholm. Up next, we have a session from our Youth Hub featuring some strong voices from youth around the world who are leading the discussion on how you can make a difference in the climate crisis. And this session will be moderated by my wonderful colleague Åsa Sandberg, who's project leader for the Youth Hub. And Åsa, you will take my place and sit here and enjoy this session. I'll be watching from the bleachers.
Thank you very, very much, Katarina, for this. And it's truly been a wonderful day so far. And now we are getting ready to be inspired by a wonderful panel of youth voices. And with me today, joining me actually on Zoom, I have Samira Ben Ali. And Samira is a youth climate activist, and she is actually working, she's actually from a small French island called Mayotte, and she's currently working as an outreach and engagement coordinator for the World's Youth for Climate Justice. And they are actually aiming to bring the world's biggest problem, climate change, to the world's highest court, the International Court of Justice. Welcome so much, Samira. And we also have Kenneth Nwahora, who is the founder and executive director for the Eco Equity Community Initiative Organization. That is a youth-led organization aiming at advancing climate change mitigation and adaptation through addressing environmental concerns by planting 3 million trees, amongst many other things. Welcome so much, Kenneth. Great. Let's see if we have you with me. I have you behind me here. Can I hear you also, maybe?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I hear you very, very clearly. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for joining me here, talking to me about these important things. First of all, obviously, I want to just say thank you, first of all, for your really important work that you are doing. And Samira, if okay, I'm going to start with you. You are inspiring voices, and I really want to hear your inspiration, where it's coming from, and also what you are doing. So maybe just start with a little bit of a personal depth. Samira, tell me a little bit, why did you start getting into the issues of climate change, doing the work that you're doing?
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here. So I started working in the issue of climate change because it was more like an evidence for me to be in this space, because I'm from a small island that is called Mayotte, as you said, and we have started to see really the impact of climate change in our island since really few years now. One of the impacts that we can notice is the fact that, for example, with the acidification of the oceans, the coral barrier that surrounds Mayotte has started to really start to bleach, and we are losing some of our resources, for example, for fishery. But another huge crisis that we're facing right now is a crisis that is linked to the lack of water, because Mayotte has been really using the water that is coming from the rain to be able to do our daily necessities, drinking, and do all of that. And in the last few years, the rainy season has been giving us really little water, which make it so that right now we're really rationing our water. We have to import the water from outside the Mayotte, and this causes huge issues because people cannot drink, and we have to buy packs of water for 10 euros, which is really, really expensive. It has been going like this for 2 years now.
Well, it's obviously sitting in Stockholm, just being able to just grab water very easily from the tap. This is really both hard to understand and grasp, and also heartbreaking to hear. What effects does that actually have on the people locally on the ground? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
It's really hard because we are a French island, So France is a really developed country, and we have all of those resources on mainland France. But from our island's perspective, we feel like we're second-class citizens. And there have been a lot of social movements right now to try to tackle this, to try to make people hear our suffering, because this this is a problem that we did not cause. We did not pollute anything, approximately, because we're just a really tiny island, so we did not contribute to the problem that we're facing right now. So there is a lot of social unrest. That is one of the reasons that I'm working as an activist right now in the ICGAO, because I think that this could help us.
I'm going to come back to you a little bit more about the work that you're actually doing right now, but I would love to just move over also to Kenneth. Really lovely to have you with us here, Kenneth. Can you also maybe tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing right now and where you're coming from? Why did you start with the work that you're doing?
Okay, thank you so very much. I hope I'm loud and clear.
I hear you very well.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Kenneth Nwahara from Uganda. I'm the founder and current executive director of Eco Equity Community Organization, which is a youth movement or organization aiming at advancing climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. So why am I doing what I'm doing is the question before me. To start with, I'm a student of petroleum engineering and environment management. And for those that are following the current trends of the world, in Uganda, we've just had our oil and gas, and it's one of the projects that are ongoing. Everyone is picking interest here and there. But we have the social, environmental, and, economic part of it where we now come in as environmentalists. We are doing the recovery of the oil and gas, which is very okay. But where does this leave the world? Where does this leave our environment? So I developed the idea of Eco Equity Community because I was partly working with the Barara City Council Authority. Barara is a city in the western part of Uganda, and it's a cattle corridor city. For those that still follow the trends, we had droughts in 2021 and November of this very year. We had strong rains and flooding was all over the place. So we have really faced enough to, call upon all people to stand up and do something. So that's where we drive the enthusiasm to now wake up and work on our environment. We have so many initiatives that are currently up and running, including the 3 million trees that you've just talked about, bamboo planting, and so many other things. Back to you.
Yes, it's truly wonderful because with what you're doing, because I know that you're not just planting trees, as I understand it, you're also addressing important topics such as gender equity, equality, biodiversity conservation, etc. Can you tell us a little bit more about the project that you're doing?
Okay, thank you so very much. So the point of gender equality and equity and then youth inclusion comes in that when we are doing some study around the River Rizi, it's a small river in Barara, we found out that there's a lot of, politics and then gender-based violence. We found out that families are breaking up now and then. And what happens when these families break up? A family breakups, and then a lady or the woman of the home moves from the home and then goes into the buffer zones and establishes a new home there. What happens to the kids? The kids will also move to another area. We found that people had really encroached so much on the buffer zones. And that was being sponsored or caused by gender-based violence. So now that's where we bring in now that gender equality and equity. What do we do as Eco Equity Community? So what we're doing is reaching out to the communities and such families. We try to teach these people what the real buffer zone is and then try to harmonize, between the families. We are doing much more, again, in institutions because of sexual harassment and so other sorts of evil. So we are doing, we make an alarm that this is not right. We make movements, call upon the young people to engage in the campaign and, front it to make sure these people, spread it even back home in their parents' homes or in their families, relatives. Kind of whistleblowing, because as Equity, we have not secured enough funds, to do legal follow-up, and so done enough of whistleblowing. We've done campaigns on media, and we are also trying to educate the community about the the issues of gender-based violence. For youth inclusion, specifically, we are working so much with the young people and the institutions. And for statistical bit of it, is Uganda is 78% made up of people between the age of 25 and below, meaning the youth have the biggest spot in the country. And so we are engaging these people from the childhood, primary stage, secondary. We try to engage these people and tell them, we all need to stand up. This environment we are conserving is going to help us in our 60s when we can't help ourselves. We need to stand up when we still have the energy. And that's why we are even bringing the message of gender equality and equity through the kids, to bring it up until when we are all in our 60s and we can't help ourselves. Thank you so much.
That is truly inspiring words, and yes, definitely we do need to stand up when we still have the energy. I'm now joined by a third panelist as well, which is Mayowa Onishon, who is the founder of Cleanly Environia Impact Initiative, which is a youth-led organization dedicated to promoting environmental sustainability and youth development in Africa. Welcome, Mayowa, as well. Let's see if we can hear you. So let's see if we can maybe have some sound from Mayowa as well, if it's possible.
Yes.
All right, Mayowa, I'm going to come back to you. I will come back to you as well, of course. Samira, I'll just jump back quickly, briefly, just to yourselves for a little bit of a deep dive, because obviously I know now that you are one of the youth voices that is actually in Dubai for COP, that you're based there right now for a few weeks. So can you explain a little bit to us? So what is it like to be a young voice at COP28?
It's my first COP, actually, so it's a bit, in some ways, overwhelming. But I feel also that people are really welcoming of your voices. They really want to hear our stories. And I can find a lot of, what is interesting with those kind of things is that we meet people from all over the world, and we can try to see that we have more things in common than differences. So that was really interesting. And of course, campaigning alongside other young people is really something that brings us strength. Me personally, I really kind of try to find my courage and my strength into those kind of interactions that I have here. So it was really interesting. It's really interesting so far.
I mean, it's very important that people like yourself is actually there as well. I know that a lot of people or a lot of young voices are not there, and that's obviously also why we're having these discussions. That's also why we're facilitating the Youth Hub and as a platform to get the voices of youth heard when they're not able to be in Dubai. Also, we've had voices from our Youth Hub and some inputs and opinions, and we want to just check in with you, Samira, because you are at COP. Obviously, there has been some debate about the COP being in Dubai, and it's a lot of oil on the agenda. Like, what's the tonality where you are? Like, what is the chat between the young voices around this?
I feel like young people around here are kind of a bit. We do not really agree on the fact that it's here because of the history of oil that you know from the country, but also from the president of the COP this year. But in the same time, we're all here also to advance an agenda. So we're trying to do the best of what we have, and we are working, and we have as of right now, things have been great. So the negotiations are kind of ongoing, and they're a bit, in some ways, disappointing when I think, for example, for the loss and damage negotiation that has been ongoing since the beginning here at the COP, because some of the requirements that were asked were not met, but we are still like trying to campaign as much as we can, minding the context.
That's very interesting to hear. I'm just going to try again to see if we have Mayowa Onishon, which is the founder of Cleanly Environnia Impacts Initiative. Let's see, are we able to hear you now? So I think maybe there is still a little bit of an issue with the sound there. Let's see. Do we have Kenneth still with us? Kenneth, are you still able to hear us?
Yes, please, I can.
Perfect. Okay, Kenneth. Well, obviously you were mentioning that you are in Uganda doing the wonderful work that you are doing. Like, what's the general sense? You work a lot, obviously, on a local level. What is your feeling around that? And do you feel like, as a youth, that your voice is heard, and that the work that you do is actually well perceived?
Okay, thank you so very much once again. So as a youth, I feel my voice still needs so much of, efforts and pushing to be heard. We have an issue of geopolitics that is really doing so much here. Some people saying, we have to push on with our oil and gas, regardless of the effects it's causing to the environment or the people. And then there's a group of the civil people, civil space that is coming up to say, please halt those operations or do it in the right way. And then too, we still have a problem of now the psychology of the society. As we are doing, as watching a space of we don't have time, where we don't have time, and psychology, we're supposed to have one session. But the psychology of the society still is something that we all need to work on. People are seeing things the way they are, and no one is bothering to, take a step or know what to do when. And so my voice is now to educate such people that please wake up. This is how you're supposed to do it, and in this way. Politics, I'll again continue to say politics is really playing so much here, and that's why we need a push as the youth. But yes, as of now and as of the operations Equity has carried on, I feel my voice has been heard up to an extent. Back to you.
That is very, very good to hear, because I think your voice needs to be heard because of all the work that you are doing. I also want to touch on the fact what you mentioned there. You mentioned psychology, and obviously we're talking about behaviors here, and behaviors that needs to be changed. Coming from your angles, you have different angles, and obviously, Samira, you are aiming to bring this problem to the court. What do you actually think is needed here? I mean, it's a big question, but I want to hear your input. What do you think is needed in order for us to close the gap between, policymakers and youths? Like, how can we actually bridge the gaps that these voices, your voices, and the work that you're actually doing are more heavily involved and integrated in policy, in the work of the policymakers?
Yes, I think that, as you said, this is a really complex question, and we can go on about this on several kind of topics. What we have been working on here with our movement, for example, is really trying to bring the human rights perspective into the climate crisis. I think that by bringing this problem and saying that the climate crisis is going to affect our human rights, the right to water, the right to a livelihood, the right to health and environment, the right to food, for example, and bringing those stories through that sense could make us act, because we can really see how we're going to be affected through that. Another element of answer, I would say, is also trying to bring youth, to bridge that gap, is bringing youth into the decision-making processes. We need to have youth advisory boards. We need to make sure that at every time we're taking a climate decision, we are having this element of intergenerational equity that can be brought by a youth perspective, but also, of course, other kind of groups like indigenous people, people who are the most affected communities. And those are maybe like the two elements of answer that I can bring that we're working on currently at World for Climate Justice that could help go over this bridge.
Thank you for that. I really love that suggestion, what you're just saying about the youth advisory board, and I definitely think that that's needed. Kenneth, do you have something also to add to that? How is that work going in your local community, actually, with your dialogues around like maybe local politicians and when you need to make new policies and rules? Do you feel like that dialogue is actually happening?
Yeah, true. The dialogue is happening, and before I forget, I would love to commend the previous speaker. She tackled so well about the youth advisory board, and as equity community, we are doing the same. We are saying, please, in every policy that is going to be made, let it be made in presence of the youth. Let the youth take the front seat in this decision making, because these are the people that will be affected the more by these policies. We still have, a long lifespan to live, and in this long lifespan, we are the people that will be affected or, benefit from these policies that are being made, because these are not short-term policies. So I feel more of the youth advisory board should be established to give the youth this platform to express their views and also vote for policies in favor of what they have to live for in their future. For the issue you asked about, yes, I feel the political... Am I still...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I think it was double voices, but we can definitely still hear you, Kenneth. Just please go on.
Okay. Thank you so very much. And I welcome the other colleague that has just joined us. It's really a pleasure. So,
yes. Hello, Kenneth. Hello, everyone.
This is what happens when we have live broadcast, and I think that must be Mayowa that just joined us. I think, yeah, Mayowa, are you with us?
Oh, yes, I'm very much with you. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can definitely hear you. We hear a little bit of background noise there as well, but I think, tell us a little bit, where are you? Are you in Nigeria?
Oh, yes. At the moment, I'm very much in Nigeria.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Mayowa. I know that you're also working with comprehensive sustainability development programs, and you are really raising a generation of informed and proactive citizens within Nigeria. So you have climate education projects. Can you tell us a little bit about what it is that you're doing?
Oh, great. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I'm so sorry for all the challenges. I think it happens like that sometimes at this end. So Cleanly Environmental Impact Initiative is at the forefront of raising climate awareness in Nigeria, and especially in the Niger Delta region of Nigeria. Of course, the Niger Delta region of Nigeria is popularly known for its oil activities. A majority of the oil being exported out of the country is found in the Niger Delta region of Nigeria. And this has continued to constitute a whole lot of environmental problem and climate challenges in this environment. And this is what we have been trying to work at, giving solutions to, so that we can save the future of the coming generation. And of course, I've come to understand that these oil exploration activities has brought a whole lot of challenges on the environment. One common one that moved me to action in the Niger Delta region was a high youthful mortality rate. I have come to understand by research and understanding that the health impact that these oil activities institutes in the region has really affected the livelihood of the people within the region. So it continues to bring in and introduce a whole lot of pollution, which cuts down the life expectancy of people within the region. So I told myself I would not sit back and allow this continue to happen. So I decided within my capacity to come up with a Cleanly Environmental Impact Initiative. And what we do is that we use the climate education approach to integrate environmental sustainability practices and climate solution into the indigenous people of the Niger Delta. So as of today, we've been able to make impacts in over 10 indigenous communities. And what do? We are making use of the youth approach, being that the youth are the strength and the core of the population, especially here in Africa. So once you're able to buy in the youth into your planning, it is very convenient and easy to make a lasting impact on the environment. And being that it is an indigenous community, of course, we're troubled by the language barrier because Ibibio language is commonly spoken as well as every other languages in most of the regions around the Niger Delta. It is a culturally diverse ethnicity group wherein we have over 300 local dialects. So myself, not being an indigene of such area, I have tried to incorporate into my team a set of locals that would be able to sustain the projects, even well beyond the impact that my own planning and project development approaches could bring. So what we do is that we try to educate students and youth in schools. We try to educate them on what are the health impacts that oil activities bring in the region. How can they cope? How can they advocate for change in the region? Because this has continued to even have both social impacts, economical impacts within the region. They have lost a vast number of farmlands. They could not grow any crop. There is high food scarcity in the region. And the majority of the youth, because of the impression they have that there is so much money from oil activities, they neglect education to the extent that the highest oil producing state in Nigeria, which is Akwa Ibom State, wherein my organization is based, as of 2018, according to UBEC's report, they rank as the second highest state in Nigeria with the highest female out of school children. And this is alarming for the future of the state. So we have decided to incorporate methodologies of bringing the student back into the educational system through career orientation and mentorship programs and free book projects wherein we go to schools and we support the educational system with writing materials and try to encourage them to keep them within the four walls of the school. And we continue to, give them orientations and how they would be able to cope even with the feasible impact that these oil activities are presenting to them within the area. So, so far we've been able to make a whole lot of impacts within the region. Our climate education program continues to make impacts within the region. So far now that the region which was once unaware of climate change, although they continue to face the impact every day, but they are unaware, they are uneducated that what they are facing within the region is the impact of climate change. The region now is getting to be aware by the day. We are raising a high consciousness within the region, and we have been able to buy a large number of youth into our project, and we're happy with what we are doing because we are establishing a future of sustainability advocates and practitioners within the region. So this is what we've been able to do.
That is amazing. That is amazing work, and thank you so much for all the work that you're doing. And sorry to cut you off there, actually, Mayoa, but we are running out of time for this panel. And I want to say thank you so much to my amazing guests who are really strong youth voices. And thank you for the work that you're doing and the inspiration that you're sharing. And now I'm going to hand back to Katarina.
We know now that the climate crisis is at a tipping point. And when certain limits are exceeded, a series of negative feedback loops could be triggered, which could exponentially increase the rate of global warming and make it nearly impossible to meet our climate goals. But what are those tipping points on our planet, and what can we do to protect them, protect the planet, nurture the recovery, and ensure that they remain assets in keeping temperatures down rather than worsening the crisis itself? With me today on stage, I have two amazing speakers who were involved in the production of a fantastic film. This film highlights negative climate feedback loops related to forests and the importance of taking action to conserve our woodlands across the globe. Unfortunately, we can't stream the full film on stage. However, it is now available on our website and on our Twitter X profile for you to stream in your own time. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Andrew Revkin, independent writer and author. And Andy is a webcaster, also is one of the world's most experienced and innovative journalists on sustainability. He has covered climate change for more than 35 years, from the thawing North Pole to the burning Amazon. He has spent 20 years writing and blogging for the New York Times and also held staff positions at Discover Magazine and the Los Angeles Times. Joining him is Bill Mumau, a visiting scientist at Woodwell Climate Research Center. And Bill is a climate scientist working on natural climate solutions that remove atmospheric carbon dioxide and store the carbon as wood in forests and in soils of wetlands and grasslands. He's a lead author of 5 intergovernmental panel on climate change reports on technological solutions for reducing emissions, including the 2007 report that shared the Nobel Peace Prize. So wonderful to have both of you here. Good to see you, and it's fantastic to be having this conversation with you. I have a question to start you off, both of you, but I'd like to turn first to Andrew. Could you give us a brief synopsis of this film? Why is it important? What inspired you to be part of it? And what message do you hope it conveys to viewers, Andrew? And then I'd like Bill to answer the same question. So now we cannot hear you, Andrew, so let's see if I can...
Sorry.
That's fine. It happens to all of us. So just continue, please, Andrew.
Yeah, especially at 6:45 in the morning, my time.
Oh dear.
No. I'm not directly involved with the film. I'm enthusiastic about the production of that and the other films that this group has produced. I think they provide a critical portrait of. This one provides a critical reminder that the landscapes, natural landscapes around us, are a crucial partner in how we resolve our environmental problems. Whether it's hydrology, water flows, mitigating flood risk, and of course, as the main theme here is absorbing carbon dioxide. Plants evolved on this planet before we animals came around, and their photosynthesis is the process that pulls CO2, carbon dioxide, out of the air, and a substantial portion of that gets stored in the substrate or in the forest itself. And if you start to disturb those forests, as humanity has done in too many parts of the world, as we've grown, our need for agriculture particularly has competed with those same, with nature for those landscapes. We face a growing problem. The problem of climate change cannot be addressed without putting balance back into how we relate to landscapes around us. And so that's the key message that I got from the film, and I'm sure Bill has more. One thing I'll add is that the forests are very diverse, that they're the boreal forests wrapping the northern part of the planet are very different than the tropics, and in terms of what they do with CO2, and making sure that regional plans are really important. This is not like a UN thing. It has to be from the ground up, not from the top down.
Well, thank you, Andrew. Bill, would you please share your brief synopsis and why it's important, this film?
Well, the film is very important because it clearly demonstrates that as the extra gases we've put in the atmosphere, like carbon dioxide, have warmed the Earth itself begins to release more. That's what the feedback loop is. It is basically the warmer we make the Earth, the more the Earth emits more carbon dioxide and other gases, methane and other things that trap heat. And the film is very well structured. I had the privilege of being an advisor on the film. In fact, I think I'm responsible for most of the people who are speaking in it. And it vividly illustrates just how this somewhat difficult concept actually works. And we are, I think, caught in a thought trap where we think of forests as a natural resource or as a barrier to economic development. So we clear them for agriculture, we clear them for urban areas. And more recently, we clear them to put in solar panels, which is unnecessary. And as we do that, we have actually, over the years, reduced the forest area of the Earth by 1/3. And in fact, 1/3 of all the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere comes from from deforestation and forest degradation and the degradation of soils around the world. So it's really important, as this film illustrates, to change our direction.
Well, thank you very much, Bill. Why are old forests and trees more important to conserve than new ones? Because this is what we are hearing.
Yes, it's there's a perception that old forests are senescent, and therefore we should just cut them down and replant them with vigorous young forests that has a certain attractive ring to it in terms of our human perceptions. But in fact, the older forests are continuing to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store it, and they hold much more. I was involved in a study in Oregon where we were able to determine exactly how many trees were larger than a certain size that the Forest Service had stopped cutting because of the spotted owl days to protect the owl. And they were only 3% of the trees in the forest, these trees that were bigger than 21 inches in diameter. And yet they held 42% of the carbon in the entire forest. It's just so lopsided in terms of the importance of these forests. The other thing that is not often realized is that these older forests have been dropping their leaves and needles for a century or more. And in doing so, that gets composted, if you like, and becomes carbon that's locked into the soils. And in many cases, there's more carbon per acre or per hectare in the soils in a forest than there is in the living trees. So that's a reason that old forests are so important. They are really saving us. The world would be there'd be 30% more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere if the forests had not been doing their job all these years, and we would have been at current concentrations of carbon dioxide back sometime around 1960. So today I can't even estimate what it would have been.
Well, thank you for explaining this so clearly. Turning to Andy, why is it necessary for other forests, other than the tropical, not to get overlooked when it comes to conservation? Because there is much talk, of course, about the rainforest, but how about the boreal forest, for instance, and other forests?
Well, we've seen in Canada this year, for example, the enormous carbon potential of those forests can go up in smoke, literally. If climate change is not managed, the fire potential is there. In many parts of the world, like the United States, we spent 100 years suppressing fire, which is an essential part of certain forest ecosystems, which is very different than the tropics. And if you do that, you build up a huge load of fuel. Now, the Canadian situation this summer was different. These were not fire suppressed areas, but they show that with climate change, you can have important changes in the drought and heat regimes in regions that can really damage their potential to do what we want. Forests don't just live to service human needs, but in the Anthropocene, this era of either human unmanaged or human managed Earth systems, we would like to think that we can get the system under control enough so that it's not combusting in the north. There have been forest fires in the Arctic increasingly, and which haven't been observed in modern times. They definitely have happened, off and on through planetary history too. As long as there've been forests, there's been forest fires. But so that's just one example. That the boreal and northern forests have very different behavior, and they're all in flux. Bruce Forbes, a forest scientist I got to know when I was working in the Arctic, shows the potential for forests to blossom and be part of the future for the climate and for ecosystems. I wrote for the New York Times maybe 12, 15 years ago. He did a study showing that these tundra areas, it's not like in a warming planet, forests propagate slowly from northward. There were what he called pop-up forests, where these tiny little willow shrubs and the like that are on the landscape that look like just shrubbery can start to become trees if we give them the potential to do that. So that's one area that's so interesting. The fringe of the Arctic, the boreal area, and then the United States and Europe too. Europe as well. We saw recently with Portugal and Greece the same phenomenon where unmanaged landscapes can become terrible problems when fires erupt.
Well, we had a fair share of that in Sweden. 2018, we had major forest fires, and we have them, of course, after that too. But that was sort of open our eyes to the aspects of major forest fires. Andy, you've been a journalist on climate issues for over 30 years. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on how exposure of the climate crisis in media has changed in these last 30 years, from your perspective, please.
Well, 30 years ago, there were like 3 of us writing about it. Now there are hundreds of people, including at the COP28. There's, I think, thousands of journalists. So that's one big change. I think I'm going to pull back from the media specifically and say one of the most exciting changes for me in the last 30 years, 35, is the capacity to observe these systems in real time, whether it's reporters on the ground in Congo and in Brazil, and they're there now, including indigenous people who are now doing their own reports. There's an organization called If Not Us, Then Who, and it's an indigenous communication network around the world, linked by satellite and all the other tools that we have, who are telling their own story of what's going on with parts of Peru or the Bolivian Amazon or Brazil. So that's great. But then there's satellite imagery. Greg Asner, a scientist now at Arizona State, and others have shown us, either with aerial overflights or with satellite imagery, we can monitor forest health in ways that were unimaginable, and in real time, so that if a country at one of these conferences of the parties is claiming one thing about its forests or about its palm oil production, and the world now has the capacity to understand what's actually happening or not happening. There's a truthing factor. You can impose transparency in ways that were not possible before. And that, I'll give just briefly, in 1992, I wrote a book on global warming, and Environmental Defense Fund was part of the project that book came out of. And if someone had told me in 1992 that EDF was going to be launching its own satellite, which is happening, I think, this year, this is to monitor methane, a gas emitted by industrial and other practices, I would have laughed. And now we have that potential. So those things really show the power of observation, power of communication to change things is just extraordinary.
Speaking of observation, we have had reports coming out of the Amazon of the clear cutting that has been immensely minimized after the introduction of Lula as president. What could any of you say about this aspect of politics really having a big impact on how we treat the forests of the world?
Maybe Bill?
I would say it's essential. I mean, to give you an example, we do focus on Brazil and the Amazon and the other Amazonian countries. I've been working with people in Ecuador, for example. But what is really shocking is that within the last 20 years, Canada's managed forests have gone from being a sink for carbon, that is, they remove more than they emit, to emitting more than they remove. And that's because, yes, partly the fires, but it's also been management. I mean, the unbridled harvesting of forest in British Columbia and elsewhere in Canada is astounding. And you can, again, as Andy said, these satellite images demonstrate that just so dramatically. You can't hide it anymore, or ignore it, or claim that you didn't do it, because it's the verification that we have now that we've never had before. And I think we ought to get away from this business of countries reporting their state of their forests and go to an international observatory system which is neutral in the sense it doesn't favor one country over another, but it's unlike some of the reports, it's actually truthful. And I think that's hugely important.
That's a great idea.
Well, transparency is, of course, key in this safeguarding of our forests. Your film is, of course, aiming to really focus on the importance of protecting the forests. What are your hopes of this aspect of climate protection and climate action being put forward here at the COP?
But who's going to be more pessimistic, Andy, you or me?
Well, I'll say one thing I learned in writing about and from the floor quite often, this climate treaty process. The thing that became clear to me is while everyone was proclaiming, raise ambition, we must negotiate a deal. As a journalist, I've heard that language so many times at these meetings. But what I learned was that countries don't come to these meetings. They come to these meetings with decisions based on what's happening at home and what the dynamics are at the local politics, local energy needs, local landscape realities. And so these meetings memorialize rather than drive change. And that can sound depressing. I think it's not, because it just says you don't have to wait for some top-down power I think we grew up in the 1900s with this expectation of top-down solutions, including the treaty process being more like negotiating a contract that everyone will sign. And it was depressing to move from Copenhagen in 2009 to Paris in 2015 from the idea of a targets and timetables treaty to something more fluid, which is what the Paris Agreement is. So we see now in the COPs now a more fluid, less, everyone seems kind of to be able to play around it more. That feels discouraging, but it's not. It just is the way the world works. You can't get 200 countries to find common language with all the differentiation we have in the world. And that the good news is it takes work on the ground in all those 200 countries by 8 billion people. If you have 8 billion empowered people, or let's say 4 billion empowered people on a planet of 8 billion plus, who are saying, hey, this forest is in danger, who are saying we have another way to produce our energy, or saying our school can measure our carbon output. then you have a world that really is promising and can fit within the climate system and be a good neighbor to our living systems that we rely on. So it turns the camera back on to all of us, and I think that's actually a really good thing.
Thank you. Well, speaking of turning the camera, I'm going to let in an activist soon. I just like to hear Bill's take on the expectations of the COP related to what we're talking about.
Well, every year there are expectations that there's going to be some great breakthrough. I'll just point out that last year, after in the 27th Conference of the Parties, finally the term fossil fuels was mentioned explicitly. I mean, that tells you how the countries that produce it and so on are able to block any real discussion in terms that everybody can understand. And what it's led to then is a kind of technological optimism. We're going to, the latest one is, well, there's fusion power, which I think has been 40 years off since I was 8 years old, and may still be that far off despite the hype, at least in terms of making a big breakthrough. And the other is that the claim that we can, since we've made this mess technologically, technology is going to solve it. Now, the one way that's true is we need to change our technologies so we're not adding so much carbon dioxide and methane to the atmosphere. But we've now, our billions of dollars are being spent in the United States on direct air capture. Meaning that we're going to, carbon dioxide is something like 0.04% of the atmosphere. Trying to pick out the carbon dioxide molecules at that low level is very energy intensive. And all of the 20-some projects in the world right now are removing something like 10 or 15,000 tons a year, and we're putting in 40 billion tons a year. The forests are taking out maybe something like 10% every year of what we're putting in. I mean, they're removing 30% rather, but it's a very small amount compared to what we need, but it's vastly greater at much lower cost than these technologies. It's one thing to put essentially a carbon dioxide filter on power plants and so forth. That's a way that the fossil fuel industry wants to keep using burning coal and so on. But that's also incredibly expensive. It doubles the cost really of fossil fuel electricity production almost. If it's going to be effective, because then you have to store it someplace. What do we do with it in practice? We take it and we pump it underground to push more oil and gas out, and people and then these companies get financial subsidies from the governments to do so. So we're really on the wrong track as we look for easy solutions, and yet the easiest solution is growing in plain sight. That is the forests.
Well, thank you so much, Bill. Sorry for interrupting you, but I'd like to see if Mariana Campos, the youth activist, is with us, because I know she has prepared some questions for you. She is a climate activist from Mexico, and she's zooming in from the summit in Dubai. So let's see if we can hear Mariana here with us. Yes, perfect. Hello, Mariana. Wonderful that you could join us. And I know that you have prepared some questions to Bill and Andrew. So please fire away.
Thank you so much for the voice. In fact, I have some questions for this incredible journalist, activist, expert in forestry. And we were talking with other youth at the Youth Hub of We Don't Have Time. And we discussed about how protecting forests is important to stop this vicious cycle of environmental degradation and rising temperatures. Particularly, I have one question. Today, the forests are in serious danger, but
the problematic is not covered completely in the media. I'm from a local town whose name is Zacatecas in Mexico, and our local forest, this huge forest that we all know, was burned the last year, and it was not even noticed by the national media. It was noticed by activists in the national ground and not even international ground. So we have examples like that all over the world. And I want to ask you how we can bring those examples to you as an amplifier of this cause. So we can collaborate and share the knowledge in order to prevent this kind of events, and also do activism in order to promote the cause in the young state, but also in other stages. Thank you.
So thank you, Mariana. Who would like to start? Yeah. We have 4 minutes before we need to go to the next session. So fire away, Andrew or Bill. Andrew, looks like you're starting.
Well, yeah, no, I'm a big part of what I consider my job now is to help amplify others' voices. I run a webcast that goes to Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, and Twitter, and I have a substantial following in those places. And I've had guests on there from all around the world who describe problems that aren't getting adequate media attention. So and just even on social media, I can do this as well. So it's great to meet you here, first of all, and to learn about that particular situation. I will say that all of us have a responsibility when there is a forest pressure in a region like, well, parts of Mexico. We've just seen in the news a new report about avocados, North American avocados. Most of them come from Mexico, and most of them or many are being produced illegally, and that illegal production is destroying forests. It's like with palm oil in other parts of the world. The more consumers and average people understand what the region, the wide-ranging impacts of the choices we make, that's another thing that we can all work on. But I'd say I'm happy to follow up with you and get you on my webcast for starters.
Excellent. Well, we can help connect the two of you. Perfect. So, Bill, how would you like to respond to Mariana's question, please?
Mariana, very nice to meet you, and I'm delighted that as an older person to see a younger person like you taking on the mantle of addressing climate change. It's hugely important and reassuring that you are active in doing so. About the fires or the transformations, the palm oil problem in Southeast Asia was the result of a decision made in Europe to require a biodiesel. And so that was that case. In the case of avocados, it's Americans who demand a lot of avocados. And so this sets the incentives for cutting down forests and replace them with avocado trees. It's a mistake to blame Mexico and Indonesia for the problem that is being caused by the North, the richer North that can afford to buy these things. I also think that one of the reasons we're having so many fires is because climate has changed the conditions that make it easy to start a fire. But a number of these are caused by lightning and other natural things, but the vast majority, probably 90% of the fires are caused by people. And why in the world we continue to allow people to go into forests and build fires and things, I don't know. Or in Brazil, they're using fires to clear the forest for agriculture by all these illegal processes and so on. So we need to rein in our own human behavior, and there would be a lot fewer fires.
Well, thank you very much, Bill, and thank you very much, Andrew and Mariana, for bringing a very sharp and adequate question to the scientists here and the journalists and scientists. Of course, don't forget that you can watch the full film on our website, and the dialogue continues, the work continues, and thank you very much for joining us in this session. And now we're going to move to the next topic.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Revkin@gmail.com.
So now it's time for our closing session of the day. It's been an excellent start to the climate dialogue in Dubai and also here in Stockholm. From discussions on the policy incentives for zero-emission economies to the fantastic films that have been produced to communicate the severity of the climate crisis, it has been an excellent second day. So we have one final live panel for you, though. So I'm going to hand over to my co-host, Nick, in Dubai. Take it away.
Katerina, thanks very much indeed. And we're wrapping up here with a around 25-minute session with some of our friends and colleagues from the UN Development Programme. We don't call it the UNDP hour because it's actually not 1 hour, but you can't really call it the UNDP 23 minutes. It doesn't sound quite as good. So who have I got with me this evening here in Dubai? Joining me on stage, Samira Savarala. Yeah. Climate Change Policy and Programme Specialist at UNDP, the UN Development Programme. Samir has extensive experience in UN climate negotiations, having been part of an NGO, also with government and UN delegations for nearly 10 years. She has been following the Paris Agreement process closely since its inception, and she is something of a really top expert on the issue of loss and damage and social inclusion, ensuring the most vulnerable and the marginalized groups are supported and empowered by climate action. So welcome. Susanna Olbrich is a climate policy specialist with the UN Development Programme, working with that organization since 2008. Her work focuses on climate finance. She's an advisor and trainer to governments to address questions of climate finance. And she's been co-developing UNDP's approach on climate finance, leading work on climate finance assessments for mitigation across Latin America, Africa, and Asia. We could go on, but then the COP will have finished and we haven't got to the questions. So, Srilata Camilla, Head Climate Change Adaptation, UNDP. She's responsible for strategic leadership and management of projects and programs valued at over US $1 billion. And she has broad expertise in climate resilient technologies and practices, livelihoods, value chains, energy access, renewables, climate finance. We could go on, but she's covering a lot of things. So welcome to all of you. Hi. Susanna, let me go to you first because that's the way the questions were organized. Can you explain for those who are not aware, when we talk about climate finance, what does climate finance matter for climate action? And maybe then broaden that out about how you actually help governments with this.
Definitely. So the Paris Agreement and also the national targets that countries set themselves to address climate change, they call for really unprecedented change in the way how we are producing, how we are consuming, how we are living, basically. So that means really a big change in economies is needed to cut emissions and also to adapt to that climate change that's already happening. And UNDP is advocating for this transition to be just and to leave no one behind. And so COP is obviously a big chance for helping to set the world on that track. And UNDP is helping countries in a number of ways towards that. So we are trying to help countries to bring money into their national climate plans. One way is to help them come up with one single finance strategy. So we still see countries often doing lots of efforts coming up with a biodiversity strategy and a sustainable development strategy and a finance climate strategy. And often there's trade-offs among each other. And we want to ensure that there's one coherent strategy that has a solid chance of mobilizing finance.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, there's different other ways in which we are supporting countries. One of them is also helping them to establish pipelines of bankable projects, for instance, through the Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator, to which Bangladesh is one of the 15 countries participating, and we are helping them to come up with solid proposals, for instance, to increase resilience in communities living in the river delta.
Okay, we'll come back on some of this as we get into our discussion. Samira, loss and damage. It's been well, it's been a topic for 30 years, right? And then, to the amazement of so many people, in COP27, it happened, and I was one of the people that was pinching myself because I couldn't quite believe it's actually happened. Now we seem to have got the beginnings of money towards making this thing reality in terms of its impact on the ground. Can you explain a little bit why we needed a loss and damage fund? I think why did we need such a thing?
Yeah, thank you so much, Nick. It's a really important question. Because a lot of these frontline communities and countries, right, that have really been experiencing the consequences of climate crisis for decades, as you said, they've been fighting for this for a long time because they've been fighting for technical support, of course, but they've also really been fighting for finance. They're looking for the money to help them to actually address a lot of the losses and damages that they're experiencing. And because of that, over time, they've been asking, okay, then we need money for this, you know, and, you know, the first 10 years goes by, you get a policy arm called the Warsaw International Mechanism under the climate regime. Then another 10 years passes, you have the Santiago Network, which is more about the technical assistance, right? But still no money yet. And so the fight was continuing to actually find the finance for loss and damage, and to actually have a fund so that countries can pull from that fund after they meet with a climate-related disaster, for example, or a slow onset event such as sea level rise. What do they do in that situation? Where do they get the money for that? Many of these countries already have severe debt burdens that they're experiencing. The amount of money and the amount of loss and damage is massive. The scale is massive. So because of that, that's why they've really been looking for this fund for a long time. And there was a collective effort, as you said, it's been 30 years in the making to really make this happen. And that's why this fund was a possibility, because now no one on Earth can ignore what's happening because of climate change. And countries are now really willing to put money there and to talk about it openly.
Do you, one of the debates seems to be how this money is going to be disbursed, how it's actually going to get out of the pot and into the real world and start doing some good. That's a discussion here, I think. Can you tell us what the problem is? Yeah, what needs to be resolved?
Sure, yeah. So that's been a really big question that's been taking place over the course of the year. So there was a transitional committee that was actually set up last year that's consisting of 24 parties, 14
parties being governments. Yeah.
Governments,
yeah.
yes, sorry. So governments, 14 developing country governments and 10 developed country governments, right? That were working together to design the operational elements of this fund. What should be included? You know, you're talking about allocations, what should be the scope, the scale, all of these details and questions. Part of the reason the fund was able to be agreed here at COP is because all of those details were already discussed and agreed over the course of the year by these countries, this transitional committee. So the transitional committee asked the board of the fund to then define many of the more specifics of the operational elements. So the question of allocations, how should the funds be dispersed? What does that actually look like?
Who comes first?
Who comes first?
Yeah.
How much do some groups might get more than others, or at least have a certain percentage of allocation that's actually in the decision as well. So all of that will be determined by the board once that's set up too. So part of that is just a little bit of that is discussed here, but a lot of these conversations will happen after COP as well.
So it could be that maybe at the next COP, the rules of the game are sort of finally rubber stamped or something like that.
Right.
Okay.
And also when the host is selected, right? Because we did see in the decision they've asked the World Bank to potentially host the fund if they can meet specific conditions to host. So once we know that, then that host can also provide further details on how they'll set up the fund as well.
Okay. Srilata, adaptation. And I suppose we're talking a bit about finance here. So there is an adaptation fund, which was great that it was established, but it's also crying out for money too. Maybe just for the viewers so they don't know, I mean, I think many do, but just in case, why do we need adaptation? So first question why do we need it?
Great. It's a great question to start with. You know, the climate crisis has been framed by the Secretary General as an existential threat to humanity. Right? We're all aware of the increasing and widespread devastating impacts of climate change already across different regions, across different communities, and especially those who are most vulnerable, most exposed, do get, disproportionately affected. So when you look at things like disruptions in food systems, water scarcity, the need for protecting natural capital because they offer a buffer as adaptation to climate crisis, it becomes really critical that we invest in adaptation. I mean, currently about 3.3 to 3.6 billion people are already living in a context that's highly vulnerable to climate change. If you consider this, which is under the 1.5 C warming, we are expecting another 120 million people to tip back into poverty. So it's no longer a question of choice. It's an imperative that we need to do this, and we don't have time. And IPCC report, in fact, said, the window for adaptation is closing fast. And so if you can look at what the recent emissions gap report said, that we're potentially facing a 3-degree C warming by end of the century if we don't act aggressively, then it becomes all the more critical that we invest, of course, in adaptation. And there's a lot of urgency and the scale needed because you're ultimately talking about protecting people's lives, livelihoods, assets, the economies. And so it's very much, in fact, twinned. When you look at adaptation, it is nothing but sort of climate risk and opportunity informed development. So climate and the development, and especially where we sit as a development arm of the UN system, are closely interlinked. And that's the imperative really for why we need it. But I also want to showcase a little bit of the work, what happens at the COP, and how the growing momentum for adaptation has in fact brought us into these conversations around adaptation finance, for instance, that you mentioned. In the nationally determined contributions, which are basically commitments by the governments, in the recent update, out of the 107 countries we supported in revising those commitments, about 93% of them actually indicated that they want to increase ambition and adaptation, which is a really positive political will because these are government roadmaps. And the important thing is those investments go into things like agriculture and food security, energy, natural capital, health, and also a lot of gender and inclusive approaches, because again, going back to the disproportionately affected people, that's where adaptation is more needed. And I also wanted to highlight that often we talk about adaptation as if it's purely a question of avoiding losses and avoiding, costs, but there's actually a good case for investing in adaptation. There is research that shows that if we were to invest, let's say about 1.8 trillion in things like dryland agriculture and conservation, or early warning systems, or mangrove restoration, we're looking at net benefits of over 7 trillion to the society. So those are all the reasons why I think it's really an imperative now, and there's urgency that we do it now and actually do it at scale for adaptation.
Because they always used to say in the past that cutting emissions is the best form of adaptation, yeah? But because the emissions keep going up, and now, the discussion on adaptation is much stronger than before.
Yes.
So it's part of the reality of the world we find ourselves in at this very moment. Susanna, coming back, we're kind of edging around the finance topic in your area in terms of, are there any numbers around on how much money we need to combat climate change? Give us some eye-watering figures.
Thanks. This is a very, very good question, and it's a question to which there may be many answers that may be right. Why? It is because under the Paris Agreement, countries are individually coming up with their own targets, and many countries are doing their own costing, meaning trying to find out how much it actually costs to implement these targets. And countries are also developing own financing strategies. And that means we are living through a time of constantly evolving information, of needs and requirements that are constantly being updated. And so why is this so different and cannot easily be also compared among countries? It's, of course, countries have different national circumstances, but then countries also have very different underlying assumptions. For instance, of course, different countries are planning different activities on mitigation, on adaptation, also to a certain level and to a certain extent of these activities. Then there's, of course, also differences in on the economic side, in terms of trade, in terms of taxation, in terms of subsidies, that all impacts also on the eventual costs. Then there is the social side, of course. How about poverty reduction? All this is playing together in a very complex way. But to just provide one example, there is recent findings from UNEP that says that for adaptation alone, per year, it would be in a range of 160 billion to 340 billion. So that tells us a number of things. We are talking about really big numbers. We are talking about ranges of numbers, and we are talking about very, very individual circumstances in different countries. But as Srilata was saying, of course, these are not only costs, because non-action also comes at a cost, as we increasingly see. So it's a balance always.
I think it's a really good point. And I think when some people see some of these numbers, whether it be the adaptation numbers or how many trillions we have to invest in renewable energy by, say, 2050, people go, wow, I mean, can the world afford that? But the fact is that certainly with say, renewable energy, I mean, people have to invest in energy systems anyway, right? What you're doing is you're investing in a different kind of energy system rather than the other one that actually sentences us all to a very grim future. So actually, just the headline numbers, I mean, you mentioned it, but you mentioned it too, it doesn't reveal actually the payback that comes from that. The challenge, of course, is that some of these other systems that will actually deliver a healthier future, a better future, and a more prosperous future with all kinds of green jobs and blah, 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 sometimes have an upfront cost, or there's, in developing countries, a kind of risk, and who is actually taking the risk, right, to realize them, yeah? And that's
exactly. And through our work with UNDP, we are actually helping countries to make this business case for action. We are working with them to really look closely into climate finance and to see it not only as a costing factor, but also to see how much they can save in case of, instead of not acting. Yeah.
With the loss and damage, I suppose everyone is going to be looking very closely at the money that comes in, whether it's actually new money or money coming from somewhere else that could have been doing something else quite useful. So I suppose there'll be a lot of scrutiny of the actual contributions. It seems to me we've got a kind of a three-stage rocket here, an electric rocket, of course, where we have to deal with the emissions, and we have to adapt to the realities in which we're in. And then there's going to be impacts. And some of those could be handled by creative insurance, couldn't it, in some ways? And loss and damage is really at the end of the story, isn't it? It's like when you can't adapt anymore, you can't, and you are getting these severe hits, which insurance can no longer cover. I mean, I know many developing countries, they don't have insurance in the first place, right? But there have been pilot projects in some countries where creative insurance has become available. So I think there should be a step up on insurance as well to all parts of the world, if that's possible, right? But there is some moment at which the insurance would run out, right? There's no insurance package anymore, and bang, you've got loss and damage. So is there an interplay between the insurance side of things and the loss and damage? We need to step both of them up, don't we? Insurance for people in developing countries and the loss and damage fund, or am I just getting this wrong? Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, no. The thing is, just like with any climate area or climate solution, there's multiple sides, right? Yeah. There's multiple solutions. There's not any one solution that's going to cover everything that's needed. Yeah. Insurance is definitely one of those solutions, right? But we did see in the conversations around the loss and damage fund, developing countries really stressed their concerns around insurance because One, thing that you mentioned is, of course, that not all countries are able to be covered by insurance, especially looking at the scale of some of the climate impacts that we're seeing. The level of flooding, the level of the intensity of storms that we're seeing. Many insurance providers are unable to meet the full needs and the full costs. Also, the premiums can be quite high for many of these countries and for many of the community members, right? That they're unable to afford these insurance packages. So while that is a potential solution, there was definitely a lot of concern raised by developing countries about just looking at insurance. And how can we look beyond insurance and actually look at that post-impact support, direct support that countries and communities can receive? Right now, I think some of the estimates are saying there's about $400 billion in losses and damages that are expected in developing countries at this stage. While there is no specific, they haven't determined the scale of the fund just yet, developing countries were really advocating for about $100 billion per year just for the loss and damage fund, right? And so, that's quite a big number. We saw that with the climate finance goal before, with $100 billion.
Dragged on and
I know, it's hard to hear $100 billion again. But again, they say this is just a small part of the needs, right? For another example is Pakistan had those historic floods last year where I think it was 2/3 of the country was underwater, and millions of people are affected by this. After that, their needs were $16 billion, and that was from one event. So if we're talking $16 billion from one event for one country that has some resources, then the fact that many developing countries will have more and more severe impacts is really staggering, and that's something we have to see. And as you were saying with adaptation as well, emissions are important. We have to reduce emissions so that we can, we don't have to adapt as much. Same with loss and damage. We have to reduce emissions so that there is less loss and damage, so there isn't as much to adapt to. So it's all very connected, and at UNDP, we really see it as part of a continuum, right, of support. You need the mitigation, you need the adaptation and disaster risk reduction, and then when there is that post-impact, then you need support after the fact as well. So it's part of a whole package of support.
Got you. I know we're coming very fast to a hard finish, but maybe together you could answer this question. Is there some way of marrying the need to deal with climate change and the impacts of climate change through adaptation with also the urgency to conserve, expand our natural world? In other words, the nature story as well. I mean, there's a lot of adaptation potential in nature as well. It's a nice agenda because it can bring together the biodiversity agenda, the ecosystems agenda, and the need to look after people in tough circumstances. Is that right? So some of this money you could invest in adaptation is also investing in nature and restoring nature. Yeah. Sure.
No, that's actually a really, really important point. And we forget that while we have this climate change conference, we also have like the biodiversity COP and other mechanisms. And again, the twinning of nature and climate, especially in light of the planetary crisis that we're talking about, is absolutely crucial. So the nature-based solutions that we talk about, and it's not just about the adaptation and nature twinning. When we invest in nature-based solutions, you're looking at carbon sequestration, you're looking at low-emission green economy, as well as adaptation, as well as development benefits. Because if you look at things like ecosystem restoration, you're looking at carbon benefits, so mitigation. You are looking at adaptation because of the buffer you're creating in this system, but also the ecosystem services and the people that rely on those services, both from the perspective of markets of those ecosystem goods and services, and the people, their livelihoods and assets and incomes protected. So it really is a multiple win when you talk about nature and climate together.
Yeah.
But the question is, there can be alignment, and that's another important part when we talk about finance in general. How do we align the streams of investments being made into nature, into climate, into development? And a big part of that is the question of how do governments and societies think about planning their investments? Do you take into account climate risks and the loss of natural capital and the cost of inaction on both, as you look at policy and planning and investment decisions? So right from the planning perspective and policy, we need to look at alignment that amplifies and economizes on these streams of finance, because there isn't always additional finance coming from, various sources, but there is that twinning needed. But on top of that, adaptation does require this idea that on top of a baseline, you have additional risks and impacts of climate change. And that's the fundamental tenet of the climate negotiations and differentiated responsibilities.
We could talk a lot longer on this, because actually it's an interesting conversation. I also think it's very important that we are revealing as well to viewers the work of the UN system, in this case the UN Development Programme, which is sometimes a bit too invisible as far as I'm concerned, and the great work that you all do. So thank you so much for being with us on We Don't Have Time TV. And it's back to the studio in Stockholm to Christia, where is she? Katarina. Back in Stockholm.
I'm here, Dick. Great panel again. Let's take a moment to get some reflections from Åsa and Ingmar here in the studio. So Åsa, you've been busy with the Youth Hub all day. Can you tell us a bit about, maybe some viewers have not heard about the Youth Hub, so if you start just saying something about the Youth Hub, then we'll see if we get some of the participants on the screen here.
Yes, of course. And the Youth Hub is such an amazing initiative, because we did hear from some really strong youth voices earlier on today, and some are in Dubai, but many are not. So therefore, we have facilitated a platform, a digital platform, that can gather youth from all over the world to engage in dialogues, ask questions to delegates, but also get a chance to listen to some really interesting keynote speakers and actually have access to ask questions to them. Maybe people that they normally don't get to meet. So we've had them on today, and we might see them here. I don't know if they're going to show up here behind us, but we have had people from different parts of Africa, Uganda. Here we have some. Hi, everybody. Hi, friends. Where we have Uganda, Kenya, India, Mexico, where they're just feeding in, questions and have some super valuable, strong opinions about how to get more voices of youth into these discussions.
Great work.
And today we've listened to a keynote speaker, Michael Brache, who have really educated both myself, actually, but also, our fellow youths on the food system, which is so fascinating. And oh my goodness, how much damage are we doing with the terms of food production? Actually, did you know, Katarina, that to produce 1 kilo of farmed tuna, I actually learned today that we need 30 kilos of wild fish just to produce 1 kilo.
Oh dear.
Of tuna. So interesting facts, and we've also spoken a lot about youth engagement and how to get more youths into the climate, the climate fight.
Thank you, Åsa. So for those of the people watching that want to join the Youth Hub, it's not too late. So how do you join?
Absolutely not. It's not too late at all, actually. So the Youth Hub, you can reach it on the COP28 webpage on We Don't Have Time Youth Hub page, where we actually, we have programs facilitated for youth every day.
To join.
That's super interesting. It's just to sign up, and you get a link there to join. And we are still going on, actually, after the broadcast it finishes.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Åsa. Ingmar, your reflections and some news that happened today.
It's happening a lot, but I would like to focus on some really positive news. But in order to do that, I need some tech.
All right.
Help with the tech.
See if the camera can follow you. Excellent. And tell us.
So we have this count up. At COP26, we also had a count up where we were having those number of the fossil fuel subsidies counting up. Everyone became upset. But for this COP, we're counting up how we're going to solve this. And that is how many different players that are supporting ending fossil fuel and the fossil fuel treaty. And today's breaking news is that we have increased the number of nation states from 8 to 10. The big thing here is that Colombia is number 10, joining the fossil fuel treaty, supporting it, wanted it to be executed. And what's so interesting with Colombia is that they have a lot of oil. So for the very first time, we have a country with oil assets that wants to end the oil era. That hasn't happened before. So I would like to give a huge climate love to Colombia for being that leader we need. But it's not just Colombia. It's also so many other players, and I will especially highlight the businesses. There's over 200 global companies representing 1.5 trillion US dollar. And many of those companies, they're not producing oil. They haven't joined yet. They're more than welcome, like Colombia. But many of them are heavy addicted to oil in their business model. And that is leadership. Leadership is to realize that you are the problem and you're willing to change. And you're willing to talk openly about it. And you're willing to have others to help you doing it. This is the leadership we need. We can do it. So this is very hopeful. So that's what's going on the End Fossil campaign and all other campaigns that are advocating for ending fossil fuel. We also have the app. So make sure to download We Don't Have Time app in App Store and Google Play, or go to wedon'thatime.org. And what you can find here is our live blog, where we are blogging from the ground in Dubai, where you can see what's happening inside the negotiations. Very interesting. You can also find those climate law and climate warning. Here's a climate law to Palau, that is the 9th country joining the fossil fuel treaty. There is also some love to King Charles, because he had a really speech about the urgency to act. You can find out facts about COP28. You can find out a lot more. Also bad stuff that's happening, good stuff that's happening. And the best part, if you see something yourself, someone implementing solutions, some good leaders out there, you can create a climate lab and make more people aware of it. Or if you see something that is not so good, like producing tuna with 30 kilo fish to produce 1 kilo fish, I mean, what are we doing? You can give a climate warning about it and have it to change. So that's what's going on We Don't Have Time and the End Fossil We Can Do It campaign. And this End Fossil campaign, you can join it. You don't need to be a country to join or a trillion-dollar business. You can just be you. Everyone counts. Everyone is needed. So go to wecandoit.tech/endfossil and be part of the solution.
Thank you so much, Ingmar. And I'm sure that if it hasn't happened already, there will be a climate love opportunity for Colombia on our app, right? So go in and reinforce the good forces here that are signing on to this treaty and to the End Fossil Fuel. So thank you very much, Åsa, and thank you, Ingmar. I'm just going to give you a brief overview of what's happening tomorrow. And the focus is going to be on health, relief, recovery, and peace. 4 key facets of a just, fair, and equitable transition to a globally sustainable society. And we will be enjoying a third exponential session with the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. However, we are also going to be looking at the significant health risk associated with the fossil-filled future of polluted air. And in order to truly hear from the most critical voices in a just transition, we're going to be hearing from women leading the fight against climate change and complex crisis in Asia, which is sure to be a truly impactful session. Well, I can't wait for it. I hope you can't either. However, don't go anywhere, as after this, we'll be running some pre-recorded interviews that we shot at the Dubai venue and also in Stockholm. And this includes a fantastic Q&A interview with Rebecca Coyer, who is Executive Director of not just Renew 2030 at the European Climate Foundation, but she's also Pooled Fund for International Energy and Senior Advisor to Crux Alliance. And she is an experienced philanthropist on all things climate change and energy related. So enjoy these interviews and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
So I'm absolutely delighted to have some guests here with me at COP28. Let me first introduce Rebecca Collier. She's Executive Director of Renew 2030, along with Luisa Sierra at ICM. And we'll find out what ICM stands for in a couple of seconds. So, really fantastic to have you here at COP28. Rebecca, Renew 2030, I understand, is a new and innovative collaborative initiative of regional climate foundations, helping to support partners around the world to scale wind and solar 5 times, that's the target, yeah, by 2030, or between here and 2030. You have a particular focus on building multi-stakeholder action to support renewables. Tell us about RN 2030 and its vision, and what you're hoping to achieve here at the COP28.
Thanks, Nick. It's absolutely wonderful to be here with We Don't Have Time. So Renew 2030, we are supporting groups on the ground through regional climate foundations like Luisa's to look at the key barriers to renewables, things like the inequitable finance to renewables, things like policy, things like supporting the just transition for workers. And we do that as a set of peers. So we are regional climate foundations that have been working together on these things for more than 10 years. And we've learned how to get things done through supporting civil society groups like think tanks, NGOs, communications experts, and others. And we believe in a fast transition. We believe in that the electricity sector has to go first because it electrifies everything else. And we also believe in a fair transition. So at COP28 today, what we're hoping for is this big pledge that governments are going to make to ×3 renewables by 2030. And that's really consistent with the Renew 2030 vision. So what I want all the We Don't Have Time viewers to think about is how significant it is that global leaders have come together with a pledge to 3 times renewables. It's the big news coming out of COP today.
And you're actually saying 5 times for your initiative, and that's even better, right? So maybe the tripling is the kind of floor. You're actually raising it above and beyond the floor.
That's right, because wind and solar are just 2 technologies within the broad definition of RES, and we believe that wind and solar have got this critical key role to play. Maybe bioenergy is going to play a role, hydropower is going to play a role, but wind and solar, they're the tech that communities can get behind, that can scale quickly, that have had this momentum on cost reduction. So they're the exciting ones as far as we're concerned.
And I'm going to turn to Luisa in 2 seconds, but just tell me, I mean, I think most ordinary people out there watching it think sort of, well, it's very easy, just put the solar panel on the roof or whatever, or put the wind turbine up and then it starts generating electricity. But there are actually some complexities to this, yeah, and there are barriers. So just highlight a handful.
We were talking together as we were preparing about grids.
Yeah.
And grids, I mean, 10, sometimes 15 years to get the critical infrastructure needed to support wind and solar. So if we lean in, and we have consultative processes with communities involved, we can responsibly shorten those lead times. And that's some of the things that can accelerate renewables.
Yeah. And what about fossil fuel subsidies? Do they distort, or maybe they do not create a level playing field? Maybe put it that way.
That's exactly right. Finance isn't going where it needs to go. Some of the richer countries in the world have got behind renewables and they're really running at cost competitive levels. But where there are subsidies in place for fossil fuels and where governments and other stakeholders haven't really unlocked the finance for renewables, they can really significantly hold back the progress we'd expect to see. Yeah.
So, Luisa, hi. You're the Director of Energy at Iniciativa Climática de Mexico, yeah?
Exactly.
Is that okay from a bad Brit trying to...
That's a perfect
Okay, you're a hero, thank you. Can you tell us about what Renew 2030 means for you, as it were, on the ground in Mexico? What types of work are you supporting through Renew 2030, and what do you think will be the major points to look out for after this COP28? That's like a marathon question, but yeah, just generally pick up on that.
Well, Renew 2030, it will enable us to do what we already knew it was needed. And as Rebecca was mentioning, we need a transition that it's fast. We need a transition that will enable the people at the center, right? An equitable transition. So Renew 2030 will enable us to strengthen the ecosystem of civil societies organizations in Mexico through acting like towards advocacy efforts, for example, to strengthen and defend the regulatory framework that we currently have, or for example, to trigger renewable energy projects into communities, because the just energy transition, it's about that, not only like bigger scale, but also smaller scale. And in Renew 2030 also will allow us to support subnational governments to advance towards an energy transition itself. And with this project, we will be able to support or to advance or contribute that towards Mexico achieving its most recent NDC. Last year, they updated the NDC towards a 35% reduction, but also to achieve a 40 gigas of renewable energy. So that's more than triple times of what we have right now.
40 gigawatts.
40
right,
gigawatts.
That's really something, yeah.
Yeah.
Give us a quick example. Is there one project that's maybe already started or is coming through Renew 2030 in Mexico? Is there a place?
Yes, for example, when we are talking about, as I was saying, about just energy transition, we have a really good example that we call Ejidos Solares. And Ejidos Solares is a specific land tenure that we have in Mexico, an agrarian land tenure. But what we are doing is changing the governance of the renewable energy projects. So it can incorporate just perspective and a gender perspective. So what we are doing is deploying distributed generation systems into the communities, but when the ownership is within and remains in the community, so the benefits go directly to the people and for the people.
Right.
So this is a project that we are already doing in the northern region of Mexico, and with a state that it's called Sonora. And the good thing about it can be scaled up. So with the Renew project, we will be able to replicate this not only nationwide in Mexico, but somewhere else in other geographies. And stories like this will be shared among the regional foundations that are working in Renew.
So it's not just renewable energy benefits and economic benefits, there are also large social benefits from this, and therefore you're meeting the Sustainable Development Goals as well as helping to achieve the Paris Agreement for Mexico. Are there other countries in the world that you're working in?
Absolutely. We've got Brazil, we've got the Africa Climate Foundation, European Climate Foundation, Energy Foundation China, the Tara Climate Foundation in Southeast Asia. We're all peers, and we work also with the Energy Foundation in the US. It's an amazingly dynamic group of individuals who are passionate about making this happen.
I think it's incredible work that you're doing, and I like the focus on the community level. I think that's very powerful, and because then people can see that these technologies are not going to rob them of a future. They're going to actually enrich their future rather than being a challenge. And I think this is the story that we need to tell around the world, that this, for ordinary people, a transition to a low-carbon economy is actually their best bet for a really prosperous future and a chance for their children too, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're coming to the end here. Any other final points you want to make? Where are you going from here after this interview? Where are you going in the COP? What are you going to do here? Briefly.
We have a regionals pavilion, so we will have many events with other regional foundations. Some of them are within Renew, so we will having some events regarding of the challenges that in each region we are having, but also the opportunities to deploy and to advance into a just energy transition.
Okay. I think we're there. Thank you so much indeed for being with us at COP28, and we wish you all kinds of luck with what you're doing. It sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's gonna take all of us to heal this world. It's gonna take all of us.
Good morning and welcome back to the heart of COP28. Day 2 promises to be nothing short of historic, as we've got an exciting lineup for you. And we're not just talking about the climate commitments and the changes, we're also talking about technology and youth. And today we're honored to have King Charles make his very first address as he takes center stage for the very first time as reigning monarch. We also have the grand final of the Polar Race for Good, with schools participating all the way from Greenland to Antarctica, all in order to preserve Antarctica, led by the incredible Linda Cruz. And we also want to bring the voice of the youth into the conversation. Each day we're going to take 3 questions from Slido, and it's going to help shape our show and give you a voice as well. So what are you waiting for? Send your questions in. Let's get started. So we all know the youth are both creative and inspiring. Today we're going to hear from a youth activist in Singapore who's bringing color into climate action.
My name is Sadia from Nigeria, and I'm reporting for Youth for Planet. And please, can I know your name?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Chi Yun. I'm based in Singapore, and I am an environmentalist, a youth activist, and also an illustrator on social media, where I use comics and illustrations to talk about all things climate change in the hope of making the issue less scary for people. And I'm here at COP today to tell people what's happening on the ground so that people don't feel left behind when all these conversations move, because the more we leave people behind, the more they realize that they cannot connect with the entire issue.
Beautiful. Is this your first COP?
So this is my second COP. I was there in Sharm el-Sheikh last year. I think I'm a little bit more prepared this year, I like to think. So I'm very excited to be here.
Beautiful. I have a question for you. What are your hope? What do you hope for COP28? What are you hoping?
I think my hope for COP28 is that because this is a very big one for the global stock take, right, which is almost like a health checkup for where we're at and to see where we're going next. It's almost like this is the report that everyone's going to get and say, what's next? Are we doing enough? And my only hope is we maybe all see the dire need to do more. It may be a wake-up call, and I just hope that it doesn't take another 28 years for us to think about doing things and taking action anymore.
I agree. You're from Singapore, right? What is Singapore doing for climate change? Like in your country, what are you doing for climate change?
I think Singapore, because we're an island nation, we are going to deal with a lot of the impacts of climate change. So I do think that Singapore as a country is really putting a lot of effort into mitigating and also adapting to the impacts of climate change. As part of, I guess because we're in the tropical region in Singapore, the impacts of heat is very real. And I'm constantly talking about if this heat gets worse or if rain gets more erratic, even our living conditions and our quality of life is going to change. So yeah, I mean, if people are dealing with the heat in Dubai now, I'm like, okay, it's only going to get worse if we don't do anything about it.
As a youth activist, how is youth activism impact climate change? What do you think?
I think, so someone told me this before, where the reason she works with youths is because, for one, youths are people who, when they look at a problem, they don't think, oh, we can't do this because of what? We can't do this because of what? Young people will look at a problem and go, why can't we do this? And I think that kind of curiosity and urgency is what is missing from a lot of global action. And I think young people has the creativity, the drive, and the energy to say, I don't want to live like this anymore. Things need to change. So I'm very glad that more young people are coming to COP because, yeah, no decision without us, right?
That's the point. That's the point. I always have a saying that youth are the backbone of every society, and which without them, I don't think there is gonna be a way forward for all situations, regardless. That's very beautiful. I want to know, how is Singapore engaging youth in climate action, climate justice, and overall?
Yeah, I think this year Singapore did bring a very big youth delegation to COP, and I thought that was such an amazing thing to do because they are supporting so many more young people to experience this, to understand this. Because if you're following this from back home, and I've been following this for a few years, you don't really get what's going on until you come here and you're like, oh my gosh, all these things are happening. So I think the fact that almost about 35 of us are here this year, I don't think it's something that we've done before. And I really appreciate all the support that we've been getting.
What are the things that, as someone from Singapore, what are the things that Singapore is doing in climate action?
I think for a country that is so small, and also we are limited in the natural resources that we have, a lot of our creativity and innovation needs to come with the way that we are building infrastructure. So for example, to ensure that we are secure on our water supply, we are recycling water, we are doing all sorts of desalination in order to make sure that Singaporeans get water to drink, live and work. So I thought that was very cool. We're also trying to put solar panels on almost every surface that we can think of, I think. And that's because we don't have large amount of land to build solar panels. So we need to put it on buildings, on rooftops to figure that out. Because we are an island nation, we're also looking at a lot of coastal adaptation. And as someone who has grown up hearing all these things and seeing all these things happen, and I feel that as a young person, the next 30 years is going to be, I'm going to be living through the next 30 years. So seeing all these things happen makes me think like, oh my gosh, there's so much that we have done and now need to do when it comes to thinking about when we want to live in the climate, I guess, in a climate changed world. What does that look like? And we're starting to see that change. So Singapore has done a lot in the past to overcome some of these national constraints. Now it's almost like the second phase of what we have to do next. So yeah, it's interesting to see.
That's interesting. So regarding this, how is climate impacting youth in Singapore? How is it impacting Singapore as a whole, as a nation, as a country?
Yeah, I think because we're in Southeast Asia, we're going to be a region that is very vulnerable to climate impacts. And we have been seeing this. We've had a lot of scientists in Singapore working on the data, trying to model what's going to happen to Singapore when these things happen. We've seen things like, certain areas in our country are going to be flooded more often than not. And those are things that, when scientists tell us this and they model these scenarios, in my head it's like, oh my gosh, this might happen to me in my lifetime. So because of that and dealing with the heat, we now have a lot of measures to deal with heat. We're also in a period of El Nino, so it's just going to be a lot hotter than normal. And to me, it's, feeling this impacts now already scares me. So I don't know what that's going to look like in the next few years.
That's how, exactly. So from your point of view, how do you see the importance of youth in climate action or climate activity as a youth activist? How important is youth in the call for climate action?
I think youths have to be almost like that alarm for the rest of the, we have to be at the forefront, because if people making decisions now are making decisions for me 30 years later, then I want to know, okay, what are you doing and do I get a say in that? Because maybe the person making the decision might not be around at that time. So in my head, it's always like, how can we be making good decisions for the future generations? And when we say that, you sometimes don't realize that you are the future generation. Yeah, so I'm always thinking about, okay, am I going to get housing? And if I get a house, is it going to flood? And how am I going to deal with the rising cost, the rising sea level, and rising everything? So I feel that if youth are not at the forefront, then we are going to be the most impacted by what decisions they're making today.
Beautiful. From your points, as a youth, using your activism for youth and everything, what do you hope to achieve at the end of COP28?
At the end of COP28, I hope that more people realize how important such conferences are. And for me, I use art to talk about climate change. I am also hoping that more people see the importance of science communications and what that can do to change minds of people when it comes to, even just using less plastic or changing the way that they use electricity and energy. The more people understand why, they're more likely to do it for a long time. Yeah.
So what is at the end, what's your message to youth? What is your message to the world leaders? What do you have? What do you have in you?
Okay.
Coming here, what do you have to say to them?
What I have to say is there is really no time to wait. There is no time to wait. I think that we all, whether we like it or not, we all need to take action. And it's almost like this is the call. We are all here. If you need to make the collaborations happen, let's make it happen in the next 2 weeks to get things done.
I read and I've heard that faraway places like Antarctica and North Polar have an impact on Singapore. So what are your views? What are your perceptions? What do you think about the whole stuff going in those places?
I feel that for me, living in a very tropical Singapore, you don't necessarily always see what the impacts of Antarctica and all these polar regions having an impact on our country. We actually recently had a scientific expedition to Antarctica, and we've had professors on that expedition just trying to understand what the impact looks like and making that really just relevant to us back home. And I think the fact that we have such expertise in Singapore wanting to figure that out helps us all better understand that things far away does have an impact on us. It's not something that we can be like, oh, it's over there, it's not our problem. And yeah, I think the fact that we are going to know this, we are better able to prepare for what's to come in the next few years. And I think that informs a lot of policy decision to be like, are we going to build seawalls? Are we going to build coastal adaptation? What are we going to do now that we know that information? Because you can't run away from that data anymore. Yeah.
So what happened overnight on the Loss and Damages Roundtable? Let's hear it from our youth reporters.
Yesterday, which was the first day at COP28, we had an interesting conversation with Mrs. Roberts, who is the head of Loss and Damage Collaboration, situated in London. And it was something which was quite interesting.
This COP is the first global stocktake. We are expecting the outcome of the first global stocktake of the Paris Agreement, which is meant to assess the progress and the purpose of the Paris Agreement. So the global goals on mitigation, adaptation. We also expect an outcome on loss and damage. So because I work on loss and damage, we see loss and damage, the impacts of climate change that are not avoided, as being a framework for the global stocktake. So we see mitigations, we need to scale up mitigation to limit global average warming to 1.5 degrees, phase out fossil fuels, to avert future loss and damage, minimize loss and damage through adaptation, through scaled up finance for adaptation. The global goal on adaptation needs to be operationalized in a way that is fit for purpose for developing countries. And then we need to address loss and damage. So we need to operationalize the fund here in Dubai. We need to fully operationalize the Santiago network. We need to inscribe responsibilities for developed countries to pay for loss and damage finance. And we need to meet the needs on the ground. So this is an opportunity to do all of that. So that's why it's an important COP.
Thank you, David. And yes, I did follow the fallout of the meeting. And one of the things that really interested me is that it was a truly historical moment. We're looking at over 400 or relatively $400 billion for the loss and damage fund, and that is a lot of money, especially for developing countries who have suffered and who are really suffering from the climate crisis as of now. Do you have any experiences to share in that regard?
Yeah, I have experience to share. For the last 30 years, developing countries have been fighting for the loss and damage fund to come into existence. Now we see the historical prioriters of the missions have now pledged. And to give an example, Germany has pledged over $100 million US. US has pledged $17 million. United Arab Emirates has also pledged, and we are very happy to see that the Loss and Damage Fund is put into existence. Now it is time to see that the communities affected by the climate change impacts, communities at the front line of climate impacts, are now going to start adapting and mitigating, and so that we can also build resilience into these communities. So the Loss and Damage Fund, I see it is now high time to see that it's put into existence, and which the world leaders have done at the start of COP28. So I also want to know the communities, for example, in Africa, the country where you come from, what will be the role, because even the youth have been agitating for this loss and damage. So if you give the youth perspective.
Yes, speaking on the devastation of the climate crisis going on in Africa, let me talk about Nigeria, for instance. Nigeria has seen massive flooding, devastating effects on the environment. Land use is really at a critical point at this time. So we have shortage of agricultural products. It's affecting the economy of the country. So that is just talking about Nigeria, just one country in Africa. So many countries are facing the fallouts of the climate crisis, and I think that this achievement of the Loss and Damage Fund is going to go a long way. It's going to give all of us hope of a better future in Africa, a sustainable future, and I'm truly happy about this.
Maybe to add on that, the role of the youth. Many organizations like Youth for Planet, we need to act now. It's high time. So they have brought up a number of slogans at different climate conferences, not only at COP28, the activism which has been happening online and physically to see that the Loss and Damage Fund is talked about. Remember at COP27 in Egypt, so the loss and damage came out, but it was not pledged or it was not put into existence. Now the funds have come. It's high time we put it into consideration and we do what is right in order to lessen the climate change impacts. Remember, the frontline communities who are affected by the climate change impacts are the ones who are suffering more, the youth, the mothers in the rural communities in Africa and also other developing countries like in Asia and also South America. Yeah, so the loss and damage is critical for this, and for the interviews which yesterday, the engagements we had from the leader of loss and damage collaboration who is in London, it was something which was interesting to see that they came knowing that they have to fight for this to happen, and which has started happening at COP, and we think we shall have a successful conference of parties this year. After 30 years of engagement, now we see the fund is out.
You're correct with the operationalization of the fund. I think a lot of young people are looking forward to things that they can do in this regard, because it does it has created opportunities for vulnerable communities, like you pointed out. And I think it's also pertinent to note that a lot of these communities that are suffering from the climate crisis are vulnerable financially. They do not have the financial capacity to mitigate the climate crisis that they are facing. So it is a huge win, not just globally, but for Africa as well.
I think we have won. And remember, we don't have time. We don't have time. We're at COP. And if pledges have started on the first day, and some of the countries and nations, the highest polluters are doing something, yeah, I see we don't have time. They have acted, and let us continue with amplifying the voices of the youth, the voices of climate activists, the voices of climate leaders, the voices of the local communities, of the mothers, of the youth in different developing countries, to see that this loss and damage, a strategy can be created so that it can be, a number of climate action solutions can be implemented on ground and by different governments, NGOs, and everyone. Thank you.
The Loss and Damage Fund is a fund created to mitigate the fallouts of the climate crisis, and it's specifically created for with vulnerable countries in mind. Can I start over again? I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. The Loss and Damage Fund was created to mitigate the climate crisis, to especially cater to countries that are vulnerable financially. And though that vulnerability needs to still be specified, that is what it was created for. So we have countries like the US, which is a superpower, and Germany, and also the UAE. They came forward strongly to contribute to the funds, with Germany at $100 million, and the UAE $100 million as well. However, the US contributed only 17 million, but it was still something. Okay, it's day 2 at COP28, and we have behind us our Creative Velo, and we are getting ready for our live broadcast from Greenland to Antarctica. We're so super excited. We have so much to showcase, and we're looking forward to it. Stay tuned.
So what is a Creative Velo? No, it's not an ice cream brand. It's a creative mobile climate program pedaling around Europe and India. Let's check it out. So King Charles took center stage earlier today and made his first official address. Let's hear what he had to say and what our youth reporters thought about it.
Please welcome a true champion of the environment, His Majesty, King Charles III.
Your Highness, Secretary General, Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Presidents, Prime Ministers, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan for his warm invitation to speak to you at the opening of COP28. 8 years ago, I was most touched to be asked to speak at the opening of COP21 in Paris, which of course culminated in the Paris Agreement, a landmark moment of hope and optimism when nations put differences to one side for the common good. I pray with all my heart that COP28 will be another critical turning point towards genuine transformational action at a time when already, as scientists have been warning for so long, we are seeing alarming tipping points being reached. I've spent a large proportion of my life trying to warn of the existential threats facing us over global warming, over climate change and biodiversity loss. But I was not alone. For instance, Sheikh Mohammed's dear father, Sheikh Zayed, was advocating for clean energy at a time even before the United Arab Emirates as such came into being. All these decades later, and despite all the attention, there is 30% more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere now than there was back then, and almost 40% more methane. Some important progress has been made, but it worries me greatly that we remain so dreadfully far off track, as the Global Stocktake report demonstrates so graphically. The dangers are no longer distant risks. I have seen across the Commonwealth and beyond countless communities which are unable to withstand repeated shocks, whose lives and livelihoods are laid waste by climate change. Surely, real action is required to stem the growing toll of its most vulnerable victims. Repeated cyclones batter vulnerable island nations like Vanuatu and Dominica. India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan have been experiencing unprecedented floods, and East Africa is suffering a decades-long drought. This past summer, in common with Spain, Greece, the United States, and many other countries, Canada experienced its most severe wildfire season on record, with 18.5 million hectares of land burned, causing terrible loss of life and property, and of course, releasing enormous amounts of greenhouse gases that contribute to dangerous feedback loops to which climate scientists have been alerting us for decades. As I've tried to say on many occasions, unless we rapidly repair and restore nature's unique economy based on harmony and balance, which is our ultimate sustainer, our own economy and survivability will be imperiled.
COP28 is underway in Dubai, and today we were privileged to have King Charles to address the world at the World Climate Summit here at COP28, and he said that the world does not belong to us, and this is what was one of his statements. And as youth, we have to see that how do we take this speech of King Charles, and he mentioned a number of issues during this COP, and I would love to engage with fellow youth at COP28. And what did King Charles mean during this COP?
Well, for me personally, I would say that he was calling for accountability, that world leaders need to come together and do something about the crisis as it stands. We need to work towards building a world where there is zero carbon. And that's what it really is about, accountability. I think that's what he meant. And another thing he said, which I really liked, is that he said years from now, our children are not going to ask what we said. So it's not necessarily just talking, at the conference. It's not just about talking, but putting up action, including, we shouldn't leave as though the things that we're doing today have zero consequences. He added that they wouldn't ask what we said, they would ask what we did. They would wonder, okay, what did we do about the things that we talked about? How did we take into account, all the actions that we need to put in place to create a better and safer future for them? So these are some of the things that were discussed. You want to add something to that, Sadia?
One thing that is so exciting about this 28 is that having King Charles first time as his first climate action as a king, or the king is hope, that call for climate. And I think from the statement here, from what general it shows that there is a very to achieve 1.5 that we are all aiming. So say like basically that's the point. Hope, the hope we've been waiting, hope we all been calling is actually time.
Well, on day 2 of COP28, it's amazing to see how they're getting so involved and how funds are finally starting to get committed to the right places. But the question is, will we hit the goals of the Paris Accord by 2030? And will we get back to 1.5? Stay tuned for tomorrow's show.
It's gonna take all of us.
Welcome to every one of you who are here in the Swedish pavilion on site, and welcome to everyone that are joining us live. This COP is not only the largest COP in history, it also marks the half point to 2030. There are only 6 harvests left until 2030, and there's no doubt that it's urgent to find new ways forward to bridge the implementation gaps. And the time for action is now. Over the next 2 weeks, at this stage, in this Swedish pavilion, we will serve as a platform to present existing solutions and concrete actions needed to bridge the implementation gaps, to accelerate the action, and to come closer to reach the targets of the Paris Agreement. We will host over 60 sessions in this pavilion, countless of interactive sessions, meetings, roundtables, all of them in order for us to turn the pledges into reality. Today, as a very first thing, we will inaugurate this Swedish pavilion, and we will give a sneak peek on what will lie ahead of us throughout these 2 weeks. And we'll start by some introductory remarks by the Prime Minister of Sweden, as well as the host of this very important conference, as well as the climate negotiator for Sweden, the climate ambassador Mattias Strömmerid, as well as the CEO of Business Sweden. Followed up we're going to have 6 high-level panel discussions representing also the 6 harvests left to 2030. We will start by focusing on the negotiations and expected outcomes of COP28, and then follow up by the 3 legs of the climate diplomacy and the importance of policy, innovation, and finance. And then the 2 last panels will be about the importance of circularity and what we need the most, collaboration. For those of you who are here joining us on site at the pavilion, you're more than welcome to stay at the mingle afterwards to interact with all the interconnecting stakeholders and global leaders. And my name is Emma Maria Viking, and I'm Head of Sustainability at Business Sweden, the Swedish Trade and Invest Council. I will guide you through the inauguration ceremony here today. I will soon hand over the word to the CEO of Business Sweden, Jan Larsson. Before that, I will need to tell everyone in this room that there's 2 emergency exits, one to this direction and one right over there. So let's now get started, focus on the emergency in this room, and I would like to warmly welcome the first introductory remarks given by the CEO of Business Sweden, Jan Larsson. Please welcome up.
Thank you, Emma. Your Excellencies, Prime Minister, Mr. Al-Saoudi, members of the Swedish delegation, dear friends. It is an honor to welcome you all the participants that we also have online to this inauguration of the Swedish pavilion here at COP28 in Dubai. We are on a mission, and it's urgent. Halfway to 2030, only 15% of the UN global goals are on track. The fever of our planet is not coming down. The patient is in an increasingly dangerous state. This is why we are here today. My name is Jan Larsson. I'm the CEO of Business Sweden, the Swedish Trade and Invest Council. We help Swedish companies internationalize and foreign companies invest in Sweden. Here at COP28, we hope to be the Tinder of climate progress, connecting innovative Swedish solutions with customers and investors. But even more importantly, with politicians and negotiators to make them aware of the solutions that are on the table. We are proud to have representations from politics, public sector, academia, civil society, and not least some of Sweden's most front-running business and leaders. 23 companies, 7 state organizations, and 3 targets. 1, we want to show innovative solutions that are bold enough to make a difference. 2, we want to support Swedish and EU negotiators in pushing for policies that will move us from dialogue to action. And 3, we want to enable a variety of financial solutions distributing capital to climate solutions. The companies involved have a total turnover of 1.2 trillion Swedish krona and an even larger commitment. That is an illustration of the strength of Swedish companies driving the transition. But companies on their own cannot innovate the way out of the climate crisis. Politics alone cannot legislate the way out of, to a stabilized climate. Institutions and banks without lenders will not finance any turnaround. We need to meet and we need to work together. In this pavilion, we hope to discuss and showcase the best practices available. We hope to share deep industry knowledge and learn from global colleagues and partners. And we need and want to seek partnerships and collaboration that will accelerate the global transition. Today's inauguration will give you a taste of what's to come. We are in this together. Please visit the pavilion, tune into our live streams, reach out to our delegation and colleagues here and across the globe. Together, we can pioneer the possible. The time is now, the race is on. Now, it's my absolute privilege to welcome Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson to the stage. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to represent Sweden at COP28. And I want to thank the United Arab Emirates for the generous hospitality, for hosting us here today, for the fantastic opening ceremony. We fully support your message to the leaders of the world to unite, to act and to deliver global ambitions at COP28. I'm also delighted to take part in this inauguration of the Swedish pavilion. Here we invite the world, literally, to partner with us in the green transition, to work together in developing transformational solutions to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement and a safe future for the next generation. Sweden is a frontrunner on the green transition. Since 1990, emissions in Sweden have been cut by more than a third. At the same time, our economy has doubled. By 2045, at the latest, Sweden will be carbon neutral. Driven by the two words urgency and opportunity, the climate transition is happening and happening fast. It is almost exponential in sectors such as steel, transportation, energy supply, but also in the financial sector. Sweden and Swedish companies are providing solutions to transform industries and value chains globally. More than 20 Swedish companies are taking part in this Swedish pavilion, together with government agencies and business organizations, collaborating. Staten och kapitalet, as we say in Swedish. Modern business has become the new environmental movement. They are leading the transition, adapting business models to be more competitive and financially sustainable in the face of rapid change. I think Sweden remains, and I know that Sweden remains a committed partner in accelerating the transition to net zero. So let us all embrace both the urgency and the opportunity of climate action. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister Kristersson, and we're happy to actually tell you now that the Swedish pavilion is officially inaugurated. We also have the honor to invite Dr. Al-Sayouti up on stage for some introductory remarks. Please welcome up.
Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of Sweden, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to UAE, welcome to Dubai. It's really a pleasure to have such a distinguished and very highly expert delegation from Sweden and the climate change. We're in a period where there is a seriousness of the consequences of climate change. We're seeing the droughts, we're seeing the high temperature, the floods that's going around the world, and there is no time to continue blaming each other on who should do what. And that's why the theme of the COP28, Unite, Act, and Let's Deliver Together. We at the UAE, we're opening our doors to everyone, whoever is that, to be part of this journey. We built a very resilient nation for the last 52 years now. And we're going to continue with this aggressiveness on embracing the sustainability in the way that we're running the businesses and how we're going to continue the developments and the growth of the nation. Did we do it alone as a nation, as a government? Absolutely no. We did it with the rest of the world, and that's why we're hosting more than 200 nationalities here in the UAE. And those people are coming from very diverse backgrounds, including the private sector, who are bringing the talents, the finance, and the expertise with them to reach this level. We have achieved much when it comes to sustainability and climate change. We can sit and name many of the initiatives that we have achieved so far. But are we there? No, we're still going to go aggressive, embracing and adopting those technology to achieve our KPIs and targets. When it comes to clean energy, we and the renewables plus the peaceful nuclear program, we exceeded 25% of our energy mix, and we're going to go aggressively with the same directions. We're one of the heavily investors in green hydrogen. We started exporting hydrogen to the globe. Now we came up with our own strategy and policies. We're going to continue with that direction. Are we embracing new technologies? We're one of the top 5 nations globally when it comes to investments in clean energy and renewables through Master and through even our sovereign wealth funds. And we're open to announce more partnerships with the rest of the world that are interested in partnering with us. Speaking about the relation with Sweden, we're really proud of what we have achieved so far. We achieved $1.3 billion on our bilateral non-oil trade, and I think we can do much more. The first half as well, we outperformed the first half of last year, and I'm sure more good things to come. Looking at what the Prime Minister said, what has been presented by the CEO, and what has been as well showcased in the pavilion, shows that there are so many similarities between us, and we can learn from the Swedish experience when it comes to waste to energy, how you guys are adopting the energy transitions, and take some of the technology here. And even we go and apply some of the best practices that we did in the UAE. So the sky is the limit in our relation. I think we're just scratching the surface now in this engagement, and more good things to be done. Looking forward to do many of the climate change engagements with your Excellency and your governments. And congratulations on the inauguration and opening of your pavilion, and all the best for the Swedish delegation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Dr. Al Sayoudi, and it's our absolute pleasure for having you here today. And we agree, the sky is the limit, and we're very much looking forward to future collaborations and to bridge the implementation gaps. And it is my pleasure to welcome our chief negotiator, the Swedish climate ambassador, Mattias Frömmel. Please welcome up. Welcome.
Thank you.
And you will then also host our first panel discussions on the expected outcomes. So looking forward to the first panel and looking forward to hear your first reviews. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Prime Minister and Dr. Tani, for the introductions and the openings, and also from my side, so happy to see all of you here. It's a true pleasure to be once again in the Business Sweden Pavilion. This is the third time in a row, and I think many of you here have also heard me saying before that could we transfer the energy and the dynamism of the Swedish Pavilion and what all the Swedish business actors are providing us with into the negotiation rooms, we would be coming much further. And also to pick up on the point made by the minister, the sky is the limit for what we can do on climate action if this is the kind of dynamic which we could then also transfer into negotiation rooms. But we are off to a good start. In our world, adopting the agenda on the first day is a big thing. So we should be happy for that, and thanking our Emirati colleagues for all the work they've put into ensuring that to be possible. Work is now ongoing in a number of the various agenda items. We had the first text already on the global stocktake, which for us and the EU colleagues is a key outcome of COP28. And of course, we also had the historic decision yesterday on the fund for loss and damage, where we already saw more than $400 million being pledged to the new fund, which of course is a fantastic achievement already on the first day, setting a high bar for what we can achieve here at COP28. But again, by bringing in all the expertise and the innovative capacity of not only Swedish business actors, but business actors at large, I do hope that we can be ensuring that the outcome of COP28 will be exactly what we need. A robust outcome on the global stocktake, where we have a clear indication of what parties are expected to do ahead of COP30, when we all need to deliver our new nationally determined contributions. But of course also across the board on climate adaptation, on climate finance, where, as the Prime Minister said, there is already such a large movement, not only in Sweden, but across Europe, in terms of the transition that financial actors are making to support the transition to net zero and to more resilient societies. So with those short opening words in terms of my expectations, I would also then like to welcome to the stage our first panel for today. And let's see if hope that you're all here. We can maybe start with Björn-Ola Linnér, who's Professor of Environmental Change and Program Director at Linköping University. Please, Björn-Ola, welcome. Johan Söderström, who is Executive Vice President and Head of the EMEA region at Hitachi Energy. Welcome. We have Emiko Supervelda Mabe, COP28 Youth Delegation, and Cassie Flynn, Global Director of Climate Change at UNDP. Welcome. Let's give our panel a big hand. So good to see you all here. If I maybe could start with just sort of a brief 30 seconds from you all in terms of your expectations of COP28. So if we start maybe with the business perspective from Hitachi Energy, what are your expectations?
Okay, dear Prime Minister, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm very happy to be here. I've been in other COPs. I think I'm an optimist because I see UAE has been taking care of the ownership and the planning in a fantastic way, but we need to act. We are behind the Paris Agreement, so I think the need is for action, like the Prime Minister said here. What I expect also is that I'm very happy to see so many Swedish companies with global ambition here, more than ever before. I also see that good companies do business with good companies, and to be really sustainable in a transparent way is a prerequisite to be successful. I see in our sector we have a tremendous super cycle we're entering, and we see that partnerships are important. So we will enter and deepen many of our partnerships we have today, and then we will look for other partnerships as well.
That's a great start.
I'm very happy to be here with Dr. Mustafa Al-Yassiri, our fearless and great leader for Middle East and the Gulf countries, and we have a lot of business ongoing here as well. So busy days. Thank you.
Great to hear. Björn-Ola, let's turn to youth. Very, very briefly, what are your expectations from the more academia perspective?
Yes, okay. What we see from academia is, besides the climate science and so on, which is heavily discussed and taken note of, we also see increased research from humanities, social science, engineering sciences, and natural sciences on transformation, precisely the transformation that are outlined in the Global Stocktake report. And I think that's perhaps we see a mind shift unfolding. In the Paris Agreement, it was not possible to mention, it was bracketed transformation towards decarbonization. Now it is there. Now it's a central piece in the Global Stocktake. And I think unfolding that mind shift, the pavilion has a slogan, I think, that to make the transformation a historic opportunity to build better societies. I think that mind shift is unfolding.
That's great to hear. Let's turn to Emiko. What are your expectations from a youth perspective?
So thank you so much for inviting me here. I think from the youth perspective, it's just to commit to fulfill your commitments. There are already several commitments that are not being fulfilled. We can say that on the GST, the Global Stocktake. So we will hope that for first. And then to level up the ambition, we need a fossil fuels phase out, not down. The emergency is right now, it's not just in the future, and we kind of tired of speaking about the future because our present is already harsh. We can see it right now all over the world with the weather extreme events. People's lives are being wiped out of the entire globe, even in the global north. It's not just now a thing of the global south. So we will hope that, and yeah, pretty much it. I can elaborate further, but
let's keep it there to start with. That's a great starting point. And let's turn to Cassie then. Sweden is a proud partner with the UNDP, but let's hear what are your expectations?
And we're a proud partner of Sweden. Thank you, and thank you, Prime Minister, Excellencies. I think what's important about this COP is that it's become clear that successful economies of the future are ones that are taking climate action now. And at this COP, we see all of these discussions around whether it's energy and fossil fuels, increasing resilience, the loss and damage decision yesterday. This is about how do we take concrete action and help every economy have the tools that they need to be able to make this transformation at the speed and scale that we need it. Lives are on the line, economies are on the line, and we don't have any time to lose.
Thanks very much for that introduction, which ties very nicely also to the messages from the Prime Minister on the urgency and opportunity of climate action, which we see building very much on the Swedish experience. Then, could I, Johan, come back to you? You were talking about strong partnerships.
Yes.
What is needed to scale these, both scale and speed, given the urgency of the transition? What do we need to do?
No, I'm an optimist. If I look at the private sector, it's been easy with the industrial customers to reach partnership. If you are the best, you win, and then you get the long-term perspective for investments. What we have seen recently in the energy sector is that many governments and state-owned companies are supporting long-term partnerships, which is enabling us to do the investments. In little Sweden, Hitachi Energy is now 5,500 people. 1.5 years ago, we were 4,000 people. So Tobias Hansson and the team, they're recruiting 150 people every month. And we need that because we want to continue to build bridges when it comes to electricity between countries, regions, and companies. And we want to do more. So I think we are in a super cycle. We need partnerships with the customers, but we need partnerships with everyone here. So we will run around and make deals with everyone because that's in the DNA of us. Thank you.
So get ready for those deals. Yeah. So, you know, when Johan comes up, you know, get ready to sign on the dotted line. Exactly. Yeah. So, but turning to you then, I mean, how are we doing enough? I might sort of have given you the answer already, but what more do we need to do? Building also on what Johan said in terms of
for the global community in general, not just Sweden, but considering also that you are like a privileged country in comparison. I'm from Chile, the global South, South America. But I'm also an engineer or natural resources. I work in climate activism with youth. I am the national coordinator of the Conference of Youth in Chile, and also one of the 100 people selected out of 1,000 people all over the world in the YCDP program, the Youth Delegate Program of COP28. Thanks for that. And that said pretty much that says a lot, not just because it's me, it's a close recommendation, but because youth is making things. So for us, the role of youth is very important. I want to put on the table a concept that I love in the system complex theory, which is called social panarchy. Maybe from the academia, you know more than I do. But the role of youth in social panarchy is to re-evolution systems. And we are here for it. We are trying to call you out, guys, to do more, because we can see that more can be done. And also because the things that we need to do are related of what humankind has done before. We don't need to change nature, we have to change our systems. And we can do that because we build them. We didn't build nature, but we did build economy, we did build our society, we did build the way we relate to each other and to nature. So we can change that too. So for us, that will be like the role we want to be in this complex system theory, right? And for you guys, for the older generations, or the ones that are in power in decision-making processes, is to pass on the wisdom, you know? That's the role of older generations in the panarchy systems, is to preserve wisdom and pass on the next generations. So we will hope that you take this energy that youth has. I do a lot of things besides my job. and I see most of my partners and colleagues and friends doing a lot of things that are amazing, but we are not even getting paid to sustain our life. So we will want to see, this is a green job for me. I'm not just a climate activist. I'm working permanently in climate policy too. So we need to see more support for youth ideas, for youth innovation, for youth entrepreneurship, to pass on the wisdom and the privilege you had. If you want us to keep those, you have to pass on the torch.
Björn-Ola, could I turn to you then? Passing on the wisdom, are we doing enough? How do you see that we can be closing any potential gaps and making sure that we actually are passing on the wisdom to the younger generation?
Yeah, this is a great comment. Because we are embarking on something that we haven't done in history. Societies transform constantly. We've seen that. But in this scale and so fast all over the world, then we need these platforms for dialogue and experiments, niche experiments that we can scale up and scale deep. And so I think this complex system theory, I like that, because that teaches us that societies are inherently deeply complex systems. We cannot foresee everything, but we need then these type of solutions. We can see what works, what can we scale up, and so on. So I think this is more of what we need, these dialogues and these meeting places between actors from politics, business and academia and civil society, and from different places around the world.
Cassie, could I turn to you then? I mean, building on the kind of reach that the UNDP has, I mean, are you seeing what you're hearing in the panel here? Are you seeing that happening across the countries where you are engaged?
Yeah. Certainly, from the UNDP perspective, I mean, we are on the ground in 170 countries and territories. And over the course of the Paris Agreement, one of the most critical parts of the Paris Agreement are these nationally determined contributions, these pledges that every country has to make. And they have to make them every 5 years. And in partnership with Sweden, we were able to support 85% of developing countries with their NDCs. And so we've been able to be sort of really on the front lines year by year. And something incredible has happened. When those first NDCs came in the door, it was 2015. And when you added all of them up, they put us on a 3.5 degree pathway. It was way off the mark. 5 years later, when the NDCs came in during COVID, 2020, 2021, you add them up, we are on a 2.5 degree pathway. That's way off from where we need to be. But in 5 years, we were able to collectively shave off that degree. Now, as we look toward 2025, we have an immense opportunity. If we can do two things, if we can shave off another degree and get ourselves collectively on a 1.5 degree pathway, which in 2025 will be the 10-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement. I think that's a pretty powerful statement. And two, we can leverage these NDCs as investment platforms. Because every single NDC has an energy target, 98% talk about resilience, 90% talk about nature, a lot of them talk about private sector. How do we leverage these as nationally driven, politically endorsed investment strategies? And that is, I think, where when we start to crowd in the private sector, when we start to bring in youth, when we start to bring in everybody that we need to be able to solve this crisis, we are at the cusp of a really important era on climate. And I think this is where we're going to see the leaders and we're going to see people moving forward in a way that we haven't seen before.
Thanks. And Johan, that sort of comes back to your deals and the kind of, do you have the solutions available, not only you at Hitachi Energy, but also more broadly the business community to offer to make sure that we can shave off that?
No, I think we represent it up on stage here. It's the ecosystem. We need the young with the sustainability and digital truly in the DNA. We need academia, we need organizations like you, Kathy, and we need the companies, and then we need governments to be supportive and not, we lost a lot on the general sector in the past when we spent millions and millions of dollars to make a quote and then hoping for the best. Now we get frame agreements, we can scale, we can leverage, we can accelerate, and there is room for everyone. We are not in competition from that perspective. We're in competition to fight climate change. So I love to employ Emmike as well here.
Great, well, the first deal done. Perfect.
High five on that one. Yeah.
But and then Björn-Ola, from your perspective, is it what Cassie was outlining in terms of these sort of the economic opportunities in this and the NDCs as investment plans? Do you see that there is a potential for them to actually, the NDCs, to be that kind of vehicle as well from the kind of work that you're doing?
Yeah, definitely. For a large part of the world. I think it's important, though, that this is an opportunity. Transformation is an opportunity, but it's not an equal opportunity. And that's why I think it's super that we now have a focus on also a transformation of the financial systems to support, because otherwise we risk sort of a more multipolar or even bipolar world with those that are not able to have the capacity to do this society transformation for a healthier or greener and securer, more peaceful societies. So, and that would have severe geopolitical repercussions if we see a division there. So that's absolutely fundamental.
Super. We are about to wrap up this first brief panel, but if I could ask each one of you, I think we'll start with Cassie this time, if you have one wish for COP28 in terms of your expectations and the outcomes, what would that be?
I think we all need to leave COP28 knowing that we have pivoted the world on a pathway toward transformation. We need to leave here knowing we are on a new track, and that this track means that we can all achieve climate action together in an inclusive and just way.
Excellent. Thank you. Emiko.
Sorry, I will take advantage of the last minute of the mic and try to recall the equal concept. So for us, and I personally, I will hope that all the ambition you're putting on the table will be approached with a climate justice focus. It's so important for us and for the vulnerable communities that it's not just youth, it's also women, children, indigenous people, the older generations. How do you want to live your golden years? Are they going to be golden, actually? Like, are you going to be able to enjoy the like golden life part of your life? So for that we need a just transition. It's super cool that we are seeing an energy transition, but it's not going to be like really green. We cannot sustain a green extractivism in global south. Sorry, we cannot survive that. So if we keep doing the things the same way but green, not shifting the focus and the way in which we do things, we're going to be in the same, but maybe with less emissions. But we will keep extractivism and erasing communities and putting in danger a lot of ecosystems. So I want to make a call for a just transition, just energy transition. I know you can do this. You are smart people. You have all the capabilities. So we can achieve this, and that's my hope for this COP too, that we put the focus on it, because we cannot keep doing the things the same way we have done it, and greenwashing stuff, and yeah.
Thanks so much for bringing in also the just transition perspective in our conversation. Johan, your expectations?
Yeah, deepen our partnerships globally, but also locally under the leadership of Dr. Mustafa here in the UAE, where we connect a lot of solar power to the grid, and we do a lot of Project Lightning, good green projects, and we will do more of that. But we will also deepen the collaboration under the leadership of Team Sweden here with all the great companies here, and then we will be everywhere because we are local everywhere, and we are sitting on a secret source. That's the HVDC, high voltage direct current. Thank you.
Something you will hopefully learn more about during the course of your 2 weeks here. And Björn-Ola, final word to you. Your expectations, your ideal expectations.
Yes, my ideal expectation, except basically, in addition to all the great things that have been said here, is to address and to have a decision of phasing out the fossil fuel subsidies, of course, and redirect that to that just energy transition, or at the very least, carbon capture and storage technologies that it should be directed towards that. If not, that's the very least.
Excellent, thanks so much. A big hand to our panel. Those expectations also great input to us in the negotiations, and I'll leave it then back to Emma.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mattias Strömmerud, our climate ambassador and chief negotiator, for moderating this session. We have just completed our first panel, and of course we hope that all this energy and all the great ideas that were just shared in the first panel will be represented in the negotiation rooms. And I think what Johan just said regarding the ecosystem and all the important voices in terms of interconnecting stakeholders from academia, civil society, not least the youth, not least the private sector, the negotiators and the policymakers, to come together to find new ways forward. And of course, science is the foundation of our ways forward. And I would like to move on our inauguration program and welcome our next moderator, Robert Watt. You are welcome up. You are Director of Engagement at Stockholm Environment Institute. We've heard already some reflections on the expectations. So from a scientific point of view and from what you heard so far, what are your expectations?
Thanks, Emma. I have 3 expectations. We've heard all about NDCs and these implementation plans and the targets. I think my hope is that we're going to move from targets to creating an enabling environment for final investment decisions to be taken, for spades to be put into the ground so that we can really implement this transition. And some of the things we're going to need from policy, from governments, we're going to need to pair up to do concessional finance, to provide guarantees so that those investment decisions can be made. We're going to need to activate all of the other tools we have within policy, such as procurement, so that we align everything and really send my next expectation into the stratosphere, which is get the signals right and make them clear. So it's really important that we make sure that the dirty is as expensive as it possible and the clean is cheap. And we do need to think about sending a very clear signal about phasing out fossil fuels. The evidence is clear. The UNEP gap reports on emissions, production and adaptation are clear on the requirement there. The science is there. My third and last expectation is on equity, and it's really that we listen to and take action to meet the needs of the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And in order for us to unlock the potential and also really implement the targets, and also, as the previous panel were talking about, turning the NDCs actually into investment plans, we have 3 cornerstones of the climate diplomacy agenda regarding policy, finance, and innovation. And I would like to welcome you to take on this stage and welcome the next panel focusing on the importance of policies.
Super.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emma. And it's a real pleasure to welcome a fantastic panel onto the stage. And let me present them to you. First of all, Jan-Olof Jacke, who is the CEO of the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise. Next, we have Per Stenmark, who is CSO for Inter IKEA. Javier Varela, COO and Deputy CEO at Volvo Cars. And lastly, Anna Bjerde, who is Managing Director of Operations at the World Bank. What a fantastic panel we have, with plenty of depth and breadth to it, to tackle this question around policy. Why does policy matter? I'll say it matters for 3 reasons, and I'll be very interested to hear what you have to say. I think the first reason, it needs to be setting the rules and making sure there's a level playing field. Secondly, we need to be creating that enabling environment for the innovation that the Prime Minister spoke about. And lastly, of course, it needs to support delivery, getting stuff done. So let me turn to you first of all, Jan-Olof. What are your expectations from Sweden here at COP? What do you think that Sweden should achieve when it comes to policy?
Well, first of all, in terms of the expectations, I think we have had for a long time a clear responsibility to drive the ambition level across the globe. But now I think it's definitely time to move from ambition levels to more actions. Constantly discussing increased ambition levels is not going to change much in the world, but constantly driving actual outcomes is going to be the key to the solution. And I'm much more worried about the shape of the curve for actual results than I am for the curve of ambition. So that's my clear expectation, and that Sweden, Europe can also be role models. And to be role models, it's not just about continuing increasing our ambitions again, it's to be able to deliver actual reduction results compared with competitiveness and continued growth. So I think setting that mindset and being off to an actionable direction is a good expectation.
Let me follow up, because I think you've set out beautifully there. If you can pass over to Per, I'm quite interested in this gap between the ambition level and the action and the curves. So at Inter IKEA, can you give us some examples of how you're trying to narrow that gap and what you're actually doing and achieving?
Thank you very much. That is for sure. We are in a defining time for the world now, and of course we need to work together in a committed way, aiming for the reduction that is so important. And with IKEA, we have just recently strengthened our climate goals. We made our homework. We dig deep into the details of the transformation process. So we have the goal now to halve our climate footprint, reducing our absolute greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 by 50%. And then taking the next step to reach net zero by 2050. And we are committed, we have done our homework, we know we can do it, but we cannot do it alone. And of course, policy is essential to help us in this journey here. So what does it mean? Yeah, we need to work together. And what are the root causes of climate change? Yeah, it is the fossil fuels. We've been talking about it here already. So it's incredibly important now that we're phasing out fossil fuel and the connected subsidies. That is essential for us to reach our goals. And secondly, it is about scaling up renewable energy. You know, getting rid of red tape, finding opportunities to actually speed up the approval and permit processes so that we really can phase that in as speedy as ever possible. And then it is about that we all will use much more recycled material in the circular economy, which means that to enable the flow of secondary raw material needs to be standardized, harmonized, and it should be enabled globally. Those are the three most important policy interventions that are needed for us together to reach the goal.
Fantastic, Per. Very clear set of three things that need to happen on renewables, fossil fuels, and also on recyclability and material circularity. Let me turn now to you, if I can, Javier. Let's flip the question a little bit and say, what are your concerns? What do you think that policy isn't doing that it needs to do more of?
Again, is actions, clear milestones, clear proof points. This is what we are missing, right? And how we can lead by example. I'm going to take the example of Volvo Cars. Allow me to use it. We are trying to lead by example, being generous. I got some questions from journalists saying, oh, why are you going so fast? There are other OEMs that are not transforming as fast as you. We believe on that mission. We believe on that's the right word, right thing to do for the planet, and we are taking that at speed. But it's not only committing long term. I mean, we have a clear ambition in 2040 to be climate neutral, but we are delivering already as we speak. We have 100% of our production plants in the globe, so in China, in US, and in Europe. Climate neutral electricity is a fact since last year. We have invested, we have done activities to improve and optimize the energy consumption, but that's a fact. We will stop producing diesel cars next year. We have carved out all the ICE, internal combustion engine, engineering and manufacturing. It's taken out, it's a fact. We have done it already a couple of years ago. We have just announced yesterday that we have signed an offtake with SSAB for near zero steel. We are integrating the first mover coalition to support demand for aluminum, near zero aluminum. So those are concrete actions. So we really need to go to concrete actions, milestones that we can put in the ground and make us dream that, yes, this will happen. What I see today, fossil fuel still gets a lot of subventions. There are different numbers, but 450 billion per year subventions to fossil fuels. Stop that. We should stop that as soon as possible. That's an easy stick on the ground. Supporting renewables, supporting green energy or climate neutral energy. Permitting is taking for life. How we can be much faster in supporting those endeavors. How we can be much faster in supporting scaling new technologies. We are taking our step in the steel or in aluminum, but how the governments and the nations can support with universities, with academia, labs, innovation centers to scale up or develop those technologies that sometimes in the private sector requires that demand. Again, we are trying to support that by supporting, by reuniting that demand, but there could be a support from policymakers and from administrations that could be accelerated.
That's really interesting. You've drawn out for us this sort of value chain, all the way from the knowledge producing and collaborations to your actual value chain with suppliers and off-takers. Really important to see how that fits together, and very clear messages around the sorts of policies that need to be taken away. One of those that you mentioned was a big number around fossil fuel subsidies. And if I can turn to you, Anna, Jan-Olof started off by sort of talking about the ambition and action and where we are on those and how to bridge those. Perhaps could you tell us a little bit about how you see the role of policy in helping to bridge those, particularly by bringing private investment into the climate challenge?
Yes, thank you so much, and great to listen to my panel peers here. I think there's a tremendous amount of finance and innovation needed to address this quite daunting challenge of climate change. And I was listening to your number, and I'm afraid to say our number is actually 7 trillion a year, which includes energy, agriculture, and a number of other sectors where there are distortive pricing policies. And the problem with that, of course, is that it leads to a lot of bad decision-making and it leads to a lot of waste. So we are strong believers that we need much more spending on climate change and climate action, but we also need better spending, which is why the subsidy reform is such a big part. And the innovation, of course, comes from the private sector. We just heard about great innovations here, and that's where we at the World Bank really see the partnership between public and private. And what can we do as the World Bank? Well, we work very much on the enabling environment. So we listen very carefully to what is it that the private sector says they need to be able to invest much more. We hear two big items. One is an enabling environment, which has a lot to do with policies. Subsidy reform is one of them. And the other thing we hear is the greening of the financial system, having a financial system that actually enables the financial flows to go towards climate. So just a little bit on the policies. One is, of course, the sector reforms are very, very important. We also see a lot of emphasis needing to be on redistributing the subsidies, and then again on this issue of the financial sector and how the financial sector can be changed. What's important in the financial sector? A lot of issues are around the quality of data and the disclosure of this data. We hear a lot about issues around greenwashing. We hear issues around transparency. So we really would like to push much more for the quality of the data to be there. This has a lot to do with the green taxonomy. So we help a lot of countries work out the taxonomy so that we can get the investments much more detectable and therefore the money to flow. The second issue that we think is an opportunity but also needs a lot of policy behind it is carbon markets. Why? Because we see a lot of untapped potential in financing flows from a much more highly integrity and effective carbon market. So also here, we're stepping into the space, and I think you'll hear from us this week while we're here from the World Bank Group, a lot of areas and excitement that we would like to do. One final point is on analytics. It's really important. My colleague from UNDP talked about the NDCs, really important. We also introduced a couple of years ago something called the Country Climate and Development Report. Why it's important to have the and in between is because a lot of countries we work with are very worried that if you go climate, you can't go development, meaning you cannot have economic growth and climate action in one. Well, these reports quite compellingly show, in fact, if you don't take climate action, your economic growth model will not deliver. So it's a really interesting report. I encourage you to look out for them. We have 42 of them now. 42 countries we've done them for, and there'll be also a session this week by the World Bank on a synthesis report that brings some of the summaries and the findings from them. What's great about these reports is it's policies. It starts with the country's own ambition. It looks at the policies needed. It looks at the investments needed, and it also looks at the partnership between public, private, as well as country's own domestic resource mobilization. So I think it's a good contribution to the debate and to the action we need to see. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Anna, for that. I actually want to come back to you, Jan-Olof, because Anna talked about the importance of bringing the climate and development together. You mentioned competitiveness in your first answer, and I want to come back to that question. So what's the role of policy in making sure that businesses' action in, to solve the climate crisis can also be competitive? What's the different roles there?
Well, first of all, I think what you just mentioned, Anna, is so critical. And it's so critical that we really demonstrate that growth and climate ambitions and actual actions can go hand in hand, actually must go hand in hand. We will only be role models if we deliver on that. We will not be role models if we deliver on climate actions and being poorer as a country. We could possibly afford it, but not many in the world actually can. So I think that is just such an important message. In terms of policy, it's critical for investment. We need policies that sets the framework, that operates on as large economic zones as ever possible. I think it's also important to understand that the politics and business really need to work closely together here, because politics will and shall set the frameworks that we can operate in. We want sustainable policies. Sustainable, I think, in two sort of interpretations of the word. One is sustainable policies that really drives towards investment for making the world better, but also sustainable policies that is not changing every second year or every 6 months. That is not driving investment, and we will need massive investment, and the vast majority of the investment will come from private sector, and private sector likes predictability. So the importance of policies that will last and that will really incentivize the green transition is crucial for us. It's the only way we can become competitive. I think it's also clear that the companies and the countries who are not able to combine those components will have no competitive future. The companies who are lagging behind will struggle enormously to catch up.
Per, we're talking about competitiveness now. Perhaps you want to come in on that.
Yes, please. And I'd like to start to echo you, Jan-Olof, because this is so important here. It's about doing the right thing, what is needed for the world, and at the same time grow and develop the business. Because for any business, this is a matter of success and resilience to achieve our climate goals. This is how important this is. Otherwise, we will be out of business. So when it comes to the policies and the policies that are important, and I think that also delivering already now what we see, yes, it's definitely about policies and mechanisms and tools to enable purchasing of renewable energy, to enable, investments on site for renewable energy. And the examples we have now, for instance, on power purchase agreements, those are great examples. Continue with those kind of concrete mechanisms. And for instance, for the renewable electricity program that we're running with our suppliers within IKEA, those tools are essential. We have set aside 100 million euros for financing of investments in renewable electricity, and these tools are essential. Otherwise, we won't come to that conclusions. Investments in renewable energy, the investments as such, get rid of red tapes and enable a streamlined and fast approval process. We have unfortunately a few examples in our company here where we have delays, unfortunate delays, whether it's in Poland or in Portugal, and the world is waiting. But we cannot wait anymore. We would like to get the solar panels up and running here and now because time is scarce. And finally, I would like to say here that the carbon pricing system and the EU ETS, which has delivered as a flagship mechanism to reducing and actually curbing the emission levels in the Union, strengthen that, make it fit for purpose, and use it more to a stronger extent as well. We are in this together, and we are fully committed to do our part. Thank you.
Javier, I saw you nodding as Per was talking about the ETS. Are there other examples of policy that have enabled you to go through this extraordinary transition that you described in your first
I think you have been very good at summarizing those elements. The last one, securing a leveling playing field, if you get the carbon pricing right. This will permit the right competitiveness and reward the ones that are really taking care of CO2 reduction. The facilitating the climate neutral energies, investing on it. I have a couple of those maybe to add. The one is public procurement. And that's an action. Again, it's not even a policy, it's a clear action. Can we lead by example in public procurement? When you add worldwide how much public procurement represents in CO2 emissions, you will be surprised. So there's a fantastic element there, a fantastic field to lead by example and take action, take clear action on that. The last one, I'm surprised to still see the appalling number of countries that they don't have any climate neutral target. More than 100. Any commitment, any target, any ambition. 50%, 49% to be very exact, of the CO2 generation is in hands of countries that will not get any good plan before 2050. So this is another area, how we can collaborate, how we can put pressure on peers to accelerate those commitments.
Thank you, Javier. Great to have that very concrete example of procurement as well. Last word to you, Anna, if I can, just turning to you. How have you collaborated with Swedish donors and other stakeholders to advance policies that encourage this private sector investment that's going to be so critical to enable the transition?
Yeah, no, thank you so much. If I may, just a word on public procurement, because I think it's an excellent point. There is so much money going into public procurement, and what we did a few years ago with also other multilateral development banks is actually make sure we turn it into green public procurement, so that you have green elements and it becomes part of the bidding process to be qualified and to actually win contracts on the basis of green. And I think here Swedish companies are very, very well positioned, and I'll come back to that. I do want to say we are now taking that a step further, and we're going for gender public procurement, meaning we are also starting to monitor how many contracts are being awarded to female-owned businesses, because there's still a huge gender gap out there, so we're also dealing with that. But green and gender can go very nicely also together, because we know women also are good stewards for the environment and of the climate, so we have data on that. But how have we partnered? I mean, we partnered with Sweden over the years incredibly well. Because I think, again, coming back to innovation and leadership on a lot of these topics, it has come from countries like Sweden. And here I have to say, I really do believe the biggest game changer will come from what the private sector is able to do in this space. Why? Because the innovation is there, the capacity is there, the interest is there, and we who work with governments, work with enabling environments, need to remove all these distortions, permits. Why does it take so long? Red tape, you need to cut down on that. You need to make it more easy for the private sector, for businesses, to be able to come in and actually want to take a risk in a country. And that's where something we also focus on is macroeconomic and financial stability. It's very important so companies feel, I know what's going to happen here. There's some predictability. But coming back a bit specifically to Sweden, one area that Sweden, or two areas where Sweden has been very, very helpful is we have an umbrella trust fund for trade. Trade and climate, trade and decarbonization go very, very nicely hand in hand. And I have to say I've seen a lot of leadership come out of Sweden on this. I would encourage it to continue. We believe trade is a significant opportunity. And the other area is actually the carbon market area. And again, working with things like transparency, disclosure, companies who are stepping in with high integrity and really capitalizing on that. I will finish on a little bit of a provocative point, if I may. I've been in the World Bank now over 25 years. Sweden used to have more prominence in terms of interest by companies, the interest to understand where are the opportunities in development. So I would maybe encourage my colleagues here, take a look at the World Bank. We're doing some cool stuff out there, and I think there's a lot of opportunities to partner.
Wonderful. Another deal. Sounds like it could be in the offing. Great stuff. A huge hand to this fantastic panel, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the second panel of this inauguration ceremony. And when letting the second panel exit, and before welcoming the third panel, and really emphasizing on the importance of policies to scale, not least innovations, and to bridge the implementation gaps. An anecdote I'd like to share is regarding the Swedish climate tax that was implemented, one of the first ones in the world, 1991. And it came across after a public servant was taking a train ride in Sweden in the late 80s. And he had an idea, looking out the window, thinking, what if we would make it a little bit more expensive with coal, gas, and oil? And what impact would that create? So he took the notes, he took it and wrote it down on a little piece of paper and actually a mug from the restaurant wagon at the train. And that note on that takeaway mug, it actually was implemented a few years after in Sweden, and it became one of the first climate taxes. And since then, as the Prime Minister alluded to earlier, it has since then reduced our carbon emissions by 30%, while we've actually increased our GDP with almost 70% since then. So that's just a small example of how a small idea can come across in an unexpected time and way, but can generate a huge impact. And this particular tax have also really spurred the creativity and driven the private sector in Sweden to innovate more responsibly, more resource efficiently. And we have now touched upon the first leg of the climate diplomacy, and we will now hear more about the importance of innovations and then finance. And I would like to hand over back to you, Rob.
Thanks so much, Emma. It's a great example. I'm glad to say there are plenty of paper cups at the back of the room here. So if you feel like you want to go and innovate, please scribble on one of those, and we will try and do our best to implement them. And now we move into our panel on innovation. It's a great pleasure to welcome up Martin Pei, who is Executive Vice President and Chief Technology Officer at SSAB, Anna Selsing, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer at Alfa Laval, Charles Brand, Executive Vice President of Processing Services and Equipment at Tetra Pak, and Linda Borenius, Head of Development at the Global Challenge Foundation. Thank you so much for joining us here today. And you already heard at the end of that last panel how Anna rounded us off by throwing out the words innovation and saying that that was a really critical thing to work together to bring about. And I'd like to turn to you now, Martin. Martin, the man with the ingots of green steel. Oh, look, he's going to bring it out for us. Ah, splendid. Martin, I've got a question here which is crazy. It says, what is the biggest challenge? I wonder whether it should be, what has been the biggest challenge that you see as you've been adapting and implementing these new innovative technologies? And what else do you need to do to be able to overcome the challenge of decarbonising the steel sector?
Thank you very much, Rob, for the great introduction. Yeah, steel is an extremely important material for the modern society. Without steel, we can't live as we do. We can't have these fantastic pavilions here. We can't produce electricity, drinking water, food. So steel is essentially one of the most important materials we have. However, steel also means today, with the current technology, huge emissions. We heard a lot of data about that. And for a very long time, steel has been regarded as one of the so-called hard-to-abate sectors because it's extremely difficult to change technology. And this is where innovation plays the most important role. We at SSAB decided back in 2016 to jointly together with our partners to invest heavily on R&D. And so far we have invested approximately 200 million euros with support from partly Swedish Energy Agency, grateful, but mostly from our own companies. So now we have shown that the technology using green hydrogen, replacing coal, producing steel without any fossil footprint is possible. We have been running our pilot plant since 2000. And since 2001, we start to deliver a small trial volumes to our customers. We heard about the last panel, Javier. Of course, many big customers have tried this steel. Anna, you have made a product of that. And now we know that the technology works. And we are now taking action to speed up the investment program that SSAB's board of directors have approved. Just earlier this week, our Prime Minister attended the groundbreaking ceremony for our first big investment in Oxelösund, where we will invest 6.2 billion Swedish crowns. And with that one project, we phase out 3% of Sweden's carbon dioxide emission. And we are now moving ahead with our plan for our Luleå plant. We just handed in a few weeks ago the environmental permit application. And we hope to be able to do that before 2030. And with that, in total, we will eliminate 10% of Sweden's total CO2 emission. So the big challenge from the technical perspective, we believe in our research program, we have overcome a majority of that part. Of course, we still have challenges in scaling up this technology, next step, but we believe that is possible to handle. And we have also overcome another challenge that is really to collaborate with our customers, because without customer asking for this more costly product, all the investment programs will not proceed. And now we have great collaborations with our customers in all the major important segments, mobility, construction, general manufacturing, and now we can move ahead with this huge investment. So very important achievement so far, but of course we still have challenges how to make this faster. Maybe we can come back to that.
Let's definitely come back to that, Martin. That's great. So yeah, you had an R&D challenge, you had a finance challenge, and then you also had challenges of finding the market, finding those customers. And that brings us over to you, if I could. Please.
We are a customer.
Yeah, you're a customer. So can you tell us a little bit about your role in this sort of chain of innovation and the relationships you not only have with someone like Martin and SSAB, but also with you
and others as well. Tetra Pak, for example. Well, Alphaval is innovating and manufacturing highly efficient technology for heat transfer, separation, and fluid handling. And I would say that we have two roles. The first one is to make the affordable here and now solutions, innovating them, and that is mainly then connecting to energy efficiency, like our heat exchanger, just having the potential of saving 100 gigawatts. And that is equivalent, for example, to heating 20 million homes in Europe. Or air lubrication techniques for shipping. Just small bubbles, making or reducing friction, saving up to 12% of carbon emissions, or making processes of plant-based food better, more efficient, and thus then also more affordable. So that's one side. And then the other side is also deploying, scaling the new technologies. We have, for example, just last month, we announced that we have a new business unit for electrolyzers and focusing on hydrogen and fuel cells, I was going to say. And they are working on big projects like carbon capture, long-duration energy storage, and hydrogen, for example. And then working together with Wallenius in a joint venture, putting Ocean Bird on the seas. That's having a wind-propelled large ships instead of using the fuels we now use. Or it could be Alphaval Revos. That is an example where we reduce or take away water from beer concentration and then reducing transportation by as much as 80%. So those are some examples across, and we work together with partners on many, many more examples.
Fantastic, really exciting set of innovations in so many different sectors. Can you just say something about the relationship you have with SSAB and how that has helped the innovation on your side and perhaps also with your partner?
Because we are committed to net zero by 2050, and to get there, we need our suppliers to get to net zero. And SSAB is very, very important because our heat exchangers and all our equipment is mainly mainly made out of metals and many times stainless steel. So working closely together with SSAB is very important, as Martin said, working together on R&D projects very closely, almost weekly sometimes, and making this fossil-free or neo-fossil-free heat exchanger, putting that on the market. We call it Concept Zero, and we actually have 2 customers already, ESS and Echo Data Center. So that's fantastic, and wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for SSAB.
Fantastic. So the innovation is enabling through the value chain, achieving targets and reducing emissions,
exactly,
and meeting a customer need. Let me turn to our next panelist. Everyone will be familiar with Tetra Pak in the morning, I'm sure, Charles. But tell us a little bit more about how you're using innovation in the sort of the food systems chain.
Of course, yeah, we're moving up the value chain a little bit here. Tetra Pak's a company that is based on innovation. We have food safety on one end and sustainability on the other end. We're a very data-driven company. We're the first company in our sector that actually had science-based targets already back in 2017. Our greenhouse gas emissions are roughly 1/3 in the supply chain, 1% in our own operations. That was actually 8% 15 years ago. We've made a huge impact in our own operations in the last decade or so. And 55% sit with our customers. So our innovation sits broadly in 2 particular areas. One is in the packaging material. We're investing 100 million euros a year in new materials to reduce the greenhouse gas impact from already a low format comparatively with other formats. On the equipment side, of course, Alfa Laval is a very important supplier to us, and also SSAB. It's energy, water, waste, and chemicals. Those are the 4 KPIs that we have, and we have a commitment to reduce those 4 by 50% by 2030. And we've made some great headway. Alfa Laval have provided us with separators with 40% less energy, and I could bore you with a lot of other technical terms, but the numbers of reduction are big. We're talking from 20 to 75% reduction in those different KPIs. We're big in the dairy industry, a big supplier to the dairy industry, and of course the dairy industry is important for food nutrition, food security, and for livelihoods of many people around the world, but it's also an important greenhouse gas emitter. So we're taking all of our technologies and we're building those into the dairy industry. We're right now leading an initiative called the Dairy Processing Task Force under Pathways to Net Zero in the Global Dairy Platform. And there we've got 40 large customers already signed up and other partners from the industry. And if anybody is from the dairy industry here, please join this initiative, because this is one we're going to drive to really support the dairy industry towards net zero.
Thank you very much, Charles. Let me turn now to you, Linda, if I may. 2-part question. Can innovation actually close the implementation gap, and if so, how?
I would say that, maybe I first should say, Global Challenges Foundation, we are a Swedish-based non-profit that works to raise awareness of global catastrophic risks and how global governance better can handle those risks. And I would say that innovation is very important, of course, to close the gap. Both innovations that address solutions to the climate crisis, but also to other Earth system threats. But there is all new technologies faces a disadvantage at start with barriers as higher costs or old infrastructure, etc. And this is a challenge because these green solutions needs to be implemented globally in a very, very short time in a fair and equitable way. And therefore, I think we collectively need to push for positive tipping points. And I think what you have been talking about here, with collaborations, partnerships, is one way to push for positive tipping points. And with positive tipping points, in this context, I mean the point where the market starts to transform itself at an accelerating pace. We already see tipping points at wind and solar, where the cost is lower than coal, and the price here is the tipping point. We see signs of it in some markets that we can be close to tipping points to EVs, for example. But here, to overcome those barriers and to speed up the scale, we need aside from all those partnerships, etc., also what we talked about earlier in the panel, we need well-targeted, well-designed and timely policy interventions that can put the viable solutions over the hilltop until the carriage starts to transform by itself and creating positive feedback mechanisms. And one concrete example here that I just wanted to share is, I think we can see that we can see it quite clear in battery improvements now driven by the EV development are accelerating the tipping points for low-cost renewables in combination with longer duration battery storage, which is making electrification more feasible in many other sectors, as for example heavy-duty transport, shipping, aviation, etc. So yes, it's important, of course, with innovation to bridge the gap, but it needs to be supported, this large-scale transformation, with well-targeted international policies, institutions, regulations, with a focus of being smart on how to push the positive tipping points.
Thank you, Linda. And I want to come back now to Charles, actually, because you talked about the need to getting to these tipping points that take us to something that's actually affordable. So my question to you, Charles, is, are you seeing that these innovations are affordable? And how are you making sure that they are affordable to your customers?
Yeah. It's such an interesting question, and you know, new technologies cost more, and sustainable solutions have tended to cost more. And on the other end, we've got consumers who increasingly are willing to pay more for sustainability, but often when they reach into the wallet, the choice is for the cheaper option. This is all about scaling technology, and we see as one of the advantages that we have as a company, being a global company, in a relatively narrow sector, that we can actually take those solutions and we can really drive them at scale and bring down the cost of them. There is one interesting thing that's happening with the cost of technology and the return on investment, and that is that as energy prices, water prices, carbon prices have gone up, it's making sustainable solutions more affordable from a return on investment perspective. It doesn't necessarily make it affordable in the pocket, and of course cost of living crisis is a big issue these days, but that really is making sustainable solutions go more quickly, and we see a lot of response from our customers these days. The other side of things is what we're doing in customers' factories, and there it's about improving yield in customers' factories. Waste is simply unacceptable, and we've got many great examples of where we're increasing the efficiency, but also dealing with side streams of waste that comes out of the manufacturing process. And one example of that is in brewers' spent grains out of beer manufacturing, which before used to go into landfill or into animal feed perhaps, and now can be upcycled into new food products or into beverages, in fact. So there's a great quote from JFK that I really like, and I've used on a couple of occasions, that yes, there is a cost to action, but in fact the cost of inaction, comfortable inaction, is very much more. So really it's about scaling technology now.
Brilliant. I'm going to ask one last question, and it's going to go in order to Anna, to you, Martin, then over to you, Linda, if I can. And it is exactly this one, and it's the one about speed and scale. So how can we go more quickly and make sure that these innovations are deployed at scale? Anna.
I think we are here at stage showing this, and the reason why we also want to be at COP for Alfa Laval's part, and that's stronger partnerships, because we have to do this together as we are working together with both Tetra Pak and SSAB. And another example, we need to bring, what is then strong partnerships? Well, it's something you bring to the table. Everybody brings something. And in our case, for example, we are working as a partner with Maersk McKinley Møller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. That's a long word. And we have, for example, then test center where we can test new fuels for shipping. That's so important to be able to try this and then go from there to scale. So bringing something is important in the partnerships, and it's the same with the case of SSAB, where we work together on the R&D. And yeah, so and the other part is, of course, where I want to echo the panel before us, the policies and what's been mentioned here before, also long-term commitments, policy standards. Just for a standard, what is fossil-free steel? That is super important.
Brilliant. Now, Martin, your turn.
Yes, how to increase the speed even faster. I remember when we started the hybrid initiative in 2016, we believed that this was possible to scale up to around 2035. That was our, say, strong target. But now we are running 10 years faster because we are now already starting construction in our Oxelösund plant, as I mentioned earlier, 2026. We will start to deliver commercial volumes of this fossil-free steel. And we announced our earlier goal of 2045, becoming a fossil-free company supporting the Swedish climate law. But now we are aiming at as early as possible, hopefully before 2030. So that is what we can do from our side, do very, very focused work in developing the technology, cooperating with partners, creating the demand of fossil-free steel. But now we need support because we can't realize our very ambitious goals if we don't get support from the society. And with that, I mean that we are now doing the innovation along the value chain, but there is an innovation that is urgently needed. That's how we manage our country, our society. Looking at how the government process moves slowly with the permit process that take much longer time than we want. And this is related to the environmental court process, in all this process that leads up when we can start construction to really spend money we already got approval for. So in order to speed up, only the private sector making up the mind, provide technology, create partnerships is not enough. We need support from how we manage our society. And with that, I think is really the push that we can speed up the transition.
And a last word to you, Linda. You talked about the carriages reaching the top of the mountain and tipping over. How do we make sure they're going a bit faster?
Then I would say to address the financial flows, and because these green solutions must spread globally and enable all countries, including the Global South, to reach the SDGs in a green way. And so here, I mean, the cost of capital is so much higher because the perceived risk is higher in countries in Global South. So here we need more of global or international risk mitigation mechanisms. We need reforms of the financial systems that are now being discussed. It's really interesting to follow the discussion on the Bridgetown agenda, etc. Because the solutions, the sustainable solutions and the sustainable innovations must be affordable and accessible all over the globe.
Brilliant. So we need systemic change also, as well as all of this practical value chain collaboration. Thank you so much. A big hand to our panel. brilliantly, if you go off that. Wait, yeah, and brilliantly, Linda had just concluded with talking about finance, and that is the subject of our last panel. So let me introduce them quickly to you. Mattias Wikström, CEO of Duconomy. Mattias, great. We have Anders Egelrud, who is CEO of Stockholm Exergy. Maria Simonsson, who is Chief Sustainability Officer at SEK. And lastly, Pekka Morén, who is member of the Board of Directors at the Nordic Investment Bank. Wow, here we have the finance panel. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Let me start with you, if I can, Mattias. We heard actually throughout our panels how finance is critical. It's critical at the level of trillions and billions, but it's also critical at the level of, the millions, but also perhaps the spending that I do or you do, for example.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what role can finance play, and what role can you play in this positive environmental change that we're seeking?
Yes, looking at what has been said earlier, we need data, we need entrepreneurship, we need innovation, we need finance, and here is the economy, because that's exactly what we do. So we're working with 100 banks on global level today. We've been shortlisted as one of the most entrepreneurial and innovative companies by Fast Company, Wired, and so forth. But the greatest topic at hand is actually coming back to your question, what is it that we can help people achieve? Looking at the Paris Accord, but out of an individual perspective, track, measure, reduce. Enable people to understand their impact, cause and effect, looking at bridging financial inclusion as an accelerator into climate action. And that is what Duconomy do every day all around the world.
Fantastic. So we're at a sort of individual level, helping me to understand what I do and what I spend and how that impacts. But let's move on to a company that's doing something extremely innovative, bridging both innovation and finance. But can you tell us a little bit about the role of the financial sector playing in the market for carbon removals?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. And I mean, this is the dangerous thing, and this is what's happening with the climate change. And we need to remove the CO2 from the atmosphere. And we are innovative from that perspective, that we are actually driving a project where we can actually capture carbon from biogenic processes, and that's in a huge amount. And then let me emphasize what is then important from a finance perspective. And of course, you can start with the obvious ones. How large are the investment? How huge are the investment needed to go into removal sectors? You can say that our project, it's a 500 million euro project at least, but there is a need for a new project of that size every 4th day going forward. In Europe, once a month, and that's 6,000 billion euros annually. So it's a huge funding need, and that needs to be addressed. Okay, how will we achieve and reach that extreme amount of funding and do it in a, call it also, profitable way? The second part, which also was addressed in another forum here from the World Bank, I think the policies, and their finance is playing a vital role. Finance is actually searching for projects in every sector, searching for projects which can be profitable for both the customer and also for the finance sector, but there needs to be sustainability criteria. And how do we do the framework for sustainability criteria for removals? And doing that policy framework in a way so the policy framework actually also are transparent, actually definitely are showing that this is not a greenwash business, and it can create actually acceptance also from the greater audience. And then thirdly, coming to the market, the finance sector can play a vital role regarding the market. There is a need for actually trading with carbon. Carbon will most likely be one of the most traded commodities in the world if you go 15 years from now. And if we build up that sector capability, which are within this financial sector, so we can trade with different companies, between nations, that's extremely important, and finance sector can play a vital role in that part as well.
Fantastic. So we've moved a little bit from the individual to a company which is doing something innovative. And I'd like to come to you, if I may, Maria. And could you tell us a little bit about how SEK is enabling the green transition in other countries?
Yes.
Is it on? Yes, thank you. Definitely. So we are a state-owned bank, you could say, part of the Swedish export credit system, where we have EKN providing risk insurance and we're providing the funds. We're helping to transition not only in Sweden but also abroad. So we finance exporters, their suppliers, but also their customers. And here we see that this is actually happening. It's not something for the future. We are seeing exporters innovating, producing products that comes out into other buyers that need them in their systems, as we've been hearing in the front panel. And I'd like to, and so this is happening. Finance is here. We can actually see that there is actually a great competition for green assets these days. We need to also find finance to go to the sectors which is more hard to abate, as the previous panel was talking about. And here the system, the financial system, needs to do what we have been doing now for some years, establish a language, get the data in so we can assess what is a credible transition within this sector. How will they transform in a way that meets the Paris 1.5 threshold without lock-in effects, without pushing the carbon debt further along the way, so we need it now. And this is what we're currently working on in the system, I would say. And as it says here on the wall, we have a variety of financial systems, and I think that's important to note. We need to activate every capital flow in the toolbox, and we have interesting initiatives now, how you can combine maybe aid and trade, that kind of thinking, how you can combine ICA financing with more regular banks. We have other types of financing, and getting that together will be crucial to get this transformation in this large scale to work.
Fantastic. So there's a real demand for these green assets, and you're playing a role supporting the export and eventual implementation of those. Now let me turn, to, if I can, to Pekka, because you're representing an IFI, International Financial Institution. So in this ecosystem, what role do you play to making sure that we actually have the right finance in the right place and it is enabling the scaling of these technologies?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Let me first maybe say a few words about the more general role that we play, because finance ministers are governors in the bank, so it's state-owned entity. And we need to make sure that the system, financial system is working. To start with, we are in the middle of a big regulatory jungle, so we need to make sure that in the end that will work out and that there is the integrity in the markets. Greenwashing was mentioned as a risk. So these are the issues that public authorities should be worried about. Then we create a try to create an enabling environment for investment and finance. List is long, but the starting point is our net zero objectives, which are very ambitious in the Nordic region. And we need to make sure that licensing and all these kind of things work, so really that there's credibility and long-term prospect and strategy that works. And of course, one big issue is the know-how research that we understand. In the previous discussion, the hydrogen economy was mentioned. We need to understand what that means and how the public and private will interact to create sort of a vision for how that economy should evolve and how that will be financed. So it's a big ecosystem of actors that are relevant.
Can I come back to you, please, Matthias? I'm just quite interested in how what you're working on connects up with the needs that Stockholm Exergy has described and the role that our other two guests...
Thank you, Robert. How much time do we have?
Well, give it a couple of minutes, see what you can do.
So, baseline, what we do is we're giving every transaction a bilingual capability, calculating both the environmental and the financial effect. We're giving both the planet and finance a voice, calculating carbon emission score per transaction, spend-based calculations using best-in-class investor-grade data, also looking into other impact factors such as freshwater intensity score or biodiversity risk. Once you set a language like that in every transaction, next thing is that you will have a more educated user making more mindful decisions, understanding what drives and what does not drive equally as much negative impact. Coming back to financial instruments next, what can we do to drive positive impact? How can I wake up in the morning knowing that my money worked for me and for the planet overnight? So that consequence is something that we are now looking into, tokenized green bonds. Would that be an option for the retail market? Looking at climate finance out of an adaptation and mitigation perspective on national level or international levels is all fine and dandy, and we need that too, but we also need everyone else to understand why. We need to enable everyone else to contribute, and we need to enable everyone else to direct their funding in a way that is constructive, productive, and makes sense for the next generation. That is what the economy is trying to do by connecting your every purchase to an impact score.
Thank you. Let me come over now to you, if I can, Anders. You talked about the size of this carbon market, but carbon removals and the voluntary carbon market don't always have sort of a great reputation. What do you see as being the biggest obstacles to actually going and implementing all of these new bioenergy BECCS plants all over the world?
I think, first of all, it has been a discussion about greenwashing. And then when we talk of carbon capture, we're talking about, okay, you are trying to prolong the use of fossil oil or fossil industry. But I think that is the vital mistakes we're doing as humankind, because we need to do both. We need to do carbon capture of fossil as a bridge towards the renewable and the green society in the future. But we also need to start immediately with the removals, because they can't start when we are ready with the reduction. Then it's too late. So I think this is one of the challenges, to find an acceptance in the whole society that we need to do both. We need to have both reduction in a very rapid way, but we need to start and ramp up the removals. And then, of course, the main challenge is, how do you identify yourself with purchasing a product which you actually are putting down in the ground for 10,000 of years? That's not an easy piece of cake. And I think that's a challenge. And then I'm coming back to what I said previously. The policies needs to be there. There needs to be support from the financing institutes setting target of SBTi, which are a net zero target, which also means that all of us in this room, all companies in the world, need to actually claim for carbon negative emissions, which they are actually taking away from the atmosphere. So I think that's in a more nutshell the main challenges. Yeah. Then, of course, building the technology, finding the value chain, but that I think we are capable of doing in this Western world and in the rest of the world.
That's so interesting that the sort of the technological innovation challenge and obstacle is sort of solvable, but it's perhaps the policy and then the broad public acceptance, understanding what it is, giving the finance and the environment a voice and having the data. That seems to be where there is a challenge. But there is another set of challenges that I'd like to ask you about, if I can, Maria. We're in an economic environment at the moment that's seen inflation. I think Charles talked about cost of living crisis. Response of that has been raising interest rates. The consequence of that has perhaps meant that some sorts of projects in the renewable energy space have become a little bit more risky, or at least not as palatable. Ørsted had to write down $4 billion on their American investments. Can you tell us a little bit about how this is affecting, how the current macroeconomic environment is affecting finance for the transition?
Definitely, and so the constrained macro development outlook is definitely both affecting households, of course, but also company spend and savings. We see it dual. Some projects does not appear to have a problem to access finance. There's a huge demand to be part of those transactions, which means that we are becoming scaled down and we want to be more, which is a positive, of course. It's positive because we then get to be in these clubs where we learn and we know how to assess the risks, package them, and also report on them. So that's one side. But we also note, and we hear in our latest export credit trend survey, that several customers, an increasing demand of exporters, are saying that their buyers seem to have more difficult to access finance. And that is, of course, a worry that we follow closely. It has to do with, of course, the increased rates, projects maybe pushed out longer in time, which we all know that are here today. We need to get this done now. So it comes back to really how do we get risk sharing up? How do we get information so that we can build on the trust? We all need to trust that this is going to work, and that's going to be key.
Really interesting. I'd like to come finally to you, Pekka. Can you give us some examples? We've heard already today about the importance of combining public finance, IFIs, to bring in all of the scale of private money that's required. Can you give us some examples of how you've already been doing that?
I mean, the key issue there is that it's fairly complex and multiple ecosystem of different actors, like Swedish export credit. So there are many, dozens of actors already in the Nordic, Baltic region. So, and we have been spending a lot of time about understanding what is the specific value added of for example, the NIB. And we need to understand what the transition means for that bank. So we need to be additional. We don't want to spend our efforts to mess up with the markets when there is financing available in the private, from the private sources. That's we are not needed. But it's there are infrastructure. It's very broad. We work on different sectors. The envelopes of financing are fairly large. But this is really the key matter on moving forward to find the right value added that will support the transition.
Can you just tell us how you're finding the right value added? I completely accept the point you're making. Be additional, make sure you're not crowding out stuff that's already going to be happening. How do you do that? Choose the ones that are not quite there, but need that little bit of extra.
No, of course, the management of the bank and the lending teams are really working thoroughly with the customers. But we spend a lot of time in understanding what is green and what is not, how we fill our mandate. So we really know we have quite a good, fairly new strategy on climate, and that will be discussed also in these pavilions in the coming days by the NIB management. So there will be more to come on that.
Great, something to look forward to. More deals, hopefully, in the offing. Thank you so much to this panel. A warm hand to them, please. And now I just hand over to Emma, who introduces the party continues.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for these panels, and also give us a hand also for Robert Watt, the Engagement Director at Stockholm Environment Institute, for guiding us through the 3 pillars and cornerstones of the Swedish climate diplomacy agenda, and also what will guide us through the 2 weeks here at COP28. Moving on, we will hear from the 2 last panel discussions at this inauguration of the Swedish Pavilion, and guiding us through not only talking about the importance of circularity, but also what we need the most, collaboration. I would like to welcome Marie Trogstam, the head of the department at the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise. Please welcome up, and a warm applause for you. And we have already heard a lot regarding the importance of policies on finance and innovation, and also the importance of these interconnecting perspectives and stakeholders interact to develop the most efficient ways forward. And one key pillar around the discussions we will talk about in the next panel will be circularity. Can you just give us a little bit of hint of what do you see as the most important parts of the importance of circularity?
Thank you, Emma. And circularity, the role of circularity, I should say, is truly important for 2 purposes, both climate mitigation and adaptation, with the co-benefits. So while we decrease the need for resources, we will of course have a positive impact also on ecosystems and biodiversity. Circularity also plays an important role when planning resilient cities with circular strategies for both adaptation and also reusing materials. So this session will actually have its starting point in the Swedish leadership for sustainable development, where Swedish solutions and also business models based on true experience and knowledge So I think I'm really eager to get started to listen to what our panelists have to say.
Super interested in that too. So please, let's get started with the 2 final sessions and panel discussions before we open up for a mingle. So
perfect.
Hand over to you.
Emma.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, and by this, I would like to welcome up our eminent panel. So please join me on stage, Lars Lindén, who is the Group CEO of Ragn-Sells. We have also Lena Höök, Executive Vice President, Innovation and Sustainability for Skanska. Welcome. And then we have Jonas Gustafsson, who is the President and CEO of AFRY. And we also have Henrik Johansson, who is the CEO of Spaudi. So welcome. And I'd like to start with you, Lars. What's the potential of circular economy and why is it important?
Hello and thank you. Hi there, everyone. It's a pleasure being here at COP28. And you just touched upon one of my favorite topics, this circularity in society. Well, to be a bit more, shall we say, explanatory in what circular solutions or circular economy is about, you can think a little bit about how do we actually live our lives today. I mean, we have been grown up in a society where we take resources from the crust of the earth, we put fertilizers on fields and we get food eventually. But it's all about getting these products and they're getting the food on the table and then we just throw everything away. And that, as you perhaps all know, is the linear economy. But this linear economy is the culprit of why we have 90% scarcity of water. I mean, this pattern of life gives so much bad to the planet. 90% of scarcity of water, 90% of biodiversity, 50% of the climate issue. And that is where we think that circularity has a huge role to play to improve these numbers. So can you believe that circularity, just by measuring what we are doing today, is only 7–8% circular? I'm talking about our planet now. When we look at how we live, it's only 7–8% circular. But by doubling that, we will be able to impact the numbers big time. So that is why it is so important from the essence. But then what does it really mean then? It means that we have to put these circular solutions out there in society. And I have a number of examples. This one here, what do you see? Well, I tell you what it is. It's a wall painted with paint, which is this one. Paint that is produced by sewage sludge. Typically paint, when you get this red color paint, you have to take the fossil, you take the ingredients from the crust of the earth and you make färg, for instance, in Sweden. But you can actually take the same resource from a sewage sludge. That's only one example. And then around the corner here, we have a few examples that we are talking about. The other one is you can use the silica sand from different recycling processes to create sound membranes and so forth. But the point is, and I believe the objective why we are here in COP28 is to promote the concept of introducing circular solutions. We have a friend here, Jonas. You have helped us to design, engineer big plants to take care of this sewage sludge that I mentioned. The problem is you helped us 4 years ago and still we don't have the permit to launch the factory. So there's a lot of things related to why the possibility is there, why it is important and what the potential is. The potential is huge.
Thank you, Lars. And we will soon come to Jonas so you can actually reply to that. But first, Lena, the built environment actually stands for 40% of the CO2 emissions. What circular solutions are currently in place and what do you see up ahead?
Yeah. Thank you, and sorry. So, thinking of circular solutions, there is a point in not just building new, but actually to reuse what's already standing there. And that's obvious when you look into, for example, Europe or US. A lot of the buildings that we need are already built. However, they are not built with the capacity, for example, of energy efficiency that is needed going onwards. Looking into Skanska, where we are at, we can conclude that 11% of our revenue is already going to refurbishment and rebuilt. And that actually means a great driver is for the energy efficiency needed, but another one is also to reuse the material that is already there. For example, in London, it is almost impossible to build totally anew today. You need to, and it's demanded by building codes and requirements, to actually reuse foundations or structures of buildings to the highest degree possible. And I'm putting this forward because there are such stuff that you may think are hard to reuse. And of course, steel or aluminium, those things has a price. They're easy to reuse. But other stuff, like, for example, asphalt, bitumen, that is also actually possible to totally reuse. We have one of the possible most modern asphalt plants in the world where we can actually 100% reuse existing asphalt and doing it anew, also reusing the energy that is needed. So we have those different kinds of solutions, including also how to reuse from a building the concrete decks. And I'm not just talking about the ones that were made there to be reused, but actually to dismantle a building. And you all know of the tragic event 10 years ago when there was a terrorist attack of the government building in Oslo. That very government building, we are part of rebuilding or reusing the existing concrete hollow decks by actually dismantling them, ensuring the quality, and that's quite some expertise needed, just paying forward here, to ensure the quality of those decks. I don't know it's being used, that kind of technology, anywhere else in the world, but I hope that it will be used going forward on plenty other places.
Thank you very much, Lena. And I think we are pointing out to you, Jonas, because based on the expertise in engineering and sustainable solutions that AFRY has, how can we actually accelerate that and get to the even more concrete actions?
Very good question. And first of all, as Johan Söderström said before, I'm quite positive to the area of circularity. We see a lot of proof points, projects where there's a lot of circularity, recycling built in. But we also see that the scaling goes too slow, to the point you said. And we also did a project to the Council of Nordic Ministers for construction demolition waste in Europe. And it was shown that the technology to recycle is there, but economical, social, or legislation barriers are there. And the project you talk about in Oslo, we are working together to reuse the concretes there. But actually in the industrial area, because we do projects all over the world, in 100 countries, we see that recyclings are built in already from the start. For example, Northvolt are already building a recycling process while they're ramping up the production. We are also involved a lot in the R&D phases, and of course, to reach the full circulation, you need to already build in the circular thinking in the design phase. And we see that is also ramping up. So in a way, I'm quite positive, because in many processes like batteries, pulp and paper, we believe a lot in biomaterials as one solution, also in circular economy. But we see that it's increasing a lot all over the world. But for sure, the scaling is going too slow. But there is hopes, and I would say that in most of the new build processes, CapEx projects we are involved in, there are recycling built into the structure. But it's going a bit too slow.
Really great to hear that. And then moving on to you, Henrik, with Spaudi, actually known to be an innovative company. And I happen to know that you were actually rewarded by the World Economic Forum, the first prize in the category of agriculture. But how can you actually use innovation to accelerate also circularity and achieve circularity?
Well, first of all, I was just looking through the wall there. We have innovative solution, bold enough to make a real difference. Okay. Good statement. So first of all, when we work with technology innovations, we do it from the perspective impact. How can we generate the most possible impact by doing things a little bit differently and providing with new kind of tools? That's where we stand, that's where we come from, and probably that's why they recognize us from World Economic Forum. But the other hand of this is also to understand that change will happen much faster if we can provide knowledge on why to change. And for that, we need also to understand that what kind of level of knowledge is there out there. And if we can work with end users and distributors and others in a total supply chains where we do understand the roles and responsibility from A to B and from B all the way to Ö in Swedish, then I think we have a great chance to improve things a little bit faster. So adopting new ideas and methods is a key, and understand in what kind of environment it should happen is of essence for everything. And just a small thing on this impact. There are about 500 million smallholder farms around the world today. They produce about 30% of the global food. Unfortunately, they are not growing in numbers, they are getting less in numbers, and that's because of climate change. They don't have the water sources needed to generate a healthy harvest. So that was when we started to figure out the equation how to solve this. Today we have a technology out there in the market, and having a reward and a prize from World Economic Forum, thank you so much. But the reward is when we are in the field and you meet with these people, when they are capable to produce 3 times more food, using just a fraction of the water, saving 80% of the water. They are shortening the time from plantation to harvest by 25%. They are free up 4 hours of manual labor each day. That could be a new revenue stream for them, for these people. So taking this into the global perspective, talking about partnership, isn't it a good business case if we can generate in one harvest time among 500 million farms 3 times more food? The growing populations by 2050, 50 times more. That's why we are here, to see if there is anyone from the Swedish pavilion that would like to be part of achieving that.
Thank you very much, Henrik. And this is really exciting, and I think we are all positive and optimistic people. You can really tell. Yes, but still we lack sufficient tangible results in terms of circular economy. And you already touched a bit upon it, Lars, but could you please elaborate what you would say? Why is it still a discrepancy in that sense?
Well, I can start by saying that we've touched upon circularity and we have to change our ways of living and so forth. But reducing waste as such is not the answer to the question. You have to look at waste as a resource that you were mentioning and use it over and over and over again, because that will give the circularity, shall we say, benefits to tackle these ugly numbers I discussed earlier, the 50% and 90% and 90%. So if we understand that, and the rationale of looking at waste as a resource for new production, then the problem comes in, what are you allowed to do then out there? And that is a big one. And I can only exemplify once again with this sewage sludge. What can you do with sewage sludge besides this paint I showed you? Well, you can actually recycle phosphorus. What is phosphorus? It's an ingredient that is the premise for life on the planet. And the problem is that when you recycle phosphorus from a molecular point of view, rather than digging it up from the crust of the earth, it's too clean because it has been a waste, and you can't use it for instance, organic growing agriculture or feed for animals and so forth. It has been waste, so everything is blocked. So I have a very good example now. We're trying to build these, as I said, Jonas, our phosphorus recycling plant, but the market is closed because the excellent product that we can recycle due to legislation. So then what do? You look outside EU, and we have actually found markets that welcome this very much. Such a case is Canada, where we already have deals made to ship our recycled phosphorus to be not only organic fertilizer, but food for feed for animals. I mean, that makes you frustrated, I think. So to finish this, it's all about more circular solutions to the market. And I would say that from Svensk Näringsliv perspective, we should demand that each company has their own circular agenda, not only a sustainability agenda. That's not good enough, a circular agenda. So that you can come up with solutions and really play the game in these new value chains that we call them in the linear. We look upon them as value circles nowadays and see what role you can play in that. So.
Thank you, Lars.
Thank you.
And the market condition is truly important. But now, Lena, what's about scaling up circular solutions specifically for buildings? What would you say there? What are the obstacles today?
First of all, we need the knowledge and the know-how. And going forward, of course, we can have digital twins, or we can have digital tools where we have captured the plans and the design of buildings, knowing what materials is where. But unfortunately, that's not the case in most buildings that we do see today. We have taken on a specific project where we are dismantling a whole building, and I mean cord by cord, light bulb by light bulb, window by window, and we're doing this in Prague. And we are doing this to challenge ourselves, but also to see what is the flow of materials, not to be regarded as waste, but actually to be regarded as something to reuse. And that also puts us into the knowledge of how can you label something? For example, being in Prague, wanting to reuse a window, going to the factory that is nearby, unfortunately in Germany, that means that it has to cross a border. And then it's really hard to have materials crossing borders when it's considered waste, even though we would say that it is a potential use of new material. So testing those things out, it takes a bit of a grit. So I hope that going forward, we have other standards, other classifications, as well as digital tools helping us to actually know what materials is in a building and how to reuse it. But also, there's another aspect, and that's the one about also what we do permit in our urban environment in cities. Because come to the fact, it's not always, or it's very few examples where we are able to dismantle concrete blocks as we're doing together in Oslo. And the alternative then is to crush concrete and grind it and then reuse it, hopefully to do it on site. And that means actually in your neighborhood, unfortunately. If you would let us have a concrete crusher or a stone crusher in the neighborhood where we are operating and doing dismantling of a building, that will be able for us to reuse the materials being crushed. And by that, actually, the cities would by that have also quite a reduction of heavy transportations, otherwise having to go to landfill. Yet again, it's about permits, and it's about actually an acceptance of how do we want to drive circular solutions and what does it actually mean. And for those that are still hesitant about this, let me tell you that we have been operating a concrete crusher just beside of a hospital building, and we did not disturb them, to my knowledge. We could work it out in a good way. So it is possible, and it is a tremendous opportunity also for a better environment as well as less traffic.
Thank you very much, Lena. And Jonas, when you hear about these different examples, digital twins and from different sectors, from an AFRY perspective, what would you say are the main challenges for scaling up circular economy?
It's a good question, because we really do believe there is a lot of technology out there that we also are implementing in many of the processes that are implemented. If you just take textile, in Sweden we have some really interesting example to recycle clothing, and it's still in a startup phase. So I guess also, coming back to legislation, there needs to be an attractive financial model to recycle. Otherwise, if you look on the steel industry have recycled for many years, bringing back scrap material, blending it out with virgin material, because it's financially attractive. So I think there needs to be, in some area at least, clear legislation that drives the must of recycling. Then I, of course, also believe a lot in the R&D processes, that you think circular already when you design. I also see, we talk, of course waste is not a part of it, but if you can reduce waste in your manufacturing process, it's a kind of recycling. So when you see 3D printed turbine blades instead of mill turbine blades, that's actually a waste elimination that also helps. And then finally, as we have said, we also see digital models being super interesting. Being able to trace, having traceability from raw material throughout the whole life cycle. There's some really interesting, cool platforms that we are working with, companies that implements that, both in manufacturing industry, but also in the process industry.
Thank you.
A lot of great things, but some, and then I think, as Manny said, there needs to be a bit of a, because now sector by sector is working, and of course a lot of it is to combine the ecosystem around it.
Thank you very much, Jonas. And this then brings over to you, Henrik, that circularity is not only about product, but as you've been saying here, also the processes. And what, from a Spoudi perspective, would you say on that?
Yeah, it's indeed very much about processes. And to get a grip on the actual process, you need to collect data. So we are working with people way out at the end of the line, but still we do collect data, and we have that already implemented in our distribution model, where we engage with people in local language, collecting data all the way from when a product is manufactured until it has been used for X numbers of harvests. Because if there's no data and there is no understanding that there is one circular economy around the world, and there is a subversion of that, very especially in those kind of countries that we are focusing now, very local economy. It's not a circular economy, it's just an economy. So what we are trying to do now is to focus on the impact, collecting the data needed to send that to policymakers, etc., and so that we can also use the communication platforms that is modern, already adapted, by providing what we have been talking about now, how to improve as businessmen and women, being smallholder farmers as they go. They need to have access to information, and we need to collect the data from them so that we also can design the tools that is needed for them as we go. So circulation for us, circularity, I would say, for us is about connecting everything in the same, let's say, infrastructure, so that we can get the spiel winning.
Thank you very much. And by that, I think it's actually so clear that we need to work even further with circularity in products, processes, etc. That's really evident. So if someone is still hesitant, as you say, Lena, I hope you are not. So please join me in giving this excellent panel a warm hand. And we will then quickly be moving into the next and actually last session. And as Emma was saying, this is about collaboration. Collaboration is the new type of leadership. We've been hearing a lot during this day about the UNFCCC Global Stocktake Report, that unfortunately the global community is still lagging behind. We are not on the right track to reach the Paris Agreement and the 2050 net zero target. But since we're also optimistic people, we should also remember the IPCC report that technological solutions are already present, but we need to work then on scalability. And then global collaboration will be key, also with including, of course, the Global South. And the business community has a long-standing tradition working with global operations. So that's why I'm so happy now to introduce the next panel. So please join me on stage now. Martin Edlund, CEO of Minesto. Thank you. We have Robert Ziegler, General Manager for Einride. Welcome. And we have Hubert Bolduc, President, Invest in Quebec. Welcome on stage. And we have Shweta Chakraborty, President of US Operations. We don't have time. And we have Christian Runz, CEO of Normative. So you have a full-scale panel here. Welcome. And I will actually start with you then, Martin. So how do you approach collaboration across different sectors with actually addressing challenges both related to marine energy and technology development?
Yes, we are the developer of one of the world's leading ocean energy technologies, ready to be commercially rolled out across the globe. And in this, since we're a sort of tech development company, of course we do not have the resources ourselves to exploit markets, to build volume in supply chains and also marine operations. So we're engaging in partnerships on our key markets. We're actually here at COP to reach out a hand also to the global Swedish companies relevant for this in the Swedish delegation. So that's sort of the commercial side of it. On the private side of it, it's very much about governments. And I believe that we have a strength in Sweden in the sense that we use our embassies and Business Sweden in a very proactive way to work with governments in other countries and make room for Swedish business globally. So that's something we're using on 5-6 markets today.
Thank you very much, Martin. And Robert, then, how can various stakeholders work together when it comes to electrification of road freight transport?
When you transform from diesel freight that we have today to electric freight, you can't do it one-to-one. You need to build new infrastructure, you have new technology you need to implement. You can't do it with pen and paper and fax machines anymore. You need to integrate it digitally. So building that whole ecosystem means that you need to have infrastructure providers, you need to have OEMs involved, you need to have digital players involved to build a platform that then allows us not just to electrify the transport, but also to transport less and therefore also increase the utilization of these vehicles, and with that increased economies of those vehicles and the competitiveness, and that accelerates the whole implementation.
Thank you very much. And speaking about ecosystems, may I ask you about the green ecosystem in Quebec? Can you please tell us a little bit about that?
There's a very interesting ecosystem in Quebec in the battery sector, and especially because of a great Swedish company that just arrived called Northvolt. These big projects of electrification demand public acceptability, and it is very important to get public acceptance. I think Northvolt has demonstrated in Sweden that they can do that quite effectively. Our role at Invest Quebec is to work with Northvolt to make the same project in Quebec as acceptable as possible. I think electrification of transport in general will need a lot of public acceptability, and organizations that thrive to accomplish this goal usually work very well with ecosystems. Quebec's ecosystem is quite diverse. We're very fortunate, like in Sweden. We have lots of green energy, 40,000 megawatts of energy, but we also have lithium and nickel and graphite. So with all these, and a lot of them are mining projects, so again, public acceptability is going to be crucial. So let's hope that both Sweden and Quebec can lead the way in electrification and public acceptability.
Thank you. And then over to you, Shweta. When it comes to we don't have time, what would you say could be effective ways of collaboration?
We recognize that there was a gap to fill here. You have
sometimes titles in bigger companies that are responsible for strategic partnerships, but they tend to not look beyond the sector. And so we don't have time working in climate and sustainability, telling the stories of companies, organizations, individuals, campaigns across organizations, recognize that there was that role to play to fill that gap and to make the connections across companies, private to public, across individuals to multilateral organizations. That was something that was really missing. And so creating a tool and a technology, a platform, the We Don't Have Time platform, we were able to use advances in social media and partnerships that we created ourselves internally. We also needed to walk the talk, right? So we had to create our partnerships within our sector, which is social media and mainstream media, and then make it that much easier to connect organizations across the gamut. And so that's critical if we're going to actually accelerate and amplify some of the great innovations that are coming to market. And that's also critical in getting some of those innovations to commercial viability in the first place. Much of what's missing in some really good ideas making it to the masses is public support and it's policy support. And so if you don't use communication and technology as a support for that communication to support the reinforcing factors of public acceptance and policy support underlying it all, you're never going to see these solutions to climate, and we're not going to accelerate them and amplify them fast enough for us to meet our goals by 2050, by 2030 really. So we saw that there was a gap that we absolutely needed to fill, and that's where the platform came from.
Thank you very much. And it's a lot about these concrete actions, how we actually fill the gaps. So then, Christian, how can we actually use collaboration to go from aspiration and ambition to concrete actions?
That's a really great question. And I'm a little bit of a philosopher, so I'm going to start with an anecdote here, so bear with me, everyone. So there was this guy on the internet. He decided, I want to build or do a chicken sandwich from scratch. It took him 6 months and $1,500 to do a chicken sandwich, farming the chicken and picking the grains and doing the milling and everything. So we already cooperate, we already collaborate in the world economy. It's highly efficient, highly integrated. So that is why we can buy such a chicken sandwich for $2 on the supermarket instead of paying $1,500. So what if carbon emissions was visible in the same way that price is visible throughout the world economy? So that is why we at Normative are building a carbon network that makes carbon visible in the global value chains. And the stake couldn't be higher. I mean, we have mentioned the global stocktake. We did our own research at Normative where we looked at 968 companies with net zero targets. Turns out that those companies combined are responsible for 78% of emissions in global value chains. So if the companies that already have net zero targets succeed in their net zero targets, it will make a huge difference on the world's carbon emissions. But in order for that to happen, we need to accurately account for carbon emissions in your value chains. That's what we're doing with the carbon network. And on collaboration, hopefully that will create a market for renewable energy or for fossil-free transportation or for engagement and the type of galvanization that you do in We Don't Have Time. So that's sort of, my answer to that question.
Thank you very much. And we've been touching upon that before, but to actually move into concrete actions, we will need supportive policies. And maybe, Martin, could you please elaborate and maybe give us some concrete example of how you've been working on that?
Yes, I think if you look globally on how many viable technologies there are to actually transform energy, sustainable energy, into electricity, there aren't so many. By subsidizing those technologies that can take us all the way, and I'm not talking about the established PV and wind solutions, but we need more. We need base load, and we need localized technologies where the wind is not blowing, where we don't have sun, such as our ocean energy technologies. And I think the most beneficial and important support that we see is related to public investments into the technologies and into creating a market that can absorb somewhat higher electricity prices initially. Feed-in tariffs, or whatever you may call them. In a few markets where we are, in Taiwan, in the UK, and now emerging in Australia, where we are as well, we see some really good momentum in that respect. That's number one, really, for us.
Thank you, Martin. And then moving into the autonomous transport, where you also will need supportive policies. And so how do you interact with regulators on this topic?
Well, not just on the autonomous, but also just on going digital and electric in the freight space. In order to get all these parts of the ecosystem into place, you don't necessarily need a lot of incentive, because already today, electric freight is more reliable, is more affordable, and finally also more sustainable. So it is just a question of giving it a small push, which also does not have to be a sustained long one, a couple of years of push. There's different examples around the world. Some governments prefer to use a stick. For example, in the Netherlands, you cannot drive into the cities anymore with a diesel vehicle very soon. Already now in Stockholm, we're the only company that can drive with our vehicles into the city at night, because diesel vehicles can't do that. You got the CSRD coming from the EU, which is going to make 50,000 companies around the world report on their carbon emissions in a serious way, in an audited way. They'll have to do so for the first time in 2025, which means they have to report on 2024 numbers, which is tomorrow, basically. So there is a lot that is being done on that side. Then there's also carrots. So governments that are giving temporary incentives, especially on the CapEx side, to overcome the initial investments. And the smartest thing is probably to have a good mixture of both, because that allows you to have a balanced budget, basically collecting money through the sticks and giving it out to the carrots. And at the same time, you're making sure that you hit everybody in the ecosystem. Because that is really what is needed nowadays. It's just a small push to make the shippers change and transform. And this is basically what we do at NRAP. We support that transformation towards digital, electric, and autonomous.
Thank you very much. And you spoke about, of course, investments. And then moving over to you, Hubert, when it comes to what type of stakeholders are actually important to attract green investments?
There's quite a few of them. I think that to attract green investments, you need green energy, and to produce green energy, either you have people that accept to have windmills in their backyards, or you accept indigenous people to have dams in their backyards. And to do that, conversation is very important, and it has to be done prior to investments coming into a jurisdiction. The question, for example, with hydrogen is going to be an important one. A lot of hydrogen producers are looking into Sweden and are looking into Quebec, and they're looking to another jurisdiction where there is a lot of green energy. But I don't think you will get public acceptability if this hydrogen is produced to be exported. It has to be produced to decarbonize local transportation before, and after that, perhaps be sent abroad or be used in other countries. So I think that resource-rich countries, resource-rich of clean energy countries, have to be very attentive to the projects they want to bring in. And if that is not done, I don't think it will be feasible.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to move to the global level in terms of collaboration. So what, Shida, would you say here at COP28? What can we do in terms of collaboration?
I think it's incredible that the private sector has more of a presence. We don't want to tip it too far and have too much private sector and lose the essence of what these multilateral negotiations started for in the first place. It really does take cooperation between public and private, and media. The fact that media is here and covering it, even though we've got CNN, we've got Sky News, we've got all of this type of accountability to hold the negotiators, to hold those that are making pledges accountable for what they're promising here. And yet the coverage of this COP and generally of climate and sustainability is still in the single digits. So the reason we exist is to really make sure that we reach audiences around the world that care about the proceedings, what's happening here, the outcomes, and those are tens of millions of viewers, but they're not necessarily watching it on the mainstream media networks. They're watching it through us on We Don't Have Time. So we feel a significant responsibility to be able to bring what's happening here, this little bubble of the blue zone, if you're lucky enough to have a badge, to the world. And that for me is a massive, major outcome, is that we're able to do that. We're able to distribute what's happening here, ensure that it reaches those that can learn from it and that can actually take action in a way that secures their futures, their communities' futures.
Thank you very much. And Christian, you will actually have the same question. What are your expectations and what do you think will come out in terms of collaboration from COP28?
I hope that we will be able to close the business execution gap, because as I pointed out before, like 1,000 companies with existing net zero targets are responsible for almost 80% of emissions in global value chains. So we need to close that business execution gap by making carbon visible in global value chains, partner with these large enterprises, help them account for their full carbon footprint, but also build an ecosystem around that that actually incentivizes action in those value chains, making sure that we work together with the financial services industry to bring down the cost of loans that help fuel the transition, or working together with investors and insurance companies to price carbon into risk premiums and so on. So building that ecosystem around those global value chains to close the business execution gap.
Thank you very much. And to really use this last minute to be concrete, is there any one of you who actually have one more concrete example on how collaboration could happen? So Martin.
Yes, we're in ocean energy. We need marine operational capabilities. There is a fossil sector, offshore oil and gas, that sits on a lot of those assets. Instead of making them stranded, they could collaborate with us and move into the future.
Thank you. You were so quick and concrete. So I think we have time for at least one more example. Anyone?
Well, I think what's most important for all of us is that we then also manage that transition towards the clean energies, right? All of these applications are nothing if we don't have clean electricity behind it. Clean, cheap, and available everywhere.
You are just excellent panelists, but I think we are approaching the end. If you're not showing here, the three of you, if you want to add something, final takeaway for the audience here.
So the takeaway is that please use the technology to connect and to share what's happening here to constituents, to your consumers around the world. There's no excuse anymore to not have everybody part of the solution. That's how we're going to really amplify and accelerate the takeaways from this COP. Let's not let this just be another COP and then we start talking about 29 all over again. Let's share and get active on it, and we can do it. We have the technology.
I can do one quickie. So I think everyone is connected through some sort of network, either investors, investees, buyers and sellers. So try and put some pressure upon that network. Please ask and support your suppliers in their net zero transition. If you invest or give loans, please make sure that all of that money is going towards something that will help the transition rather than work against the transition.
Thank you. And final word for you.
I think we have a great example of collaboration with a great Swedish company called Nordvolt, and two nations can demonstrate that if they work together, they can produce the best batteries in Europe and the greenest as well in Quebec and in Canada.
Thank you very much. So driven by urgency and opportunity, I think that we know now that collaboration is really the way to bridge the implementation gap. So thank you. And over to you, Emma.
Thank you very much, Marie, and thank you so much to the last and final panel here at the Swedish Pavilion at COP28 in Dubai. And to just wrap up this fantastic inauguration ceremony, I would like to just say thank you so much for all the panels and thank you for all the speakers. We have been guested by the Swedish Prime Minister as well as the Minister for State Foreign Trade at the United Emirates, as well as significant business leaders, climate action leaders from the public and private sector, civil society, and of course also academia. We have reviewed the expectation outcomes from the negotiations at COP28. We have reviewed the importance of innovation, policy, and finance, as well as circularity, and most of all, the importance of collaboration and how collaboration is the new leadership. So today has served as a sneak peek of what will follow in the Swedish Pavilion throughout the next 2 weeks here at COP28. And I think it's striking and truly inspiring to see the optimism and also the alignment among all these interconnecting stakeholders. And also the eagerness, not least from the private sector. They're ready to do their part. They have the innovative solutions in place. They will present concrete actions to leverage and to accelerate these innovative solutions. And as a very final note, I would like to highlight that although Sweden is a small country, we have the opportunity to create large impact worldwide. And also sometimes small ideas, similar to the carbon tax that was initiated and invented during a train ride in Sweden, noted at a little cardboard mug. Small ideas sometimes can generate a large impact. So take the opportunity here, not only the importance of the negotiation rooms, but interacting. Please welcome to the Swedish Pavilion, interact, grab a coffee, share your ideas, write it on a piece of paper or on a mug. Please join us to collaborate, to accelerate the transition, because the time is now, the race is on, and together, let's pioneer the possible. Thank you, everyone.